안녕하십니까. 통일연구원 30.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to the KINU International Academic Conference in celebration of the 30th anniversary of its foundation. I am Chun So-young and I will be your MC for today's event, and I would like to welcome all of our online and offline participants. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence despite your very busy schedules. The Korea Institute for National Unification, or KINU, was established to contribute to devising national unification policies by professionally and systematically research and analyze all aspects related to unification so that we can accumulate the national capacity to realize a one national community and actively and proactively respond to changes once the day of unification comes. Since its establishment in 1991, this international academic conference, which is held this year to mark the 30th anniversary of its foundation, will be held under the theme 30 Years of the Korean Peninsula, 30 Years of the KINU, Retrospect, and Prospects. I hope that this event serves as a forum where productive communication and discussions on the policy and academic thoughts and research outcomes of KINU can be shared, as well as a venue for discussion for experts from home and abroad on the new paradigm of a Korean peninsula. We have domestic and foreign experts participating online and offline to share their insights, and via YouTube channel of KINU, we also have our online participants with us. Simultaneous interpretation in Korean and English will be provided, and you can select the language of your choice via the YouTube channel. So please be with us till the very end. In addition, disease prevention and control measures have been completed prior to the start of the conference, and it will be in strict compliance with the disease prevention rules of the government. Participants, including speakers in the venue, are requested to wear a face mask at all times until the end of the event, and we ask for your cooperation so that the meeting can be held in a safe manner. So then, I truly hope that today's conference is a meaningful event, and let us now begin the opening ceremony of the KINU International Academic Conference commemorating 30 years.
개회식에
I would like to first invite President Ko Yu-hwan of KINU for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ko Yu-hwan, President of Korea Institute for National Unification, or KINU. On behalf of Korea Institute for National Unification, or KINU, I would like to welcome you all to this academic conference commemorating the 30th anniversary of the foundation of KINU, and I thank you for your interest in the conference. First of all, my thanks go to Minister of Unification Lee Myung. Thank you for coming to deliver your congratulatory speech. And we also have guests who sent their video messages, including Chairperson Chung Hae-gu of NRC Korea, President Kim Ki-jung of the Institute for National Security Strategy, President Kim Yoon-tae of the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis, President Kim Dae-wan of Korea Culture and Tourism Institute, Dr. Stefan Nofer, Senior Director of the Korea Society, President Rian Fang of China Institute of Contemporary International Relations, Director General Tomiko Ichikawa of the Japan Institute of International Affairs, Dr. Suzanne Ruther, Director of the Institute Cooperation of the Hans Seidel Foundation, and Chairman Su-Sing Lian, Foundation on Asia-Pacific Peace Studies, and also our experts from home and abroad, moderators, speakers, and panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. And I would also like to express my gratitude to our participants here on site, as well as those joining us via YouTube. Korea Institute for National Unification, or KINU, was established in 1991 to systematically study and analyze peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula and to contribute to devising national unification and North Korean policies. And it is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. I would like to celebrate the 30th anniversary of KINU with all of our current and former members of the Institute. I would also like to thank all members who are dedicating their careers to the development of the Institute, in addition to those that have now retired or worked in temporary positions. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to all those who have provided their generous assistance and support for the development of KINU. For the past generation, KINU, as the one and only National Research Institute on Unification and North Korean Policy, has fulfilled its role and mission as a think tank that supports the government's unification, North Korea, and peace policies. Founded when Germany was unified and the socialist bloc was dismantled or collapsed, KINU has meticulously tracked and systematically analyzed North Korea's regime crisis situation. And in preparation for unification to come, we have been focusing on research to minimize the side effects of unification. When our institute was established, we would have thought that unification would not be that far away. However, unification has not been achieved for a generation, and the North Korean nuclear issue, which we have been working so hard to resolve, has crossed a critical point, making it more sophisticated in nature. It seems that we have reached a point where we must rethink the issues of unification, North Korea, and peace from square one. Under the theme of 30 years on the Korean Peninsula, 30 years of the KINU, Retrospect, and Prospects, this international academic conference will be summarizing the achievements of the past 30 years and gather wisdom to prepare for the next 30 years. In 1991, the year KINU was established, the South and North adopted the Basic Agreement and the Joint Declaration on Denuclearization and realized simultaneous accession to the United Nations. But inter-Korean relations have repeatedly moved forward as well as backwards. After North Korea's declaration of the completion of its national nuclear force, there were voices of concern of whether the South and North will be solidified into two sovereign states. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the North Korean nuclear development issue has dominated the circumstances on the Korean Peninsula for the past 30 years. Despite the negotiations for peace and denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula painstakingly prepared by utilizing the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics as an opportunity, we are stuck in a stalemate with the no-deal impasse in Hanoi. Moreover, the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic continues, and the US-China strategic competition is in full swing. And thus, we are facing a double whammy of having to solve traditional and non-traditional security issues in parallel. In order to solve these difficulties and challenges, research from a new and fresh perspective is required, and it's time for courageous action in what we do. If we passively accept and take for granted the order created by great powers and remain complacent with the status quo, it will be difficult to establish a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula and realize denuclearization. Without taking simultaneous action to build a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula and achieve complete denuclearization, it will be difficult to transform this unstable order based on the Armistice Agreement into a peace regime based on the End of War Declaration and a peace agreement. Even while the peace process on the Korean Peninsula has been severed ever since the breakdown of the North Korea-US summit in Hanoi in February 2019, North Korea's nuclear capabilities have been advancing, and if time goes by without resuming negotiations, it will continue North Korea as a de facto nuclear state, and global nuclear proliferation will be inevitable. While the North Korea US nuclear negotiations have been delayed to the extent that North Korea now proclaims that it has all the absolute weaponry it can have, rapidly advancing its nuclear and missile capabilities. Now we are at the crossroads of whether to make North Korea's nuclear weapons a reality or to resume peace and denuclearization negotiations on the Korean Peninsula. If the process of resuming this negotiation on the Korean Peninsula fails, the new government of the Republic of Korea will have to debate whether to resume negotiations for the peace and denuclearization or strike a balance of fear. I hope that this international academic conference with domestic and foreign intellectuals and experts serves as a productive forum to share wisdom and experiences for peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula beyond the North Korean nuclear issue, and furthermore for unification. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who are here at today's conference in person, as well as our participants watching the event via YouTube, and I ask for your continued interest and support in KINU going forward. Thank you very much.
네, 원장님 말씀
Thank you very much, President Ko. Next, we'd like to hear the congressional remarks given by the Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea, Minister Lee In-young. We'd like to invite him to the stage. Today is a very meaningful occasion, and I would like to pay my remarks and bid you all hello. I'm the Minister of Unification, Lee In-young. I would like to extend my congratulations to KINU on the 30th anniversary. Thank you very much for inviting me to this special commemorative occasion. It's been 30 years since KINU took its first steps. And as you know, in 1991, that was when the Cold War order around the world was being dismantled and the inter-Korean relations saw basic agreements. It was a very meaningful year for all of us, and that was the year that marked the launch of KINU. And since then, for 30 years, it has continued to work to overcome this reality of the division of the Korean Peninsula. It was a great voyage for all of us. The inter-Korean relations sometimes treaded in turbulent waters. And in some cases, it looked like we were taking a retreat. However, in the long view of history, through hostility and inertia, we have ultimately gone a step closer towards peace and common prosperity. And in that regard, I would like to thank President Koh Yoo-han and everyone at KINU for their sacrifice, dedication, and contribution. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much in that regard. And of course, I would like to thank Kim Hyun-chul, former Minister of Unification, and the former other presidents of KINU. The former presidents of KINU, thank you very much for being with us. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the scholars and the experts who are joining us today. And I would like to thank all of the members present here today. This is an international symposium looking back over the history of Korea and KINU for the past 30 years, and possibly we can look at the roadmap for the coming 30 years in the future, and I hope that this is going to be a constructive occasion for all of us. Distinguished guests, if we look back over the past 30 years, the climate for peace and unification on the Korean Peninsula has continued to change. We're now in the 10th year of Kim Jong-un's rule. North Korea's strategy and socioeconomic climate have also changed. And here in South Korea, when it comes to inter-Korean relations in Korean Peninsula, we are watching and looking at it with a new paradigm, and many of the public are asking for a new paradigm as well. The strategic competition between the U.S. and China, the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate change are placing the world in a very unprecedented scale of change. In all of these different changes, we have to not be passive observants in this historical trajectory. We have to be active and proactive and become actors in trying to determine our own destiny going forward. As our history of division of the Korean Peninsula states, peace is not something that somebody else will bring and give to us. We have to achieve peace on our own, because otherwise that peace will not be a lasting peace. We have to overcome the different obstacles that are ahead of us, and as we do so, we have to take on strong challenges, proactive challenges. So although we go to a road that has not been traveled, we have to go down that road so that we can have peace, coexistence, common prosperity, and ultimately unification to the destination point of peace for the Korean Peninsula. Distinguished guests, at this current point in time, it looks like the problems of the Korean Peninsula will not be easily resolved, and there's a stalemate between the two Koreas and the United States. However, there's one thing that we cannot deny, which is that realistically, in actuality, the political situation in the Korean Peninsula is right now facing a very important transition point. Over the past few years, we've seen the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, and we've seen a very comprehensive, very fundamental approach to try to resolve the issues on the Korean Peninsula. And I think that this was a very meaningful, valuable experience for all of us. The two Koreas and the United States on the process of dialogue will bring about denuclearization, and we have that common agreements within that larger framework. We have established relevant standards to that effect, and these goals, I think, are still valid for all of us, all of the parties. I hope that we can have opportunities for negotiations. Since the Hanoi New Deal, the wheels of history have stopped turning, but if we can continue to see the wheels turn, then I think that the existing agreements and different accords will allow us to give a take with one another and engage in corresponding measures so that we can ultimately reach the result and fruit of peace. Right now, in terms of the political situation, the Korean Peninsula is seeing a great, timely transition point to move towards denuclearization. Korea and the U.S. have continued to ask the DPRK to engage in dialogue, and we have also been in close communication with one another in terms of our DPRK policy. North Korea has also shot numerous short-range missiles this year, but they have not tried to escalate tensions in any very accelerated way. And through their messages that are sending overseas, it appears that the DPRK is a little bit more open to dialogue than they were before. Although the Inter-Korean Communications Hotline has been closed for a year, it was restored this year in October, and it is still going strong. Comprehensively speaking, compared to last year, I think that this year's political climate has seen an easing in terms of instability. And the situation of the Korean Peninsula has become a little bit more stable, and there is a possibility that we can orient ourselves towards peace. In this political climate, if we can have an end-of-war declaration, then I think that we can open up a new chapter of peace. It could be a very concrete turning point, and I have no doubt in that regard. An end-of-war declaration, together with Panmunjom agreements and the Singapore agreement, it already has been discussed in those different arenas. We can lower our hostility and lower our commitment to war and try to engage in dialogue as a starting point towards peace. And then we can move towards denuclearization and a peace system, a peace regime that can be established in our lands. So we can talk about the preconditions and the interests of one another to go towards a peace regime. I think that the doors are open for us to try to engage in dialogue and ultimately to resolution of these issues. If we go past the end of this year and early next year, then the doors might close and we might lose that motivation for dialogue. So I hope that the DPRK can be more forward-looking and try to respond to these calls before it's too late so that we can move more towards a future of peace, coexistence, and mutual existence. I would like to thank all of the guests who are here with us. Over the past 30 years, the two Koreas have seen crises and opportunity, and there were times where we were excited and times where we were not. I believe that the past can show us different clues to where we should go in the future, and we should use the past to try to find the motivation and the impetus for us to go towards peace. We have to pool our wisdom and knowledge in that regard. So I think that early next year and the end of this year will be that critical turning point for us in history. And we have to work towards that so that it can be recorded as a critical turning point in history. The government will spare no effort to do so in that regard so that our two Koreas can go beyond division and go towards peace and unification. And of course, I would like to thank KINU for its hard work for the last 30 years. Over the next 30 years, I hope that KINU will continue to remain steadfast as a great progenitor of wisdom until we reach ultimate unification. Congratulations again on the 30th anniversary. And again, going forward, I hope that it will continue to be the highest level think tank in matters of peace, North Korean studies, and unification. Thank you very much.
장관님 말씀 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Minister, for your remarks. In order to commemorate the 30 years of KINU, we also have special distinguished guests that sent their video messages.
통일 한국을 위한 노력의 산실, 통일연구원입니다. 8, 90년대 급변하는 세계 정세와 시대의 흐름에 발맞춰 대한민국의 통일 연구에 대해 다각도로 접근할 필요성과 미래 통일 한국을 준비하는 정부 산하 연구기관의 가치가 대두되었습니다. 1991년 4월 9일 민족 공동체 실현을 위한 국민적 역량을 축적하고 통일 환경 변화에 적극적이고 주도적으로 대응하기 위해 통일연구원이 설립되었습니다. 통일연구원은 단기, 중장기 대북 및 통일 정책을 제시하고자 통일 정책 연구, 북한 연구, 국제관계 및 평화 연구, 인권 및 인도협력 연구 등 4개의 연구 영역을 바탕으로 다양한 연구 활동을 전문적이고 체계적으로 수행하고 있습니다.
통일은 영원할수록 멀어져 왔고 북핵 문제는 해결하려고 노력할수록 고도화되었습니다. 북한과 만든 거의 모든 합의문은 합의 직후부터 곧바로 사문화의 길로 들어섰습니다. 통일연구원은 이러한 악순환의 고리를 끊고 새로운 관점에서 불가역적인 한반도 평화 번영의 길을 찾아나가는 시대적 소명을 달성하기 위해 최선의 노력을 다하겠습니다.
통일연구원 개원 30주년 기념 국제학술회의 개최를 진심으로 축하합니다. 통일연구원은 세계적인 탄력령과 더불어 남북 유엔 동시 가입이 이루어지고 남북기본합의서가 채택되었던 1991년에 개원되었습니다. 이후 30년 동안 통일연구원은 남북관계와 북한 문제에 대한 심층적인 연구를 축적함으로써 명실공히 최고의 통일연구기관, 최고의 북한 연구기관으로 자리잡았습니다. 개원 30주년을 기념하는 오늘 학술회의를 통해 한반도 30년의 과거를 되돌아보고 이를 바탕으로 미래 한반도의 평화와 번영과 통일의 길을 개척해 주시기 바랍니다. 통일연구원의 무궁한 발전을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
통일연구원 개원 30주년을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 통일연구원은 1991년 개원 이래 지난 30년 동안 한반도 평화와 통일 문제에 관해 국내의 많은 연구기관들을 선도해 왔습니다. 통일연구원 원장님을 비롯한 연구원 구성원 여러분들의 노고에 큰 박수를 보냅니다. 한반도에서의 평화공정과 그 최종 단계로서의 통일 문제는 현재의 시대가 비껴나갈 수 없는 시대적 소명으로부터 제기된 것입니다. 미래를 향한 아이디어와 담론은 한국의 연구기관들이 주도해야 합니다. 분단은 강제된 것이었으나 통일을 향한 디자인은 한국이 주도해야 합니다. 그 중심에 통일연구원의 역할이 주어져 있습니다. 향후 통일연구원은 이 연구 분야에서 세계에서 가장 돋보이는 연구기관으로 성장할 것으로 믿습니다. 개원 30주년을 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
통일연구원 개원 30주년과 국제학술대회 개최를 저희 카이다 전 직원과 더불어 진심으로 축하드립니다. 통일연구원은 국내 유일의 북한 및 통일 관련 국책연구기관으로서 그동안 국가 통일정책 수립에 크게 기여해왔으며 특히 고유한 원장님 취임 이후 새롭게 구축된 정책 연구 플랫폼을 기반으로 한반도 평화 프로세스 재가동 방안 지원에 큰 성과가 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 그리고 이와 같은 통일연구원의 괄목할 만한 성과와 정부와 국민의 신뢰는 무엇보다도 연구자들이 탁월한 전문성과 열정으로 연구에 매진해온 결과라 생각합니다. 이제 지나온 30년의 성과를 뒤로하고 앞으로의 30년은 통일연구원이 한반도 평화체제의 실현과 정착에 구심점이 되어주실 것이라 확신합니다. 다시 한번 통일연구원 개원 30주년을 축하드리며 존경하는 고유한 원장님을 비롯해 직원 여러분의 건승을 기원합니다.
통일연구원 개원 30주년 기념 국제학술회의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 통일연구원은 1991년 개원 이래 남북관계와 통일 문제에 관한 체계적인 연구를 통해 정부의 통일 대북정책 수립에 기여해 왔습니다. 오늘날 통일연구원이 명실상부한 최고의 통일 북한 연구기관으로 자리 잡기까지 여러분의 헌신과 노력에 깊은 경의를 표합니다. 지난 9월 통일연구원과 한국문화관광연구원은 통일 및 남북문화관광연구 협력 강화를 위한 업무 협약을 체결했습니다. 남북문화관광 분야의 지속적인 상호 협력을 통해 평화와 번영의 한반도 실현에 공헌할 수 있도록 통일연구원과 한국문화관광연구원이 더욱 긴밀히 협력해 나가길 바랍니다. 다시 한번 통일연구원 개원 30주년 기념 국제학술회의 개최를 축하드리며 여러분의 건승과 무궁한 발전을 기원합니다.
It's my pleasure to extend congratulations to KINU on its anniversary, an important marker And clearly you have been what the poet W.H. Auden says is an affirming flame. So your efforts for unification are noted and respected. And for organizations with it, which I have worked in the past, like the Korea Society or Columbia University, we look forward to collaboration with KINU in the future and your continued success in working toward bringing the peoples of South Korea and North Korea together for one peninsula.
我代表中国现代国际关系研究院，热烈祝贺韩国统一研究院建院30周年。韩国统一研究院是韩国、亚洲乃至全球知名的战略智库。统一研究院和中国现代国际关系研究院保持多年的战略合作、智库交流，为朝鲜半岛、东北亚地区和平稳定做出了重要贡献。期待现代院和统一研究院继续保持交流合作，期待统一研究院百尺竿头更进一步。
統一研究院が創立30周年を迎えられるにあたり、日本国際問題研究所を代表してお喜び申し上げます。統一研究院と当研究所が実施している定期協議は、北朝鮮情勢や南北関係について統一研究院の豊富な知見を伺う貴重な機会となっており、コロナ禍の中でもオンラインで継続されていることは両機関の強い絆を示すものです。協議の継続を含め、今後とも両機関の関係を一層発展させてまいりたいと考えます。統一研究院のさらなるご発展をお祈り申し上げ、お祝いのメッセージとさせていただきます。
Hans Seidel Foundation, your long-standing partner in Germany, extends its warmest congratulations on this special day of the 30th anniversary of the Korea Institute for National Unification. 30 years, what a long time of dedicated work for reconciliation and peace in the Korean Peninsula. Exactly 30 years ago from now, I myself, for the first time, visited Korea, that time being a student, filled with excitement coming from a formerly divided country, which had only recently experienced the miracle of a peaceful reunification, and being more than curious if the developments on the Korean Peninsula could be somehow comparable. I have come back many times in these 30 years to a country that has become my second home, and I have never given up following the developments on the Korean Peninsula throughout my academic life, and first and foremost as head of the Institute of International Cooperation of Hans Seidel Foundation. KINU has been an important partner of Hans Seidel Foundation for many, many years. We have exchanged analysis, discussed scenarios, and sometimes only asked questions on possibilities for reunification. For example, also if the German example can be applicable to the situation on the Korean Peninsula. On this special day, let me convey to you the best wishes from Hans Seidel Foundation in Munich, Germany, to our partners who have become close friends. May our joint programs and debates one day contribute in a meaningful way to a Korea in peace and harmony. Congratulations, 축하합니다.
President Cole, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to deliver a congratulatory speech to Korea Institute for National Unification's 30th anniversary on behalf of the Foundation on Asia-Pacific Peace Studies. In April 1991, the month in which KINU was established, our National Assembly resolved to abolish the temporary martial law, expressing our determination to deal with the relationship across the Taiwan Strait. Historical background such as this implies that strengthening mutual understanding in order to maintain peace and prosperity is a core value for both Taiwan and Korea. Since signing MOU between our two think tanks, we have enhanced our mutual understanding and developed friendship. I'm confident that KINU will continue to play a significant role in lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula. On this very special occasion, I would like to wish the 30th anniversary celebration of KINU a fruitful and a memorable event, and every success in the years to come.
통일 통일연구원은 더욱 발전된 모습으로 통일, 북한, 평화 연구를 선도하는 기관이 되겠습니다. 통일, 평화, 번영의 플랫폼, 통일연구원이 만들겠습니다. 통일연구원.
네, 축소.
Thank you very much. You just watched the congratulatory video. We had many distinguished guests from both home and abroad with their congratulatory messages to commemorate the 30 years of KINU, and thank you very much. With that, we would like to close the opening ceremony of KINU International Academic Conference.
통일연구원 30년
The Session 1 on KINU International Academic Conference commemorating 30 years of its foundation under the theme 30 years of the Korean Peninsula, 30 years on the KINU Retrospect and Prospects will now take place. The topic for Session 1 is 30 years of nuclear negotiations with North Korea toward the Korean Peninsula peace process. Let me now introduce you to our moderator, Chair Park Young-ho. Chair Park Young-ho was a senior researcher at KAIRA, at KINU, and also a visiting scholar at the U.S. Huston Institute, and the president of the Korean Association of Area Studies, and he's currently the chair of Korea Peninsula Forum of the Korea Peace Foundation. So, you have the floor, moderator. As introduced, I am Park Young-ho. First of all, I would like to congratulate the 30th anniversary of KINU. So it was April 9th, 30 years back. I'm sure that you all saw the video. It started off with a grand vision. And now we have 30 years. And so for peace, unification, with regard to North Korean issues, the Institute has been tirelessly engaging in research and analysis and is now a prominent institution with excellent researchers. However, unfortunately, inter-Korean relations and the circumstances on the Korean Peninsula has not thawed as of yet. 30 years back in October, I remember where I've actually where I took part in the first academic conference of KINU as a fellow of the Institute. So that day comes to mind. And now, in 30 years, I'm here as moderator. And for me personally, I'm very happy to be once again a part of the event of KINU. You've heard from Dr. Ruther of HSS in her congratulatory remarks, but 30 years back, Germany did achieve unification. In 1949, we had the unified government in Germany, and in the case of DPRK in 1948 and Korea, we've had separate governments. However, in the case of Germany, in 40 years, with the crumbling of the Berlin Wall, they went right into unification. However, if you look at the Korean Peninsula, we still have two Koreas and we remain divided. As President Ko Yoo-han has mentioned in his opening remarks, in the future, what will happen in the next 30 years? I believe that the steadfast research capabilities and the policy recommendations of KINU will enable these unification drivers to bring about the day that we all dream of. And KINU, what it will do, even after a unified Korea, will be researching how we can engage in a better integration of the two Koreas, and I'm sure that you'll be playing a significant role in 30 years as well. So once again, we're here to deal with the topic 30 years on the Korean Peninsula, 30 years of KINU, retrospect and prospects, and particularly on the nuclear negotiations with North Korea toward the Korean Peninsula peace process. For the past 30 years, we've been restrained due to the North Korean nuclear issue. So we would like to talk about some solutions that may be possible for the future with regard to the nuclear situation. Due to COVID-19, as it still runs rampant in Korea, here in Seoul, we have the staff of KINU, and we have distinguished guests joining us, and also from Washington. We have distinguished scholars joining us as well online. With regard to Korean Peninsula issues, we have from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Dr. Ankit Panta, who is the Stanton Senior Fellow, very well known in this topic. So he will be presenting. And in addition, we have a distinguished scholar that worked for intelligence agency and also at CSIS, who has been very active in Korean policy-related issues and has been provided many policy recommendations, has been And recently, at the Wilson Center, we have Director Sumi Terry, who leads the Center for Korean History and Public Policy as a panelist, also very well known for her expertise. So we have two distinguished guests joining us online. So thank you very much. So to begin the session, I would like to introduce our speakers first and then move on to the introduction with our panelists when we begin our panel discussion. So as mentioned, we have Dr. Anki Panda, Stanton Senior Fellow of Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and we have Research Fellow Kim Sang-gi of KINU. So these two speakers will be giving their presentations, and afterwards, we will have a panel discussion with Dr. Chun Bong-gun, Dr. Boo Hyung-wook, as well as Dr. Sumi Terry as introduced. So these three panelists will be joining us in the discussion. In the case of our Stanton Senior Fellow, Ankit Panda from the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, we'll be talking about the nuclear policy, about the non-proliferation issues, and not only with regard to Northeast Asian nuclear issues. He is very well known in Washington as a very active scholar in all of these fronts with regard to the Korean Peninsula. So we would like to invite Dr. Anki Panda for his presentation to talk about 30 years of nuclear negotiations with North Korea toward the Korean Peninsula peace process. So you have 25 minutes for your presentation. Dr. Panda, please, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Park, for that very generous introduction. And let me also offer my congratulations to KINU on 30 years of unwavering efforts to unify the Korean Peninsula. It is my pleasure to join you virtually. It's a little unfortunate that I can't be with you in person in Seoul, but I was rather fortunate to actually have been back in Seoul 1 month ago. It was my first trip overseas since the pandemic started, and it was very lucky for me to be back in South Korea. So I have prepared a few slides, so I will put that up and begin my presentation shortly. Okay, I hope everybody can see my slides. Excellent. So the theme for today's discussion that I was asked to reflect on is 30 years of nuclear negotiations with North Korea towards a Korean Peninsula peace process. And I've decided to split my presentation into two parts. I'll begin a little by talking about the history of denuclearization, a term that I believe, at least in the United States, is often misunderstood and conflated with similar concepts. And after that, on the second part of my presentation, I'll focus on the current development of capabilities in North Korea and also focus a little bit on South Korea's own development as I reflect on the prospects for peace between the two Koreas in the coming years. And I will hopefully close with some ideas for what might be done to advance the cause of denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. So let me begin, first of all, by reflecting on denuclearization as a term and its origins 30 years later. As we all know, the two Koreas in 1992, January, first pledged in a joint declaration to pursue denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Well, what does denuclearization really mean? Is it the same thing as disarmament, which is often how it's used? And what about the term dismantlement, which, just so as it happens, is the D in the phrase CVID? And I point that out because I often read articles written by many knowledgeable people in the United States who use the phrase CVID, and instead of mentioning dismantlement, they call for the comprehensive, verifiable, and irreversible denuclearization of North Korea. And that indeed is, I think, a different objective than what the two Koreas have pledged for. And so denuclearization is a term that has its origins not just in the early 1990s, but actually much earlier in the 1980s when we have evidence of speeches from Kim Il-sung using this term as early as 1985, the very same year North Korea joined the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and 1 year before its reactor at Yongbyon came online. And what was true about the Korean Peninsula in the 1980s? Well, South Korea had terminated its nuclear weapons program under U.S. pressure just a few years ago. U.S. tactical nuclear weapons were still on the Korean Peninsula. They had been deployed there in 1958. Indeed, as we reflect on the last 30 years, I think it's worth remembering that just 9 days from now, 30 years ago, the last American tactical nuclear weapon left the Korean Peninsula. And why am I talking about American tactical nuclear weapons in the context of denuclearization? Well, I think part of the history here is worth I think being precise about, which is that by the time the two Koreas concluded the basic agreement, concluded the joint declaration on denuclearization, there were no nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula. No American nuclear weapons, no North Korean nuclear weapons at the time, and certainly no South Korean nuclear weapons after the program had been terminated. And so in the 1980s, when Kim Il-sung is giving speeches to the Workers' Party of Korea Central Committee and the Politburo and the Presidium, talking about denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, his main concern was the American tactical nuclear weapons that were based on South Korean soil. So this is actually quite a significant development. And of course, the context for this withdrawal is also important. We've heard about the cataclysmic global events that followed the end of the Cold War. And one of the most positive developments was the mutual agreement by President George H.W. Bush here in the United States and his Soviet counterpart Mikhail Gorbachev to pull back all forward deployed nuclear weapons around the world pursuant to what was known as the Presidential Nuclear Initiatives. And the withdrawal of nuclear weapons from South Korean soil was a result of that. Now, the United States has long had a policy of neither confirming nor denying the presence of its nuclear weapons in any particular place. So it actually wasn't President George H.W. Bush that offered assurances to North Korea and South Korea that nuclear weapons had departed. Instead, it was South Korean President Roh Tae-woo who, on December 18th, 1991, publicly stated there do not exist any nuclear weapons whatsoever anywhere in the Republic of South Korea. And so then let me fast forward a little bit to the phrase that became familiar later in our history with North Korea, CVID, complete, verifiable, and irreversible dismantlement of North Korea's nuclear arsenal. Now, this was a term that was really introduced by the Bush administration shortly after the agreed framework collapsed, and by the time the Bush administration in late 2003 expressed interest in returning to the diplomatic negotiating table. But the reason I bring up CVID and denuclearization and the history of these two terms is to really point out that they are two parallel processes, and they should not be conflated. And in a moment, I'll talk a little bit more about what denuclearization means and why we should reflect today on the meaning of denuclearization as we pursue peace on the Korean Peninsula. So let me talk about a recent example from the North Koreans about how they see denuclearization. And so I want to provide a little bit of context for what I'm about to cite here. So the passage that I'm about to cite comes from a pen name. I'm sure this is not a real person, somebody created by North Korea's propaganda and agitation department, but this was a commentary that appeared in Nodong Shinmun in December 2018. And what was important about December 2018? Well, this was 6 months after the Singapore summit being the first time Kim Jong-un put his signature on a piece of paper that contained the word denuclearization. Of course, as we reflect on 30 years, we should recall that Kim Jong-un has now been in power for 10 years. And so 30 years of the era of denuclearization, 1/3 of that period has been under the current North Korean leader, and it will only continue to grow as Kim Jong-un's tenure continues. But in December 2018, the United States and senior officials here, including Secretary of State Mike Pompeo and John Bolton at the time, had been using the phrase denuclearization as a sign that President Trump had actually gotten an agreement from Kim Jong-un to dismantle his nuclear arsenal. And this actually rubbed the North Koreans quite the wrong way. And so let me read now. When we refer to the Korean Peninsula, this includes both the area of the DPRK and the area of South Korea, where aggression troops, including the nuclear weapons of the US, are deployed. Now, just as an aside, North Korea continues to believe and has never acknowledged that US nuclear weapons have left the Korean Peninsula. And then it continues. When we refer to the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, it therefore means removing all elements of nuclear threats from areas both to the north and the south of Korea, and also from surrounding areas where the Korean Peninsula is targeted. This should be clearly understood. And so what comes out here is that denuclearization in the North Korean understanding is really a dance for two. It is not disarmament. It is not something that we do to North Korea. It is a process that we undertake collaboratively. And of course, Americans have never really been comfortable with this, which is why the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and indeed the Biden administration, I would argue, have not adopted this understanding of denuclearization. And this has really been a fundamental obstacle. Sure, we have enough of an ambiguity in our understanding of the term to allow us to get into the room with North Korea for negotiations. But of course, as we saw in Singapore and eventually in Hanoi, certainly, the moment we begin to actually pry and probe into what each side means by denuclearization, everything begins to fall apart. So this is something that I think we need to reflect on going forward. And so what is the salience of denuclearization today? So, like I said, we have 3 documents with the word denuclearization and Kim Jong-un's signature. And I think this is important because, of course, Kim Jong-un is the current leader of North Korea. He was not the one to sign the agreed framework or sign the September 19th, 2005 Six-Party Talks Joint Declaration. And so we should really focus on the documents today that bear the most salience, which indeed build on 30 years of history. So we had the April 2018 Panmunjom Declaration. Section 3.4 mentions a nuclear-free Korean peninsula in that document, or denuclearization, depending on the translation that we might use. June 2018, the Singapore Joint Statement reaffirms the Panmunjom Declaration, and Kim Jong-un commits to work towards denuclearization, acknowledging that it is a long-term process. September 2018, the Pyongyang Declaration again pledges to cooperate closely, North Korea pledges to cooperate closely in the process of pursuing complete denuclearization. And the Biden administration continues to retain denuclearization as the objective that it seeks on the Korean peninsula as well. Now, the Biden administration has articulated an official policy of supporting complete denuclearization. It adopts the language that appeared in the Panmunjom Declaration and the Singapore Declaration, which I believe to be a prudent and smart decision, given that this is what Kim Jong-un himself has agreed to. But Biden administration officials, although many of them have not said much publicly about what they mean in terms of their North Korea policy review, we've heard this, the phrase, neither a grand bargain nor strategic patience, but at least one Biden administration official has publicly described denuclearization as now being a, quote, long-term goal. Now, the official I have in mind here is actually the Undersecretary of Policy for Defense, Colin Kahl, who at a conference hosted by us at the Carnegie Endowment earlier this summer, specifically described denuclearization as a long-term objective for the United States. And so I only bring this up because it's an important shift in how Washington thinks about this prospect. Now, of course, many of us outside of government have been arguing for some years now that denuclearization, as Americans think about it, which is a state of affairs on the Korean peninsula where North Korea no longer retains any nuclear capability, is something that is just simply not attainable in the short term, given the practical difficulties. So I think it's quite notable that American policy is beginning to come around to that view, even though you won't hear too many officials talk about that publicly. And so there's also another important shift with the language that I think is quite important. The Biden administration, and here I'm quoting White House spokesperson Jen Psaki, has said that the United States wishes to make practical progress that increases the security of the United States, our allies, and our deployed forces. And this is akin to threat reduction, which is something that I think has been implicit in what we've sought to do on the Korean Peninsula, but now is becoming a little bit more explicit. And how does threat reduction relate to denuclearization? Well, I think threat reduction acknowledges that we have other important interests. And when I say we, I really do mean the United States and South Korea. Yes, we are interested in denuclearization, we are interested in peace, and we are interested in a unified Korean peninsula. But in the interim, we are interested also in avoiding nuclear escalation and the possibility of nuclear use on and around the Korean peninsula. And so the language that the Biden administration presents here in describing its intentions with North Korea, at least, I think is quite important. Of course, we aren't yet at the place where we're sitting down with the North Koreans. Sung Kim's overtures have not been reciprocated to date. But if and when, maybe in 2022, 2023, when North Korea feels a little bit more comfortable with the pandemic and its internal economic and political situation, we return to the negotiating table, I think it's quite important to recognize that these statements on the long-term aspiration for denuclearization and a shorter-term immediate focus on practical progress to reduce the threat and to increase our security may manifest in a different set of U.S. negotiating objectives at the diplomatic table. And so, before I pivot to the other component of my presentation, let me just ask, can deterrence, which is something that South Korea is absolutely invested in, and certainly will continue to be invested in, can deterrence, threat reduction, and denuclearization all coexist? There are some contradictions and tensions between these three goals, but I would argue that they can coexist and must coexist. I think the U.S. shift to long-term thinking introduces challenges to our alliances and preferences in South Korea and Japan. Of course, for both Seoul and Tokyo, there are some differences, of course, between how Japan and South Korea think about issues, especially under the current governments regarding the Korean Peninsula. But both countries continue to be invested in denuclearization in the short term. And so if the US is beginning to think about this issue in longer term, I think that does introduce a few sources of tension that need to be addressed. Now, deterrence will remain ongoing. We have deterred North Korea as an alliance since 1953, and we have had repeated crises with North Korea. Most recently, we can point to 2015 and certainly 2010 as important moments of crises. But the resumption of full-scale conflict on the Korean Peninsula has been averted, primarily due to conventional and nuclear deterrence. And as we just saw with the meeting between our two countries' defense ministers recently at the Security Consultative Mechanism, deterrence continues to modernize and continues to cope as North Korea's capabilities expand. And so if our objective is threat reduction and denuclearization over the long term, we simply cannot forego taking deterrence seriously. Deterrence is what will continue to ensure that practical peace, the conditions that allow life to continue as normal in Seoul, allow for conferences like this to take place, for instance, will be a beneficiary of sustaining deterrence against North Korea. So I think this is quite important as well. And so let me just end this portion of my presentation by just putting a pin on this, that threat reduction can meaningfully enhance our most important short-term pursuit, which is avoiding nuclear escalation on or near the Korean Peninsula. Now let me pivot a little bit to talk about some of the capabilities that are being developed in North Korea. This is really my primary area of ongoing research, and so I wanted to share these observations in the hope that they might usefully help our discussion today. The big picture as we fast forward now to 2021 after reflecting on the last 30 years. Now, so North Korea has embarked on a new 5-year plan, which includes an ambitious set of military modernization objectives. Kim Jong-un presented a report at the 8th Party Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea in January 2021, where he foreshadowed many of the developments that we've recently seen tested in September and October 2021. Now, many of these developments are broadly focused on rendering North Korea's nuclear forces more survivable and responsive. Survivable meaning more likely to survive in the context of a US preemptive attack and more likely to penetrate missile defenses deployed by the United States and South Korea and Japan, and responsive in the sense that they are more likely to be rapidly operational in a crisis, where, again, preemption concerns are going to be quite acute for North Korea. The modernization in North Korea today is occurring in a qualitative sense. They are making better weapons, better nuclear weapons designs, and also they are expanding their force in a quantitative sense. Centrifuges continue to spin, producing more uranium. North Korea has embarked on a new reprocessing campaign. The Yongbyon 5-megawatt reactor is once again operating, and missile launchers are being widely produced. Missile airframes are being widely produced, and so this is quite a dire situation in my assessment. The broad strategic objectives underlying this, I think, include bolstering nuclear deterrence and seeking added leverage in future diplomacy with the United States. And so let me just quickly summarize the new capabilities. North Korea in March 2021 tested a heavy conventional warhead, short-range ballistic missile that it directly drew comparisons with South Korea's own Hyunmoo-4 short-range ballistic missile, which is also a conventional heavy warhead missile. Kim Jong-un's sister, Kim Yo-jong, actually issued a statement in which she explicitly made a comparison with the introduction of that missile in North Korea and South Korea's introduction of the Hyunmoo-4. And then fast forwarding to September, North Korea introduced a new long-range cruise missile, the first strategic cruise missile in North Korea, not the first cruise missile ever in North Korea, but certainly the first missile claimed to potentially have a nuclear delivery role and a cruise missile with a range in excess of 1,000 kilometers, at least as claimed by North Korea. It also introduced a new rail mobile basing mode for short-range ballistic missiles. This is not something that's a world first. The Soviet Union deployed nuclear systems on train cars. India deploys these kinds of systems today, and China may also deploy such systems. But North Korea, given its rocky geography, its hilly geography, and its existing railway networks, has decided that this is a sensible path forward. It has also introduced a hypersonic boost glide vehicle called the Hwasong 8. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, and a new surface-to-air missile system. It also introduced a new submarine launch ballistic missile, which I should have put on the slide, but it's not there. That was another important capability demonstrated. Now, I did mention Kim Jong-un's work report to the 8th Party Congress. There are a number of capabilities that are yet to be tested. So there was the new ultra-heavy 11-axle ICBM known as the Hwasong 17, not Hwasong 16 actually, that's a typo, Hwasong 17. The Pukuksong 4 and Pukuksong 5 new submarine-launched ballistic missiles, nuclear capable, have yet to be tested. And also Kim Jong-un has referred to tactical nuclear weapons, unmanned aerial vehicles, a potential new military satellite, an ICBM capable of traversing the South Pole with a long-range trajectory, a nuclear propulsion submarine, a solid propellant intercontinental range ballistic missile, which may be more likely to be responsive in a crisis, a new space launch vehicle, and potentially even a new conventional ballistic missile submarine. So all of these developments, I think, are quite dire. But if we look at the agenda that Kim Jong-un outlined in January and what he showed us in September and October, there does appear to be a certain degree of credibility associated with that wish list. So once again, I think it's at our own peril that we underestimate North Korea's resolve to go forward with many of these demonstrations. And so briefly, I'm just going to show you a few pictures of the systems that I just described. This is the March 2021 short-range ballistic missile, the one that North Korea compared to South Korea's own Hyunwoo-4. I think this is another piece of evidence that we are seeing a bit of an action-reaction cycle on the Korean Peninsula. This is the new long-range cruise missile, an important capability that would introduce the ability for North Korea to strike at targets in South Korea from the east and the west. Cruise missiles, because they fly in the atmosphere just like aircraft do, aren't restricted to the linear trajectories that ballistic missiles might pursue. So for instance, North Korea can launch a cruise missile into the East Sea that can then make a U-turn, basically, and attack South Korea from that angle, which is quite a bit of a challenge if South Korea is planning on employing missile defenses, which it indeed is as part of its intermediate-term national defense plan over the next few years. This is the Hwasong-8, the hypersonic boost glide system. Now, this test was notable in that I think it did fail. The North Korean statement about this weapon did not imply a full success. And of course, hypersonic weapons are a very popular topic around the world these days. Many countries are developing and pursuing these capabilities, so it's perhaps unsurprising that North Korea, which certainly has ambitions that are much greater than its size and capability, is pursuing these capabilities. But what I want to discuss briefly is that what I worry about with this system, the Hwasong-8, is not actually the payload section, the top part of the missile, which is the hypersonic glider. It's actually the technology that North Korea claims to have introduced in the bottom part of the missile, the booster. Now, North Korea claimed to have introduced a technology known as ampulization, which is a little bit of obscure missile jargon from the Soviet Union's dictionary. The Soviet Union was looking to deploy liquid propellant missiles on submarines. And because liquid propellant missiles are incredibly dangerous to handle, because the propellants and the oxidizers are very volatile, very prone to exploding if they're mishandled, they needed to find a way to safely put liquid propellant missiles on submarines. And the technology they came up with essentially involved putting membranes around many of the internal components of a liquid-fueled system, allowing the missile to be pre-fueled and be maintained in a readied state for a very long period of time. And why is this important for North Korea? Because I've talked a little bit about Kim Jong-un's pursuit of solid propellant missiles. Now, if Kim Jong-un is able to introduce ampulized missiles across North Korea's arsenal, which continues to be overwhelmingly liquid fuel-based, then that could allow North Korea's liquid propellant-based systems to behave much more in an operational sense like solid propellant systems, which would mean that they would be more responsive. So I apologize that this is a little technical, but I think this is an important point that hasn't fully been drawn out because there is a tendency, I think, with this weapon to focus on the glider, which incidentally I think North Korea will have quite a bit of difficulty with. Hypersonic weapons really do require ground-based wind tunnels, which aren't known to exist in North Korea. And so while they might seek to flight test this system again, I think they'll encounter difficulties. Unlike ballistic missiles, which North Korea tests at a lofted trajectory to shorten the flight path into the East Sea, hypersonic boost glide systems cannot be tested in that way. Just by the very nature of this weapon, it would need to be tested over a long range, potentially overflying Japan, which would, I think, draw a very sharp set of responses to North Korea. I just want to briefly reflect on one additional point with regard to ampulization, which is that these canisters, which were shown at an April 2017 parade, which now feels like ancient history, could indicate an intention to deploy liquid fuel systems in a canister mode. And so the ampulization that's been introduced with the Hwasong-8 could eventually find its way into these kinds of canisterized systems, which would allow North Korea to deploy a more dispersed and responsive strike capability. And this is the rail mobile basing mode, an interesting pursuit of survivability, which I think is actually quite logical for North Korea. I'd actually written in 2018 that North Korea might do something like this. And so when they did this, I was a little worried that they might have gotten the idea perhaps from some of the writing outside of North Korea. But I think they've been thinking about this for a long time. It's a very logical step for them in many ways. And finally, this is the new surface-to-air missile system, which appears to be an evolved version of their older system, which was quite ineffective against aerial targets. Now, briefly, I think I have a few more minutes. I want to just show you the submarine-launched ballistic missile that was recently tested. And then let me just move on and talk a little bit about developments in South Korea. Because unfortunately, when we talk about peace and pursuing peace and unification, I think it behooves us to talk about developments on both sides of the inter-Korean equation. And South Korea has, as of last year, articulated a vision for an intermediate-term national defense plan, which includes the pursuit of many advanced defense capabilities. Many of these have also been discussed in the context of our alliance and the pursuit of conditions-based OPCON transfer, which does involve South Korea's pursuit of a more reliable strike capability. And so just to overview very quickly some of the capabilities South Korea has tested recently, I talked about the Hyunmoo-4, which was tested for the first time last year, but introduced by the South Korean Ministry of National Defense publicly this year in September. The Hyunmoo-4-4 submarine-launched ballistic missile, derived from the Hyunmoo-2B, which is the first conventionally armed submarine-launched ballistic missile deployed anywhere in the world. South Korea has also introduced a supersonic cruise missile, anti-ship cruise missile specifically. It has tested a solid fuel space launch vehicle, just the motor of that space launcher, introduced a new air-to-ground missile developed indigenously, and has also claimed to test a 6-ton conventional warhead missile in September 2021, and is apparently developing 7 to 8-ton class conventional warhead missiles. Some of these capabilities had been previously prohibited by the U.S. ROK revised missile guidelines, which were scrapped earlier this year in their entirety at the summit between President Biden and President Moon here in Washington. And so just briefly, some of the images, courtesy of the South Korean Ministry of National Defense, and many of these were released in September 2021. September 2021 was quite a tricky month for some of us who talked to journalists about missile developments with North Korea, because I recall getting calls from reporters asking for comment. They would ask me, can you talk to me about the missile test on the Korean Peninsula? And I would have to ask them, which Korea are you talking about? And so it was a little bit of an unusual situation for me. I wasn't quite used to that. This is the Hyunmoo-4 system, which North Korea has expressed quite a bit of concern about. It's perceived as a potential capability that might contribute to a decapitation campaign against Kim Jong-un himself in the future. It exhibits an incredibly impressive amount of precision. This is the kind of footage that South Korea releases really to demonstrate the high degree of technical proficiency at the Agency for Defense Development, which has been working on these systems for some time now. This is South Korea's Hyunmoo-4-4 submarine-launched ballistic missile tested in September 2021 for the first time. The ramjet anti-ship cruise missile, very much an interesting capability in the context of the shifting military balance in Northeast Asia. South Korea's new air-to-ground missile system, an indigenous variant of the Taurus missile, which South Korea has operated on its KF-15 fighters for some time. And this is the motor test for the space launch vehicle, which South Korea will soon use to launch military satellites. And so let me just end with a few concluding thoughts. So North Korea is pressing ahead to realize objectives articulated by Kim Jong-un at the 8th Party Congress of the Workers' Party. I think this process will continue regardless of what Joe Biden or Sung Kim have to say about negotiating. I think North Korea is doing this primarily to ameliorate deterrence and to develop its nuclear force capabilities, despite the poor economic circumstances within the country, which Kim Jong-un has also been quite open about. South Korea presses ahead, meanwhile, to realize objectives articulated in the Intermediate-Term National Defense Plan. And so I think that there is an inter-Korean action-reaction cycle at work. And so what I want to close with here is, when we think about peace building, and I want to go back to that idea that I talked about at the beginning about the very collaborative nature of denuclearization. I think it behooves the two Koreas to think about, frankly speaking, arms control. And this is not a new idea on the Korean Peninsula. I would even point to the 2018 CMA, the Comprehensive Military Agreement, one of the most positive outcomes, in my opinion, from the diplomacy undertaken by President Moon's government in 2018 and 2019, as an example of the kinds of things that need to be done to address the sources of mistrust and potential motivators for arms racing on the Korean Peninsula. And so there needs to be a process that begins with this. And this can also cover conventional systems, as the CMA indeed did, and then address the asymmetric situation on the Korean Peninsula, where we do indeed have a nuclear-armed North Korea, a non-nuclear South Korea allied with a nuclear United States, which extends deterrence to South Korea. But we need to think now in terms of threat reduction, in terms of arms control. And finally, I do think we need to think about the possibility for near-term inter-Korean engagement as a function of what might happen next March in South Korea's elections, because I think the outcomes of that election will be quite important for how our two countries proceed in engaging with North Korea. So let me end now, and I very much look forward to my co-panelists' presentation and to questions from the excellent set discussants. So thank you, and I yield the floor back.
네, 안키 판다 선임연구원 감사합니다. 약간의
Yes, thank you very much. We are a little bit behind schedule, but thank you very much for your presentation. You've mentioned about the nuclear capabilities and missiles of North Korea, that it's getting more sophisticated and ever, and thank you very much for that detailed presentation. You talked about the threats that are posed and also on Korea's missile capabilities, and you talked about the arms race. So in terms of a disarmament perspective, I think some of the implications would be that there may be some nuclear negotiations based on disarmament. However, if you think about dismantlement or CVID, the definition on that is very much different and uncertain amongst the stakeholders. So you've mentioned that point as well. And I believe that in the future, if we do engage in any denuclearization negotiations, it may become more complex, more challenging, considering all of these differences in views. And let's say that if we do move on to a disarmament negotiations, would it go down the path as intended by DPRK? So that could be another concern. So to Dr. Anke Panda, during the panel discussion, it would be great if you can also respond to some of these concepts where you've mentioned about the fact that we do not have a consensus on the definition of dismantlement or CVID. So as we see the sophistication of nuclear capabilities and missiles of North Korea, the fact that in terms of the concept of denuclearization, the fact that we do not have no consensus, do you think that this will stay true? Do you think that there is any possibility to actually come to a conclusion on the definition? So you may comment on that during the panel discussion if you may. Let us now move on to the next speaker, who was also the policy advisor to the Ministry of Unification, now currently the fellow at KINU. So he has a lot of experience on site as well. So Dr. Kim Sang-gi, he will be presenting on the establishment of peace and denuclearization regime on the Korean Peninsula. I'm pretty sure that he will be talking about the relationship between denuclearization and peace on the Korean Peninsula. So Dr. Kim, you now have the floor. You have 25 minutes. Hello everyone, I am Kim Sang-gi from KINU. The topic of my presentation is establishment of peace and denuclearization regime on the Korean Peninsula and the major challenges and measures. First of all, let's look into some of the challenges that exist. I want to talk about how these challenges, what kinds of processes it went through, what the current status is, and go into the issues. And I will move on to what we need to do to establish a peace and denuclearization regime.
예, 우선 사실 지금 이번 세션에 이제
The key word for this session is 30 years of nuclear negotiations with North Korea, but I think that another key word is 68 years since the armistice. So what I would like to talk about today is the fact that we need to think of these two keywords in parallel. So the 68 years since armistice and the 30 years of nuclear issues. In order to solve these challenges, we need to establish a peace and denuclearization regime. So what kind of challenges persist? First, with regard to establishing a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, it means that we need to find a way to overcome the unstable order that exists in the 68 years of this armistice. In 1953, ever since the armistice agreement, there were many conflicts, sacrifices, and a continuing of tensions. So what we need to do is going beyond pausing a war, we need to find a way to eliminate structural factors that could cause a war. And because of this necessity, that's why we need to usher in a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. And if we want to go into this challenge and the resolution, we first need to define the concept of peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. In that aspect, it's about establishing institutions and mutual trust to fundamentally resolve risks of war on the Korean Peninsula. I think that this is probably a well-defined concept of a peace regime. And in order to achieve a peace regime, we need not only a documented agreement, but also a transition in identity. In other words, from foe to friend. Such a change and transformation is required. So at the end of the day, some of the key challenges for a peace regime starts off with a peace agreement, arms control, resolving hostile perceptions, and building trust. So I think that we have these three pillars of challenges. And another key point is denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula. So basically, we need to resolve North Korea's nuclear threats, and we also need to find a way to resolve the confrontation centering on North Korea's nuclear issues and tensions. And another key point here is that we need to find a linkage between denuclearization and the establishment of a peace regime. In other words, denuclearization needs a peace regime, and to build a peace regime, we also need denuclearization. So one is needed for the other. So this relationship is quite valid. So then, this is one diagram that can help my elaboration. First, arms control is a concept that does not include denuclearization, for your information. Of course, in principle, denuclearization should be included in the realms of arms control. However, if we think about the Korean Peninsula and when we talk about denuclearization, it seems to be thought as a separate topic from arms control. So here as well, arms control would not encompass denuclearization in this diagram. So there are these four challenges. We have arms control, denuclearization, peace agreement, and resolving hostile perceptions and building trust. These four challenges actually have an impact to each other. It's interactive and it could actually cause a virtuous cycle. And these four challenges, in the process of resolving these challenges or achieving these goals, will ultimately have us usher in a peace and denuclearized regime. Let us now move on to these individual challenges, what kind of processes it went through, and what the current status is now. It is in now, currently. So first, let us talk about the denuclearization negotiations. As you're very well aware, with regard to denuclearization, there were many agreements in place. However, they were either scrapped or were not implemented. So it was a repetition of such. Ever since the mid 2000s and onwards, in other words, in 2005, we had the September 19th military agreement, but you can see that there was also the U.S. sanctions on the BDA, the Banco Delta Asia, and therefore we were not able to respect this agreement. And in 2007, there was the October 3rd agreement, which led to an agreement based on six-party talks. So there was an opportunity to implement this agreement. However, in terms of the reporting and verification methods, there were differing opinions, and therefore this agreement could not be implemented. And in December 2nd, 2019, there was another agreement, but with the launch of North Korea's satellite, this in itself was scrapped. And in 6 months' time, in 2018, based on the Panmunjom Declaration of April 27th, there was an agreement of June 12th between North Korea and the US. However, once again, in 2019, because of the differing of opinions on denuclearization and corresponding measures, such agreement could not be implemented. So throughout this process, as we've seen agreements scrapped and not being implemented, the DPRK's nuclear and missile capabilities continue to be advanced and enhanced. And there's particularly a focus that we need to put on for the 6 years after April 2012, because there was an impasse. In other words, there was an absence of dialogues and negotiations for these 6 years. However, what happened was the nuclear and missile capabilities rapidly increased for DPRK. This was also a period where U.S. Focused on strategic patience and has strengthened its sanctions on DPRK. In the case of North Korea, it has pursued the nuclear economy parallel policy. And another point that I would like to mention is ever since 2018, there was an absence of nuclear mid to long range missile tests since 2018. So for 4 years, there were no tests. Since 2018, the peace process was underway, and in DPRK, April 20th, 2018 was the day where they decided to transition its strategic stance to have a more focus on its economy. But of course, we've seen a reinitiation of the impasse on nuclear negotiations. And even now, as we speak, North Korea is continuing on to enhance its nuclear capabilities. So then, with regard to the peace regime, what kind of steps or phases were there, and what is the current status? First, if we think about the peace agreement, it has some transitional traits of an armistice agreement. That's why this is necessary. If you refer to the Armistice Agreement, Article 4, Paragraph 16, 1953, it indicates that extra negotiations are needed for peaceful settlement of issues on the Korean Peninsula. Of course, the Armistice Agreement has as a prerequisite a peace agreement. However, for the 68 years, the war was just momentarily suspended. So, in other words, this armistice has persisted for the years. And that is why we need to resolve the instability of this armistice legally as well as institutionally. And that is why we need a subsequent peace agreement. Despite the necessity, there were an absence of discussions on such a peace agreement. And the reason is closely tied to nuclear issues of DPRK. So then, the reason why there were no discussions had to do with two reasons. First, was that there were major issues during the Cold War era where North Korea demanded the withdrawal of USFK, and another key issue during the Cold War era was about who are the major players of this negotiation. So there were some divided opinions as to who are the involved parties, and that's why that led to the absence of discussions on peace agreement. However, since the 1990s, we've been seeing an easing of these conventional issues. For instance, North Korea has responded flexibly on the USFK issue since the 90s, and from the 2000s and onwards, with regard to who are the involved parties, there was a consensus on this, and that at the end of the day, the involved parties would be the two Koreas, the US, and China. But of course, denuclearization has become a hindrance to such discussions. And the reason why I say that is because the sequential order of peace agreement and denuclearization was something that remained divided in views. And this has become an important issue before initiating any peace agreement negotiations. Of course, right now we're talking about the need for an end of war declaration, and I think that it starts off with this point here. So, in order to move on to a peace agreement, a political end of war declaration was suggested as an initial attempt to go for a peace agreement. So there are a lot of negotiations on this right now. The Panmunjom Declaration in 2018 includes the end of war declaration. However, discussions that focus on a peace agreement are still absent. Let me now move on to the challenge of arms control. To remove factors that cause military conflicts or tensions on the Korean Peninsula and mitigate security dilemmas, and arms control is necessary. So, in terms of the operational perspective, these will include measures to build military trust to limit military activities, and in terms of the structural control, it would include an arms reduction. And with regard to an arms control, up till now, there were some negotiations between the two Koreas, and partially some areas have been implemented. However, right now, we are not seeing any further progress in arms control, and the reason lies in the nuclear issue of DPRK. In 1991, the Two Korea Basic Agreement was agreed upon, and it does include comprehensively both operational and structural arms control. However, it failed to result in any implementation. And in 2000, during the military talks, there were some discussions on this. However, it did not lead to any key implementations. From the 90s and onwards, the North Korean nuclear issue has become the first priority, and therefore the conventional arms control issues have been put on the back burner, leading to such issues as I have already mentioned. And the Two Korea military agreement was signed in September 2018. And this, of course, created an important opportunity to implement operational arms control. And some of the achievements included demilitarization on JSA, GP removal, and suspension on hostile activities near the MDL. However, despite all that, in February 2019, with the failure of the Hanoi summit, there were no additional progress on the arms control front for the two Koreas. Let me now move on to the next challenge of resolving hostile perceptions and building trust. In order to build a peace regime, it does not include not only institutional efforts for institutionalization, but also changes in the national perceptions on both sides, or changes in identity. In other words, in the past, there were several agreements successfully documented. However, we weren't able to engage in any tangible implementation, which had to do with the persisting hostile perceptions and lack of trust towards one another. That is why we need a change of perception from foe to friend. And one way to do that would be to promote not only between the two Koreas but also between DPRK and the US the promotion of dialogue, exchange, and cooperation. So through the continuation and reactivation of dialogue, exchange, and cooperation, we can find each other's interests and preferences and implement expected actions of the other and build trust in the process. So to resolve hostile perceptions and build trust, as mentioned, we should engage in exchange and cooperation. However, there were ups and downs in such exchange and cooperation. Then there was always a linkage to the DPRK nuclear issues in the process. In 1998, there was tourism to Kumgamsang Mountain. There was an increased inter-Korean exchanges and cooperation ever since the Inter-Korean Summit in 2000. However, since the late 2000s, the inter-Korean relations entered into a lull. There were many events and incidents that led to a negative impact on inter-Korean relations, but particularly, we can say that the conflict over North Korean nuclear issues was the main cause. And since the mid-2010, North Korea's acceleration of nuclear development, strengthening of sanctions against North Korea, has led to further difficulties in inter-Korean exchange and cooperation. And in 2018, inter-Korean exchange and cooperation did resume. However, in February 2019, with the collapse of the Hanoi negotiations, all of the exchange and cooperation has been suspended. So that was the two Koreas. In the case of the US and North Korea relations, it is very difficult to explain the ups and downs of dialogue and exchange without mentioning denuclearization negotiations. So up till now, I mentioned about the four tasks at hand of the history behind it and the current status. So then, in the future, what should we do and how should we do that? The point I would like to emphasize here is that in order to build a peace and nuclear-free regime, we need a paradigm shift. We've mentioned the four tasks, and there are some key points or key implications of these four tasks. First, the peace agreement, arms control, and revitalization of exchange and cooperation, all of these tasks tend to be subordinated to the North Korean nuclear issue. And the prioritization of the U.S. DPRK nuclear negotiations or denuclearization has become a dominant paradigm. So there was a lot of dependence on such negotiations between these two. And if this paradigm continues, if there is no progress in the nuclear negotiations between the US and DPRK, all other tasks will see no progress. So it is possible that the current situation may continue or happen repeatedly. So that's why we do need a paradigm shift. And how can we engage in that transition to a peace process on the Korean Peninsula? Well, I believe that uh, as we engage in the peace process in 2018, we can utilize that as a catalyst. In 2017 and until June of 2018, I think that that full process can be a model. In the late 2017, amidst intensified tensions on the Korean Peninsula, South Korea decided to promote inter-Korean dialogue and cooperation. On December 19, 2017, President Moon Jae-in announced a decision to postpone the ROK-US joint military exercise. And in 2018, January 1st, Chairman Kim Jong-un announces its will to participate in the Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. And then we had the high-level talks, inter-Korean high-level talks in 2018 January, followed by the North Korean delegation, athletes and supporters visiting South Korea. And there were special envoys visit to North Korea in 2018 March, where there was a promise on inter-Korean summits and confirmation by DPRK of its intention to negotiate with the US. And we've also seen the announcement of a possible US North Korea summit, and there was the Panmunjom Declaration in 2018 April. Although there was the US and DPRK summit was on the verge of cancellation in May of 2018, we were able to enable an inter-Korean summit as well as the US DPRK summit eventually. So there are two lessons, or a couple of lessons that we can learn in this process, where the two Korea dialogue and cooperation was the most important driving force behind the 2018 peace process on the Korean Peninsula. And through the dialogue and cooperation, ever since the long 6-year impasse since the agreement in 2012, February 29th, a breakthrough was provided through this peace process of 2018. That's why what I would like to emphasize is that we need to shift our central point of view from the US DPRK nuclear negotiations to a simultaneous pursuit of a peace regime and denuclearization. And if I may elaborate further on the need to do that, well, we need to first put inter-Korean cooperation at the center because we are the owners of the Korean Peninsula, and because we are the biggest victims of tension on the peninsula, as well as the biggest beneficiaries when peace settles on the peninsula. And that is why inter-Korean dialogue and cooperation is a fundamental or a primary driving force behind peace and denuclearization. And as mentioned, empirically demonstrated in the beginning and in the process of development of the peace process in 2018, this is indeed valid. And I've mentioned about the necessity to promote a peace regime and denuclearization in parallel. Zelikow in 2018 mentioned the following, if I may cite the words of this scholar: focusing narrowly on denuclearization is a wrong strategy. So a denuclearization-oriented or denuclearization-first strategy can make denuclearization even more difficult. And dialogue, negotiations need to be promoted in parallel to see progress in other tasks for establishing a peace regime, including peace agreements, arms control, exchanges, and cooperation. So considering this, we need to reduce dependence on US DPRK negotiations and to deal with a multiple set of agenda simultaneously in a bilateral and multilateral layered negotiation framework. So even if we do see denuclearization negotiations meet an impasse, progress is made and other tasks can serve as a driver for another denuclearization negotiation. And if I may put this differently, it should not be a one-lane road that centers on denuclearization, but we need a road that centers on peace agreements, arms control, denuclearization, and exchange and cooperation. So in other words, a 4-lane or a 6-lane road should be what we should put in place at the same time. And as mentioned, the peace regime tasks, including peace agreement, arms control, exchange, and cooperation, requires denuclearization, and denuclearization also needs the peace regime tasks to be realized in order to be a reality. So then, if we want to promote peace regime and denuclearization in parallel, how should we do that? What should be the action plan? So that would be the last part of my presentation. What's most important is to have the inter-Korean talks resume and to improve the relations. And we also need to engage in active measures to bring North Korea to the discussion table. So right now, as of present, what we can say is that we need to consider postponing or canceling the Iraq-US joint exercise scheduled in March 2022. And such suspending or canceling of the joint exercise will contribute to creating an environment for US DPRK talks or end of war declaration. And a need for an unconditioned humanitarian support or cooperation for North Korea is something that I would like to suggest, including food, fertilizer, and public health related assistance. DPRK recognizes humanitarian cooperation as a non-essential issue, so that's how they perceive this. However, when combined with the suspension of the ROK-US joint military exercise, it can help build trust and improve inter-Korean relations. And we need to promote the two-Korea arms control and cooperational exchange as mentioned. So first, we do need to create a two-Korea joint military committee to make this possible. In 2018, there was disagreement already to have this committee in place to engage in consultation on military drills and military buildup, continued military agreement, and arms control that can commensurate with trust building are needed. And for cooperation, we need to promote projects irrelevant to sanctions first and foremost. And it is necessary to actively pursue a a UN sanction relief on main inter-Korean projects such as the resuming the operation of Kaesong Industrial Complex, as well as connecting and modernizing railroads, and propose a new set of inter-Korean cooperation agenda going forward. And another key part that I would like to mention is creating a multi-level framework for bilateral and multilateral dialogue and negotiation. I believe that through a joint proposal by the two Koreas, we need to see bilateral and multilateral dialogues take place in parallel. Inter-Korean talks, US DPRK negotiations, four-party forums on peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, and six-party talks are something that we need to pursue going forward. In the case of the four-party forums, I think that it should first focus on issues regarding to end-of-war declaration. And based on a stable four-party forum, we can initiate discussions on a peace agreement on the Korean Peninsula. And then through the six-party talks, we can focus on regional security, climate change, as well as health issues. And what I would like to say is that if we do create a multi-level framework for dialogue and negotiations, when one negotiation, for example, nuclear negotiations, see no progress or if it meets an impasse, we will be able to build trust from the progress that's found in other agenda items, which will in turn create a virtuous cycle. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kim, and also thank you very much for keeping to the limited time. You've talked about the importance of a paradigm shift. In 1991, we had the basic agreement, also the year when KINU was established. And if you look at the articles of the basic agreement of the two Koreas and the various joint committees and subcommittees that were agreed upon in the agreement, if we did have an implementation of all of these clauses, I believe that, as Dr. Kim has suggested, a multi-road virtuous cycle would have been already in place. So 30 years back, there were many ideas that were in place, but we're seeing a repetition of devising and suggesting the very same ideas. So that, I think, indicates that KINU still has many roles to play still in the future. And I do have a question as moderator to you. So if we show goodwill initially, you've mentioned that we need a change of identity from foe to friend. But if you look at the 30 years of inter-Korean relationship, Korea has been extending that welcome hand, but did that actually help DPRK think of us as a friend? And I know that there are participants here online and offline, but we all do have our views on the fundamental question that exists between the relationship of the two Koreas. And with regard to the USFK, you've mentioned that the stance of DPRK has been quite eased. So did they officially proclaim that or mention that? I would like to ask that as a question. So we have now 3 panelists here today. Our first panelist is Professor Jeon Bong-gun from Korea National Diplomatic Agency. He also served as a security advisor to the Blue House, and he has extensive experience in diplomacy. And for the past 30 years, he's been engaged in the North Korean nuclear issues. So, because we don't have not a lot of time, I'd like to ask our panelists to confine their remarks to 10 minutes. So, first, Professor Chun.
So I've just been introduced. My name is Jeon Bong-gun. I prepared an outline of what I wanted to say, but I would like to focus on the fact that we are here celebrating the 30th anniversary of KINU's founding, although we should not be commemorating or celebrating the situation on the Korean Peninsula at any means, by no means, but I wanted to try to provide the observations that I've had over the past few years and what we can do to try to establish a peace regime in the Korean Peninsula, specifically the challenges that exist before us. If we look back over the past 30 years of the North Korean issues, I was able to come up with the following things to consider. And I have my own thoughts, some more observations that I would like to give to you, but in the interest of time, I would just like to keep this short. The North Korean nuclear negotiations over the past 30 years have gone through a very vicious cycle, and I think that it's going to happen in the future because we've seen this crisis, then agreement, and then the dismantlements of the agreement. We've seen this happen 7 times, about 7 cycles, and earlier on, we've heard from Dr. Kim say that this vicious cycle has happened in the 20th century and on, but I think that because this vicious cycle has not been broken, it's likely going to happen again in the future. And so when I like to give this proposition, it's that we have to try to break this vicious cycle. It's great that we agree on something and come up with an agreement, but when there's an agreement, we have to make sure that it won't be broken, and we should be able to enter into these negotiations even without a crisis, but it appears that we are somehow unable to do that. And second, the observation that I've had is that nuclear capabilities of DPRK have doubled in capability every 8 years or so. Going forward, it's going to roughly be the same. It's going to double in capacity and strength every 8 years. We're sitting here in this conference today, but even now, real time, DPRK is really working hard on developing their missiles and weapon systems. There is no way, and there's no reason for them to stop. There is no reason for them to take a break. So are we going to sit here and wait as well? ROK, the US, the international community must ask ourselves if this is what we're going to do, because if we just sit around and wait, then maybe right now, because the U.S. arsenal, they have about 50 nuclear weapons. But after we get into 2030s, then we'll likely see 100 nuclear weapons in their arsenal. This means that DPRK is going to ask for more concessions, maybe double what they're asking now, or maybe later on DPRK would just outright refuse to come to the negotiating table altogether. And is that something we want? Is that something we're just going to sit around and wait and let happen? The third thing that I wanted to say is related to what Dr. Kim said in his presentation, that denuclearization and the peace regime are interrelated and they impact one another. But based on my observation, I think that we cannot have a peace regime without denuclearization or other vice versa. I think that denuclearization is important because DPRK is engaging in nuclear beef up because they feel a threat to their regime's security. And we cannot resolve that without the guarantee of a peace regime. And without that guarantee, there's no way for North Korea to drop everything and enter into the road of denuclearization. So this is the reality, structurally speaking. But politically, many people are saying that we have to do the other sequence. But I think that structurally, I feel that we cannot have denuclearization without a peace regime. The fourth proposition is that the cost for denuclearization now is going to be cheaper than it is tomorrow. Because as I mentioned before, DPRK is continuing to build up its nuclear weapons. And South Korea is also investing very heavily in our own arms. This is something that Dr. Panda mentioned, and also this is something that Dr. Kim mentioned, that over the last several years, we've seen defense budget spending increase about CAGR 6.5%. So I don't think this is sustainable going forward. If possible, even now, even today, we should try to engage in denuclearization, even at the expense of offering different kinds of economic and social benefits and concessions in the DPRK, because this is simply going to be cheaper. And next, I think that DPRK's nuclear strategy has succeeded, whereas ROK's nuclear strategy has failed. So this makes it seem that we have done something terribly wrong, but I think there's something more important here, which is that DPRK's national strategy has failed. If we look at DPRK now, 30 years ago, their situation has not improved at all. They're still seeing threats to their regime security. They're still seeing threats to their international status. DPRK is really fixated on this international status and standing. I think, in fact, their status has worsened compared to 30 years ago. Whereas if we look at ROK, our North Korea nuclear policy has failed, but our national policy has succeeded over the last 30 years in terms of the economy, foreign affairs, diplomacy, and international status. So we feel that right now, because our nuclear policy is failing, maybe denuclearization seems a way off, but I think that there would be an opportunity for dialogue with DPRK because their national strategy has effectively failed. So this is what I felt over the last 30 years. And I think that peace regime and an end-of-war declaration are very important, and this is something that I want to briefly touch upon. Right now, when we talk about peace regime, people automatically think about a peace agreement, and yes, that is important, but I think that for us to get from a regime to an agreement, the first step that we have to take would be an end-of-war declaration, which many people have been arguing for. But as you know, whether it be an end-of-war declaration or a peace agreement, over the past 10 years, we've tried to bring this up with China or DPRK, but as has been mentioned, it all comes down to who are going to be the parties involved, and is this something that is even feasible? I think that there are two kinds of peace agreements. One is a statutory peace agreement, and the other is a political peace agreement. A statutory peace agreement is entering into a legal peace agreement, a legal kind of document. And this would bring in lots of different issues, such as the USFK troops and the UN command, Chorus alliance would be weakened. All of these different issues would be raised, which is why both in ROK and the US and in Japan, a kind of statutory peace agreement would be very difficult to happen. So we have to work towards a statutory peace agreement, but if that is difficult for now, I think we can go take a shortcut and first of all, try to establish a political peace agreement, and later, when things get better, then maybe we can transition to a legal kind of peace agreement. So what exactly is a political peace agreement? I think that the fundamentals of a peace agreement or peace regime is that right now in this part of the world, we're not having a peace regime, not because we don't have a peace agreement, a piece of paper, is because there are different kinds of hostility. The inter-Korean hostility, U.S. DPRK hostility, and Japan hostility. And so this is making it very difficult. If we can establish diplomatic ties to try to overcome all these different hostile and tense relations, then I think that we can perhaps go into the arc of a peace regime. And so if it's very difficult right now, for many different reasons, to enter into a statutory peace agreement, we can take a step towards a political peace agreement. So what should we do? We have to try to pursue an end-of-war declaration, and if the U.S. continues to hesitate or say no, then perhaps the inter-Koreans we have the basic agreement. So maybe we can include a provision in that existing basic agreement, and the U.S. DPRK will say that we are going to enter into talks for a possible diplomatic relations, and in the initiation of those negotiations, they can say that war has ended. And when the U.S. and ROC do that with the DPRK, then I think that Japan will likely be eager to follow suit and say that they would also like to establish diplomatic ties with DPRK. And if we can achieve that, I think that we can take a step closer, politically speaking, towards a political peace agreement. And when we can have that, when we have achieved that, we can leverage that to try to get to a statutory process. And I think that would be the desirable flow of events. I have some questions that I would like to ask. I think that right now, the most feasible accord to the denuclearization issue is something that was stated by Blinken in 2018, around the time of the Hanoi summit. At the time, he, I believe, wrote an op-ed twice, directed to Trump, saying to win a Nobel, Trump should look to the Iran deal. The best model for a nuclear deal with North Korea is Iran. In here, he proposed that we reach an interim deal with North Korea because the final deal is very impossible at the moment. So he proposed that they reach an interim deal with North Korea. I think that this is something that the foreign affairs, the diplomatic team at Biden, they have that memory of JCPOA, so I think that they would all understand what an interim deal is. An interim deal would freeze nuclear activities and start to roll it back and gradually ease economic sanctions and so on. If we can have this kind of interim deal, then the North Korea's ongoing nuclear activities would be frozen, and then there would be Yongbyon facilities would be dismantled, coupled with different corresponding measures, economic and security related from our part. And if we can do that, then I think that we can very quickly come up with a draft interim deal, which could lead to an actual interim deal and perhaps an actual agreement down the road. So this would buy us time to work together more closely in terms of negotiations. So my question to our two presenters is, if you think this is possible for the U.S. and DPRK to enter into an interim deal, of course, this won't be something that comes out of nowhere. We have to engage in many different kinds of incentives to try to give to the DPRKs to bring them back to the negotiating table. So my argument is that we have to engage in humanitarian aid, a kind of unconditional humanitarian aid. But I think the best way, a best possible kind of incentive to make DPRK come to the table is for President Biden to perhaps write a letter to Kim Jong-un. And I heard Kim Jong-un likes to refer himself as President Kim Jong-un these days. So maybe President Biden can write a letter, a correspondence to President Kim Jong-un. And President Biden would try to write in on the letter what they want to achieve. Let's say we want to achieve everything in the Singapore Agreement. And I know that you're working on moratorium. Please continue working on the moratorium. And in the letter, he can also state the different provisions of the Singapore Agreement and what we're going to do in terms of achieving denuclearization, and perhaps maybe even tout the idea of opening different working level negotiations. I think that there is a high likelihood that Kim Jong-un would respond to this letter, and this could confirm that DPRK is actually having the moratoriums, and maybe we can even have an actual meeting between the two sides. Many people say that President Biden would never agree to writing a letter. I think that I agree that there won't be a US DPRK face-to-face summit. But would it be so hard for President Biden to write a letter to Kim Jong-un? Because all of the past US presidents, all of them from Clinton to onwards, every single one of them has written a letter to Kim Jong-un. So I don't think that this is an extraordinary measure. I think that this could be seen as practice, customary practice. And if you just give a letter, send a letter to Kim Jong-un, and if Kim Jong-un would come to the negotiating table, I think that this is very low cost, but huge benefits. But I think that U.S. would have a concern, which is that what if the U.S. sends a letter and the DPRK receives a letter, but they don't respond? Of course, that is the great risk. But regarding that possible risk, I think that ROK and maybe even China can work together with the DPRK and kind of persuade and maybe even initially engage in some different behind the scenes channels to try to make it happen. So I wonder if this could be a feasible option. This is the other question that I have to our presenters. Thank you very much. I think that that was a very important proposition that you made, perhaps correspondence exchange between the leaders of the two states to try to include some practical information, practical kind of propositions in the letter, that maybe this could lead to a good approach. And in your remarks, you've said regarding US DPRK and Japan DPRK diplomatic relations that there are some of these different proposals that we can think of. But with the basic agreements in 1991, the strategies that went into crafting that can also be used because at the time the same spirit went into trying to establish diplomatic ties between Japan and DPRK. This was around the time of 1991 or so, but there were some in-depth discussions by different strategists, and ultimately the diplomatic relations were not established between Japan and the DPRK. There are many different strategists who tried to work on that, and then it didn't happen, but this was a story that I later heard.
Let us now move on to the second discussant. We have Senior Research Fellow of Korea Institute for Defense Analysis, Dr. Bu Hyung-uk. So Dr. Bu was also a senior advisor of security to the Blue House, and not only in policy, but he also has extensive experience on the field, and I believe that he can provide us with some practical suggestions. So yes, you have 10 minutes. Yes, Dr. Bu, you have the floor. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations to KINU for on its 30th anniversary. I wanted to also, well, first focus on some of the comments by Dr. Anki Panda. On the Korean Peninsula, we're seeing an arms race. We do have the goal of permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula, but in reality, you can see that there's an acceleration of an arms race. Of course, we need to strengthen our deterrence internally because we need to respond to any external threats. So we do need to strengthen our deterrence. However, you can see that sometimes it's going down a downward spiral. The current administration is focusing on strengthen national defense, and because I am in the area of defense, I think that it is the right way to go, because if you look at the national defense expenditure, it's a record high. During the Lee Myung-bak administration, it was 8 trillion, and 6 trillion added during the Park Geun-hye administration. But for the current administration, you can see that the defense expenditure was 40 trillion and has been increased to 55 trillion. So it was even more than the total of the two previous administrations. So you can see that we are seeing a lot of focus on building a strong national defense. In the case of North Korea, it has been focusing on advancing its nuclear capabilities despite its economic difficulties, and as mentioned, the possibility of using its nuclear capabilities. And not only that, new missiles have been launched and developed. So there were so many multiple missile testing that was ongoing at DPRK. So considering all this, well, Jervis has talked about a security dilemma, and I think that is what we're seeing right now on the Korean Peninsula. In other words, we have those that put security on the defensive, saying that the strategic environment where the party of the offensive has an upper hand, what happens is the other party just has to follow suit. So the medical technology basically determines the defense strategy of a nation. And this is a very risky situation. So that is the point that I would like to make. So on the Korean Peninsula, we do have a dual security dilemma where everybody has the temptation for a preemptive strike. And because we have a environment where the party of the offensive has the upper hand, of course, we all do want to maintain the status quo. And even though the countries do have the same will, we do see a lot of aggressiveness unintentionally and uninevitably. If you look at World War One, many of the scholars said that nobody wanted a war, but because you can see that nobody wants an arms race and an outbreak of war, but a path toward a rising arms race will be increasingly inevitable as the party who attacked first is highly likely to gain the upper hand in military power. So I believe that it's important to understand what kind of strategy will be valid in this process. And as mentioned, there is the action and reaction type of model that was mentioned by Dr. Panda, and there is the risks that comes from this chain reaction leading to a war. And we need to be aware of this action reaction model, and we need the military recognition or military alertness that if we do not move on to an arms control, it can become very dangerous. And as was already mentioned, the countries that want to maintain the status quo will have to be on the offensive as a way of deterrence. So it's the same case for us as well. But even for South Korea, if you look at the operational plan of 5018, it indicates that if there is any possibility of a nuclear strike, then we will be engaging in a preemptive fashion. So it's a very offensive type of intention that was indicated in the ops plan of 5018. And I've mentioned that our defense expenditure is now 40 trillion to 55 trillion. And you can see that most of that defense expenditure has to do with our response to the nuclear capabilities of DPRK as well as WMD. And I believe that more than 70% of that has to do with a capability to maintain a capability of deterrence by denial. So what happens is that we will be intercepting the nuclear capabilities before it actually strikes a blow on the Korean Peninsula. That's the approach of the government. That it's about building the capability of the deterrence by denial. But it means that we need a lot of expenditure and investments. And because there is a preemptive strike type of element to it, what happens is that for DPRK, they tend to have this obsessive thinking that they could lose nuclear weapons if they do not use it. So, of course, we are cornering DPRK to enhance their nuclear capabilities. For us, because there is that nuclear threat, we may say that this is only unnatural, but this is, of course, not a desirable situation. So once again, this action and reaction type of model that leads to a downward spiral of an arms race or an escalation of tension is something that we need to stop. And of course, DPRK didn't see an extensive increase in its defense expenditure, but for us, as mentioned, we did. And in that aspect, what we need to understand is that there is a bureaucratic inertia that exists that leads to a further arms race across the military in Korea. So there are a lot of commentaries, bureaucratic logic that comes into play, leading to escalating this action and reaction model. And it's the same case for DPRK. They do have limited resources. So in terms of their conventional military build-up and capabilities, you can see that there is a severe competition for resources because of their limitations. And because of that very reason, there are various weapon systems that are being introduced. This is, of course, a irrational type of military build-up, but that's what's happening right now, a military sprawling. Sometimes they would be going in all different ways. They would be focusing on short-range missiles and then different type of missiles all of a sudden. So if you do not concentrate on your weaponry system, it lacks the efficiency and effectiveness. However, if you look at the military and the sub-military aspects, there is a competition for further resources. And they're saying that as a reaction to the action, it's something that's only taken for granted and only natural, that we need to respond to such threats. So you can see that this competition for further resources has led to a dual escalation of a further arms race across the military. Right now, between the two Koreas, just with the conventional arms, they do have an excessive deterrence that can threaten and destroy the other. But we're seeing this continue on. This is the reality. But I think we need to put this to a close. An absolute security type of logic will just lead to war. We, of course, cannot instill peace. It will just lead to a war. So that's my view. So we really need to find a way to identify a breakthrough. So what should we do going forward? We do know that there is this extensive nuclear threat, and our model that we know, if you look at Europe, they first started with the nuclear negotiations, and after that, that has led to the INF, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, and then there was the Treaty on Conventional Arms Forces in Europe, the CFV, a conventional arms control. And in Europe, this was a very successful model. So this was the only successful model that we were aware of. So what we were trying to do is first focus on denuclearization and engage in the conventional arms control. That is probably the fixed idea that we have, and we were trying to apply this to DPRK as well. However, if you look at DPRK, well, all they have is their nuclear capability. Therefore, North Korea has no means to counter the combined military of rocky U.S. with its obsolete conventional military force, meaning that there is no virtuous cycle possible with the approach from Europe. So I think that right now we're focused on this denuclearization first type of mindset, but we need to overcome that. We need a breakthrough. And another situation that I would like to mention is that, yes, there is a positive to it, where with the strategic rivalry between the U.S. and China, DPRK does not want to irk the U.S., and it's just focused on short-range missile launches or missile testing. This indicates that there may be some window of opportunity for negotiations and dialogue, because the U.S. is trying to arm their allies. It repealed the missile guidance of ROC in U.S. So what it's trying to do is respond and counter to the Chinese military threat by arming their allies centered on the U.S. But if you look at DPRK, if it engages in any provocations, the military assets can be deployed to their allies. So the U.S. can deploy their military assets, and that's why DPRK is keeping that on check. And if you look at China and DPRK, both governments are trying not to go over the red line. I think that they're trying to refrain from that. In the case of, well, ICBM, and they haven't been able to develop their technology to re-enter orbit, but they're not doing anything of such, and they're not engaging in any missile testing of the SLBM, for instance. And I think that this all has to do with their stance to refrain from any provocations. And therefore, we need to take advantage of this situation. So the strategic rivalry between the U.S. and China, I think that this is a very critical time, because DPRK has no option to refrain from its testing or its provocation. So I think that we need to take advantage of this. there are 4 points of contention between the U.S. and China, and we do not necessarily have to add another point. There's the East China Sea, South China Sea, as well as Taiwan. But I think that the wise way to go is not to be included in this rivalry agenda, because you can see that it, we do not want to be negatively impacted from this rivalry. Once there is a provocation on the Korean Peninsula. So if there is such agreement, I think that there is a way to attract a DPRK for a resolution. So what would be the engine behind this? I think that we have to think about the joint exercise. And this is like, it has a symbolic meaning in terms of DPRK's argument that they do not want a hostile stance. Well, the operational plan is the basis of this joint exercise of ROC US. It was about integrating the forces to lead to unification. So that is the essence of the ops plan. We want to topple the regime and move on to unification. That is the sole plan of the operational plan. So for DPRK, they may think of this not as a defensive strategy, but as an offense strategy. And I think that we need to admit that. And another point that I'd like to make is that DPRK, we cannot, of course, recognize them as a nuclear power, but military speaking, they do have nuclear capabilities. So I think that that should be recognized with a military perspective, and we need the corresponding operational plan that can focus on that. Right now, the operational plan presumes that no nuclear strike will take place and will be going for unification. But this is disregarding the reality, because DPRK has been constantly mentioning the possibility of using their nuclear capabilities. But if the presumption is that there will be no nuclear offense, I think that such exercise based on such op plan will be quite inefficient and does not reflect the reality. If you look at the ops plan, it includes crisis management exercise. Yes, would you like to wrap up within a minute, please? And for about 1 or 2 weeks, there's a defense exercise and a offensive exercise. So it's okay to focus on, let's say, the first section of the defense exercise. But in the case of the retaliation strike exercise or offense exercise, well, the U.S. does not want a war because based on the Mutual Defense Treaty, the U.S. Does have this obligation to defend Korea on the Korean Peninsula. But it's not like they want to be on the offensive and lead to unification at the price of their soldiers. So I think, yes, so we should, if we do want to engage in a joint exercise, maybe we should repeal the second section of the offensive exercise in order to find a way to induce DPRK. And if you can see that, of course, we may say that we cannot scrap the joint exercise overall, but if we can find a way to repeal the second section, this can be a trigger or a driver force to have DPRK take part in this process of instilling peace on the Korean Peninsula. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. We've began, I think, 10 minutes later than scheduled, and I think that the host will be giving us 10 additional minutes, but still, I think we don't have ample time, so please be mindful of the time. And our last but not least panelist.
So we've heard from the two discussion panelists, and we've also read the discussion points given by Dr. Sumi Terry and Yuval. All three of you have been very specific and very detailed in writing out your discussion points. But we'd like to ask you to restrict your comments to about 10 minutes. And now we'd like to turn to Dr. Sumi Terry, who is the director of Hyundai Motor Korea Foundation Center for Korean History and Public Policy at the Wilson Center. She's worked at CSIS and worked on Korean Peninsula related issue matters and security issues. We'll give you 10 minutes now, Doctor.
Yes, good morning. First, congratulations to KINU for the 30th anniversary, and thank you so much for asking me to participate in this conference as a final discussant in this outstanding panel with esteemed colleagues. As always, I found it to be very thoughtful and thought-provoking discussion thus far. So at the present moment, I think we have established that yet again, we are at an impasse with North Korea after 3 decades of dealing with North Korea's nuclear crisis. Actually, not only are we at an impasse, arguably in many ways, I think we're worse off today, even though we're not dealing with North Korea's nuclear tests or ICBM tests at the moment. We have now tried many different modes of negotiations with North Korea, bilateral, multilateral. We're now onto the 5th US president, from Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, from bilateral diplomacy, axis of evil, multilateral diplomacy, sanctions, easing of sanctions, strategic patience, maximum pressure to maximum engagement, including summitry, 3 face-to-face meetings between US president and North Korean leader himself. And after the end of all that, the aspirational goals announced at the 2018 Trump-Kim summit in Singapore have not materialized. Hanoi summit ended in failure, and there continues to be lack of clarity on what denuclearization even means for everyone, as Ankit talked about, and what building a peace regime of the Korean Peninsula might mean for the two Koreas, the US-ROC alliance and the region. And this Biden administration's calibrated, practical North Korea policy that they announced 7 months ago, this complete denuclearization still being a long-term goal, diplomacy as well as stern deterrence, all of that appears to have barely registered in North Korea. And making the situation worse for Washington today is the fact that I believe the Biden administration has found itself with even less of bargaining power in dealing with the North than the Trump administration enjoyed in Singapore and Hanoi, given the very impressive progress that North Korea has made in developing its nuclear missile arsenal since the Singapore summit. As you heard from Ankit Panda's excellent presentation, North Korea's new 5-year plan includes this very ambitious military modernization objectives. And as we saw with the recent testing, and thanks again for that excellent presentation, North Korea is committed to expanding and modernizing its nuclear and missile program, despite all this COVID paranoia, border closure, food shortages, and economic difficulties that North Korea is facing. And the international community is not really responding to these tests, which means, quite frankly, North Korea is in many ways succeeding in conditioning the international community to live with and tolerate North Korea as it is, right? For us to accept this inevitability of North Korea's nuclear program. So how should we respond, U.S. international community? I think Ankit asked when he said, can deterrence, threat reduction, and denuclearization all coexist? Yes, we have no choice. They all have to coexist. And we're all right now debating, we just heard this whole morning, what the best approach is in dealing with North Korea moving forward. Dr. Kim Sang-gi, in his excellent presentation, also talked about the need to transition from armistice regime to peace regime and the need for arms control. He makes the argument that if U.S. continues to prioritize denuclearization as a dominant paradigm, little progress can be made on peace agreements, arms control, and instead we need to sort of shift, simultaneously pursuing peace regime and denuclearization as an inter-Korean cooperation as a driving force. I don't disagree. I do think that establishing a peace regime in the Korean Peninsula, that's been an ongoing task since the armistice agreement. But there still remains many questions about what a peace regime, what it is, what it should produce. So I think it's essential that we agree on what it is, right? So without a consensus on what the term means, that's just only going to lead to dispute. So is it an updated version of the armistice with an added political agreement to end the war? And would it endorse a framework for reconciliation along the lines the two Koreas agreed in 1991? There would only be a slight change from the status quo based on hope for improved North-South relations over time? Or is it more of an ambitious construct linking directly to the process of reconciliation? And then it has to settle a lot of difficult issues like West Sea Northern Limit Line dispute, cross-border traffic, trade, and all of this. And building military confidence building measures that could reduce military forces along the DMZ. And if we agree that a peace regime is a concept that aims to replace the armistice regime, then it's a comprehensive framework. and it includes institutionalization of peace on the Korean Peninsula, that includes declarations and agreements and explicit and implicit norms and principles and all of that to build a sustainable, stable peace. So it's a process, and it's not a single event, building a peace regime. And it does begin with an end of war declaration, which President Moon Jae-in has asked the United States and international community to support as a way to break the current deadlock with North Korea. But I have to be frank, there is a debate in the Korea Watchers community and the policy community in Washington. And to be candid, there is a lot of skepticism because many believe that peace declarations should be tied to some sort of a positive action by North Korea to at least begin a denuclearization process, some sort of positive action, right? So while many agree that peace declaration itself would be a non-binding statement of political intent with no immediate bearing on disposition of existing U.S. forces or diplomatic arrangements, it's still a beginning point which represents commitment by all parties, which includes North Korea. So there are concerns about Washington as a whole unilaterally, after negotiating with ourselves, declaring peace, particularly in the aftermath of recent testing campaigns. So timing of this is a little bit tricky. Should we just unilaterally declare peace after negotiating with ourselves when North Korea has not taken a single positive step towards denuclearization? Just say, here's a peace declaration in response to the recent testing campaign. So what kind of message does that send? Because we don't want to send a message that we are de facto accepting North Korea as what they're doing right now. And then there's another concern about North Korea potentially using a peace declaration to raise all kinds of questions about U.S.'s role going forward. So after this peace declaration, if we criticize North Korea on human rights, if we conduct joint military exercises with South Korea, I can see them coming back with, oh, but we have a peace here. We have an end of war declaration. We have peace. Why are you, the United States, still being hostile to us? So we do need to answer some of these concerns of whether a premature declaration could allow North Korea to undermine the case for U.S.-ROK joint exercises, criticism of North Korea's human rights record, or even attempt to denuclearize North Korea. Dr. Kim talked about us postponing joint military exercises as a step towards building trust, but this is something we need to think about. And more fundamentally, Dr. Chon Bong-gun, he talked about 법적인 평화 제체 and 정치적 평화 제체, and but I'm sure all of you heard of this slippery slope argument from a peace declaration to peace treaty that it could psychologically still undermine rationale for keeping U.S. troops in South Korea. This might not be true, but it's a concern that we need to still address. That if there's a state of peace, would it undermine the rationale of keeping U.S. troops in South Korea over the long term? Concern is when the war is over, it could cause all sides, including South Korea and U.S. public, to question the need for a continuation of U.S. military presence in South Korea. This slippery slope argument might be far-fetched to a lot of us, but we saw a danger of this on the President Trump when he repeatedly made it clear his views of stationing U.S. troops in a wealthy country like South Korea as being a ripoff to U.S. taxpayers. So there is a question in the more immediate term and the long term. And I'll just say, because I think my 10 minutes is about to be up, I'm very good with my timeline, whether North Korea would even accept such a peace declaration at this point. Reportedly, this current draft of a peace declaration is in the final stage of coordination between Seoul and Washington. This draft is supposed to include clauses that this declaration will not affect the armistice status between the two Koreas and not impact United Nations Command or U.S. Forces Command. But by watering down the language so much to this peace declaration, doesn't that reduce sort of the attractiveness of this peace declaration? So would North Korea would even accept such this declaration? So there is a question about that too. And lastly, I would just say, there's a domestic political consideration in the United States. So we need to think about, in reality, even with the inclusion of these clauses, the Biden administration, it's going to be a difficult sell to American public domestically, particularly right now, given that North Korea has, again, not made any kind of step towards denuclearization, and given recent testing campaign, and given North Korea's recent efforts to diversify and modernize its missile arsenal, as Ankit talked about. So peace declaration would open Biden administration to accusations of being soft on North Korea. So I just bring this out so that our South Korean colleagues can also understand sort of the domestic climate in United States. So ultimately, I would say peace regime process, we need to think about what the necessary conditions are, what the characteristics it needs to be to build a successful and sustainable peace regime process. But since my time is up, I will end it there.
Yes, thank you very much for your intervention. Yes, that was just in time for 10 minutes, and you were speaking about many different things, but in a very concise manner. So thank you very much for that. We've heard from the three presenters and three discussants, two presenters and three discussants. We don't have a lot of time, so I'd like to turn the microphone to our two presenters, Dr. Panda and Dr. Kim. I'll give you about 5 minutes to wrap up the different discussions that have been made. If refer to what you would really like to clarify or answer to some of the questions that have been raised for about 5 minutes. And in the presentations and discussions, what stood out for me, this is also something that Dr. Pu has said. You talked about this in terms of militaries, but North Korea would not be obviously accepted as a nuclear state, but militarily speaking, they are a nuclear state. So we have to respond to DPRK with that understanding in mind. And as what Dr. Sumiteri has said, we have to think about whether this declaration would even be accepted by the DPRK. Because as what Dr. Chun has said, over the last 30 years, this means that DPRK could be very successful in terms of its nuclear policy, at least, and it would be the 9th successful nuclear state. So in any case, we'd like to turn to Dr. Ankit Panda, 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. And I am keeping my eye on the time this time, so I will definitely keep it to 5 minutes. So first of all, thank you to all the discussants for very thoughtful comments and for engaging with my presentation in particular. I'll just pick up on a few threads. I guess I want to start with actually reflecting a little bit on Sue's remarks on the end of war declaration, because this was something that I had a lot of discussions when I was in Seoul last month, actually, when it was earlier on in the process. And on the one hand, I think there's been messaging towards some Americans, and I'm not particularly, my view on the end of war declaration is that it's unlikely to dramatically move the needle, but it's also unlikely to cause tremendous harm. So as a result, if it happens, it happens. I think it would be a little unfortunate not to tie it to any reciprocal steps by North Korea, but I'm a little skeptical either way. But what I want to point out is that on the one hand, I've received messaging that this end of war declaration is really, not meant to be binding. It's definitely not a peace treaty. There's no legally binding component. It's not deeply meaningful. But then on the other hand, the messaging internally within South Korea and occasionally to North Korea is that this would somehow be incredibly significant, create a new era on the peninsula for the two Koreas to move beyond their enmity. And so the question is we need to decide if this end of war declaration is a costly signal or not, because there can't be two forms of messaging around exactly how important and how significant it is. I tend to think that the view that I was being conveyed was honest, that indeed this is not going to be a legally binding treaty, and it wouldn't actually have the kinds of effects that might institutionalize for the long term some of the inter-Korean progress that we've seen under President Moon's term. So those are my thoughts on that issue. And then I want to sort of retreat back to, I believe, one of the questions very early on, which was the notion of forging a consensus on denuclearization. I do think that this is going to be an important issue. And, I also want to talk a little bit about U.S. domestic politics in this context. As I think is apparent to many of our friends around the world, The agenda when it comes to foreign affairs in Washington right now, North Korea is not very high on that agenda. I think that's just a fact at this point. Even in the Indo-Pacific region, the Biden administration is overwhelmingly focused on China. If I can be very blunt, the sense that I have is that the United States has fundamentally begun to treat North Korea as a problem to be managed and not a problem to be solved. And I think that presents sources of tension for the relationship between our two countries going forward, because as I emphasized, I think South Korea, again, no matter what the outcome of the upcoming election, will remain incredibly concerned in the short term with denuclearization. So if the US is unwilling to put that political capital on the line to make something with North Korea happen, I do think we may need additional consultations about this issue. The final issue that I want to reflect on in I guess, the 2 minutes that I have left is the notion of credibly making concessions to North Korea. And let me just mention that I think the North Koreans are watching very closely what's happening in Vienna as efforts to restore the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran continue. Obviously, it's not a very optimistic picture there. It does not appear likely that we're about to see a breakthrough. But of course, the North Koreans have a long memory, and they understand that American domestic politics can significantly constrain an American president. Just to give you one example, President Clinton had to deal with a Republican-controlled Congress during the implementation of the agreed framework when heavy fuel oil deliveries to North Korea were being delayed. The Keto light water reactor projects were not implemented as per North Korea's original understanding of the agreement. And of course, North Korea has recently seen the United States' inability to uphold its end of the JCPOA with Iran. And finally, there's American domestic politics. I mean, even if, let's say 6 months from now, there's a miraculous breakthrough and Sung Kim manages to pull something out of his hat that the North Koreans are very interested in, and then President Biden meets Kim Jong-un, and we have a great agreement that's being implemented. There's verification happening. Yongbyon is being disabled. That sounds fantastic to me. But of course, then we do have to contend with the fact that very much the possibility of what happened with the JCPOA is likely to happen again. I think this is something that the North Koreans are going to contend with. And if and when we do end up back at the negotiating table, I think the North Koreans are going to drive a harder bargain than ever to gain assurances from the United States. I think they will, for instance, mandate that we have a treaty that has the backing of U.S. Congress, and that's frankly going to be, I think, quite difficult in the current political context where there's very little willingness for particularly a Democratic president to gain the support of Republicans in Congress for any kind of diplomatic negotiated conclusion, be it with Iran or North Korea. So let me end there, and once again, thank you tremendously for this opportunity today.
네, 감사합니다. 다음 김성희 박사님.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim Sang-gi. Yes, briefly, just a couple of comments. There were a couple of questions posed, so let me respond. Dr. Chun Bong-gun, I agree to your comments. And even right now, we are seeing DPRK advancing its nuclear capability. So this is, I think, something that we can say is truly happening. And with the nuclear capability buildup of DPRK, what could happen is they can ask for more in exchange of denuclearization than what they're doing right now. And in the future, if this situation continues, then at a certain point in time in the future, DPRK's nuclear buildup will continue as mentioned, and at a certain point in time, the notion of denuclearization in itself may be difficult to pursue. So that's why solving the North Korean nuclear issue is an urgent task. It's not something that should be put on the back burner. It's right now. The time is here to solve this. So we need that type of mindset. And because of that, as I have mentioned in my presentation, it's important to actively engage in ways to encourage DPRK back to the negotiating table. And based on such measures and actions, I truly think that we need to resume talks with DPRK and resume negotiations. And the second point I would like to make is the comment made by Dr. Sumi Terry. You've mentioned that, yes, we do need a peace regime, but with regard to the meaning behind the peace regime, you did have some questions on that. So, a consensus or an agreement amongst the involved parties is something that we need, but unfortunately is inefficient and lacking right now. And with regard to your comment, Dr. Sumiteri, I do agree to that as well. To rephrase this, the fact that we do need a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula is something that has been already agreed upon by the involved parties, the involved states. However, what is this peace regime? And in order to establish such a peace regime, what kind of tasks should be implemented? It's not something that is as clear cut. We haven't been seeing a consensus or an agreement on that journey towards a peace regime. And I do agree to that. But then, on the other hand, we can also say that the reason why there are such lackings is because most of the discussions were just focused or centered on denuclearization first. So discussions on any peace regime uh, was not actually carried out amongst the states. So once again, I think that we need to shift gears to not put denuclearization on the center, but find a way to pursue both peace regime and denuclearization in parallel. And we need to start off from there and discuss how that can happen. And throughout such discussions, we also need to specify what we need to do for a peace regime. So, in other words, what do we mean by a peace regime is also another topic that we really need to discuss together to form a consensus. And just last point before I close, with regard to USFK. So the position of DPRK on USFK, there were some comments made on that. During the Cold War, DPRK had a quite clear position on USFK, and they've requested the withdrawal of the USFK for a peace agreement. That was what they have been focused on during the Cold War. But ever since the mid 90s and onwards, in inter-Korean dialogue and in terms of US DPRK dialogue in official settings, DPRK has mentioned repeatedly that they can live with USFK. Of course, it wasn't in the form of an official announcement or a statement, but in these official settings of dialogue, DPRK did repeatedly mention that they can live with USFK. In 2000, in the Inter-Korean Summit, the fact that they will tolerate ESFK was mentioned by Chairman Kim Jong-il. Of course, ever since the 90s, well, DPRK didn't have a consistent stance on USFK. Sometimes they had a different position. On other cases, they had a different view or argument. But still, we can say that they seem to have eased their positioning on USFK. This seems to be for sure. And I think that such implication can be drawn from this. For DPRK, the fact of the troops on Korean soil is not the issue. It's about the hostilities that come with it. I think that that was the issue that DPRK had. So, in other words, what DPRK is focusing on is that the USFK may have a hostile approach towards DPRK, and that is why they have continued on to raise an issue with the Iraq US joint exercise. So that is all. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I think that we have used up our time. 2 hours is not a long time, unfortunately. And I'm sure that there are comments that the audience also want to pose, but in lieu of time and considering the rampant spread of COVID-19, I think that we will have to close session 1 here. I mentioned in my opening, and I talked about Germany, and it was yesterday. So for 16 years and 16 days, Chancellor Merkel was noted as Mutti, the mother of Germany, and she stepped down from her post. So last October, when celebrating the 30th anniversary of the unification, she said that in terms of emotionally system and in terms of the overall system itself, we haven't been able to complete unification. So we do see East, West Germany. It's been more than 31 years, and there were various systems in play, but that was very difficult to actually achieve complete unification, meaning the complexity that surrounds this. And in addition to that, the chancellor said that democracy should be felt, it should live on, and that it should be protected. In other words, democracy and a diversity-based, steadfast unification was what she noted as the key elements to Germany's unification. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of KINU, but the 30 years with unresolved North Korean issues, it's what we're currently facing. And I think that going into the next 30 years, we really need to focus on a framework with a steadfast democracy based on diversity. And if that can happen, I think that we may be able to usher in a strong unification just like that of Germany. So once again, our speakers and our panelists, and particularly our scholars from Washington, thank you so much for joining us. And with that, let us end session 1 of KINU's International Academic Conference commemorating 30 years. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. It's true that we are a bit behind schedule, but I do ask for your understanding. And with this, we would conclude session 1. I would like to once again thank all our speakers. A big hand, please, for our speakers and moderators. The next session will take place from 1:30 p.m. Session 2 will be on the 30th anniversary of the conclusion of 1992 Inter-Korean Basic Agreement toward the new inter-Korean relations. And I want to briefly mention a event that we have for our online participants. So till just before the end of this conference, we will open up the channel for this event. What you can do is get a screen, capture the screen of this conference, and also in the chat box, post some comments on the conference. So through the YouTube channel, you can continue on to post your comments real time. You can deliver your words of congratulations or also any comments or questions for the speakers. So I would like to ask for your active participation. And for those that are selected in the lucky draw, we do have a small present, a gift for you. So I ask for your interest and participation in this event. And we will see you back after lunch at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
네, 점심 식사 맛있게들 하셨나요?
I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I believe the lunchbox was well prepared. We'll now move on to the next part of our proceedings. This is 30 years on the Korean Peninsula, 30 years on the KINU, Retrospect and Prospects, and this is the afternoon session. For this session, we will be discussing the 30th anniversary of the conclusion of the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement toward the new inter-Korean relations. We'd like to introduce Park Young-gyu, Distinguished Professor, Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology, who is the head of Peace and Reunification Center at Seoul National University, and also the chairman of the Korea Sociology Academic Society, and is currently at the Gwangju Institute of Science and Technology. I'd like to hand over the microphone to him now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to meet you. I've just been introduced. My name is Park Myung-gyu. It is a pleasure for me to be invited to this very illustrious gathering and to be asked to moderate the session. I'm personally very pleased to be here. Before we begin the session in earnest, I'd like to extend my congratulations to all of you on the 30th anniversary of KINU. Since the end of the Cold War, KINU has been together with the entire history of the Korean Peninsula for the last 30 years. We've seen a lot of history and accomplishments over the past 30 years for KINU. Extend my congratulations, and I would like to pay my tribute to all of the hard work and efforts of President Ko Yu-hwan and all of the members and family of KINU, and I believe that this is going to be the foundation forward for peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. Coming to today's conference, I thought that two things were quite unfortunate. The first thing was that if it weren't for COVID-19, I think that there would be hundreds of people here who would be gathered to extend their own congratulations to everyone at KINU, to give each other encouragement and say hello to one another and discuss the achievements of the past 30 years. I think this would have been a celebration of sorts, but we weren't able to see that because of COVID-19. And this is the first thing that I find to be very unfortunate. The other is that the history over the past 30 years on Korean Peninsula, if we were to see what happened in Germany, then perhaps we could be here sitting with our DPRK colleagues to celebrate the past 30 years. And perhaps if that were the case, then I think that this hotel ballroom would not be big enough. We would have been meeting each other in a much larger gathering to have a kind of national celebration, but the fact that we were not able to do that is another unfortunate matter. However, if we were to look at it from a different perspective, they say that the cherry blossom that blooms in the winter is even more beautiful for blooming despite all the trials. And so I think that the efforts of KINU are that much more resplendent. In the morning session, we look back over the past 30 years of nuclear negotiations with North Korea to try to establish permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula. In the afternoon session, we'll be talking about how 30 years have passed since the basic agreement was signed and how we're going to design a new way forward for the two Koreas. And that is what we're going to be discussing in this particular session. And I know that every one of you are familiar with the people here. About 30 years ago, in December of 1991, the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement was signed. And if we look back on that moment in time, I believe that it was very historic. We had that agreement on exchange and cooperation and non-aggression, and these were focused based on these important keywords in international society. And I believe that they looked into very detailed aspects of the future prospects of the Korean Peninsula. I do believe that it was a historic piece of document. If you look at the National Archives, the records there state that the basic agreement was part It was part of the implementation tablet for the national charter that was also established in 1989, which leads us to believe that this basic agreement is a very valuable piece of document. But as we all know, what happened over the past 30 years, the reconciliation and exchange and cooperation and non-aggression, all of these different things did not ultimately come to pass. And we don't know whether this basic agreement is still valid as a guideline and a compass for all of us, which is why we would like to have more insight from the two presenters and the four discussants who are here today as part of our panel. And hopefully they will shed some insight into the future prospects and the future direction forward for the two Koreas. I would now like to introduce our two presenters to you today. We have two presenters. And our first presenter is currently the professor at University of North Korea Studies, Public Affairs, Vice President Yang Moo-jin. I know that you are very familiar with Dr. Yang because you've seen him often in the media, so I don't think that he needs an introduction, but as you know, he's a North Korea expert. He provides a lot of policy recommendations and engages in academic studies and is currently a policy advisor at the NSC in Korea and is a presidential advisor and also an advisor to the Ministry of Unification. As you know, he is a very prominent scholar in this field, and we'd love to hear more from him in his presentation. And our second presenter is Lee Moo-chul, who's a research fellow at KINU. He's a research professor at Gyeongnam University, IFANS, and has also served at Sejong University, was a journalist with Yonhap News for a time. With North Korean studies, we do need the perspective of experts, but we also need that very sharp insight from someone who worked in the front lines, particularly the journalists and correspondents who were working in the front lines. And I do believe that Dr. Lee would pull from his personal experiences working as a journalist and as an academic scholar in his presentation. We also have four discussants with us today, two locally and two from overseas. We have Chief Research Fellow Lee Ki-dong at the Institute for National Security Strategy. Dr. Lee is, again, very active in this field, so I'm sure many of you are well familiar with him. And next year is going to be the next president and chair of the North Korea Studies Research Society, so we'd like to hear more from him in the future. He used to be a member of KINU in the past, as I understand. Our second panelist is Park Jong-chul, who is currently adjunct professor at Daejeon University. Dr. Park is also someone who has long worked together with KINU, and he has been instrumental in bringing KINU to where it is today. He has engaged in various different kinds of efforts, so we would like to hear more from him in the panel session. We also have from Southern California, he's a Maria Crutcher Professor of International Relations at USC. Professor David Kang is with us today as a panelist. Professor Kang, hello. Yes, and Professor Kang is currently at the University of Southern California, and he's the head of Korean Studies. And in the past, he has taught at Dartmouth College, as I understand. As you know, he has written extensively on North Korea studies and Korean Peninsula studies. So we would love to hear more from him later on in the panel discussion session. Our fourth discussant or panelist is a professor at China University of Political Science and Law, Professor Han Shandong. Hello. Professor Han is currently at the China University of Political Science and Law, and you were also at the Sejong Institute, as you know, visiting research fellow. No, I returned in May of this year. Okay, so you have returned back to China, but until very recently he was at Sejong Institute and has been researching affairs in the Korean Peninsula. He's also very well known, and he has also worked together with the U.S. State Department program on East Asia, and so I do believe that he's going to bring a global perspective in his panel discussion. So we are going to listen very closely to what our presenters and discussants have to say. So let me just briefly go over the time arrangements. We have about 2 hours in this session. We have 2 presenters and 4 panelists, however, so I don't know if we have enough time to go around. If we want to say all that we want to say, as you know, what usually happens is that we run out of time. So I'd like to ask all of our presenters to keep to the time limit of 20 minutes. And if we have time, we can maybe get some more time to go around in the Q&A session. And for our panelists, for all of our professors, I'd like to give you about 10 minutes and keep to within about 10 minutes, and that would be great. And that would give us a little bit of wherewithal so that we can have more of a discussion later on. So with that, without further ado, I'm going to stop talking at this point and then hand over the microphone to our first presenter, Dr. Yang Moo-jin. Thank you.
반갑습니다.
It's a great pleasure to meet you all. I am from the University of North Korean Studies. And it's a great pleasure to see you, Professor Han Shandong. Cannot see you on the screen right now, but thank you for joining us, and it's a great pleasure to see you again. As you know, history is basically a dialogue between the past, present, and future. We're meeting the 30th anniversary of the South-North Basic Agreement, and 30 years back, there were many inter-Korean issues and there were many high-level talks in the process. So I would like to talk about that journey as well as some of the key contents of the basic agreement and give you my assessment of the agreement and on what we should do in the future. It's important to understand North Korea's stance on this agreement in order to identify the way forward. So let me talk about that in my presentation. 30 years back, in the midst of the landscape with socialist countries opening up their doors and the post-Cold War, President Roh Tae-woo announced the July 7th declaration in 1988. This July 7th declaration was an attempt to break away from the perspective of recognizing North Korea as a competitor in confrontation and to seek inter-Korean exchange and free transportation, as well as cooperation. So that it consisted of a total of 6 articles. At the time, on October 18th, 1988, former President Roh Tae-woo followed up on this declaration in a speech at the UN General Assembly to propose a joint declaration of non-aggression. And in 2 months, the then Prime Minister Kang Yong-hoon proposed a two-Korea high-level meeting to build trust and comprehensively discuss ways to ease tensions. 1989, from February to 1990 July, for the 17 months, the two Koreas engaged in multiple preliminary talks as well as working-level meetings. And the heads of the delegation for the two Koreas were the prime ministers. And the agenda of these talks were to resolve political and military confrontations and conduct multilateral exchanges and cooperation between the two Koreas. And from 1990 September till December, there were 3 inter-Korean high-level talks, and we focused on exchange, and DPRK focused on political and economical agenda items. So there was a discrepancy between the two in terms of what should be at front and center, and the talks ended without any achievements. Now, the 4th inter-Korean high-level talk scheduled for February 1991 was eventually postponed because North Korea said that they cannot continue with the talks with the ROK-US joint military exercise. And in 10 months, it was October 1991 when eventually the fourth inter-Korean high-level talks did take place. But at that time, North Korea seemed to be more flexible. North Korea accepted our proposal to establish an inter-Korean liaison office and showed a flexible attitude in establishing a joint economic cooperation committee. And based on such flexibility and tolerance, the two Koreas decided to adopt a single document called South-North Agreements on Reconciliation, Non-Aggression and Exchanges and Cooperation. At the fifth inter-Korean high-level talks in December 1991, it's all, as you are all aware, it consists of 4 chapters and 25 clauses. And the so-called basic agreement between the two Koreas was adopted under the name South-North Agreement on Reconciliation, Non-Aggression and Exchanges and Cooperation. Ever since the fifth talk, the two Koreas had 3 times of meetings between representatives, and the South focused on denuclearization, and the North focused on a denuclearized peninsula, and that ended talks in 1991. And in December 31st, we decided to adopt a joint declaration which consisted of 5 clauses, including the banning of nuclear weapon testing, manufacturing, reception, the so-called Joint Declaration on the Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. As was mentioned by our moderator, it was February 19th, 1992, at the 6th Inter-Korean High-Level Talks, where we went through a very streamlined legislative or institutional process to have the agreements of the South-North Basic Agreement, Joint Declaration on the Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and the Agreement on the Composition and Operation of a Standing Committee for Inter-Korean High-Level Talks, and it came into effect in 1992 February. However, it's true that in order to pressure North Korea in 1993, we've also indicated the possibility of the team spirit exercise, and what the DPRK did was cite that as an excuse to refuse the 9th high-level talks, which was 10 months since the signing of the basic agreement. And in February 1993, we've officially announced the Team Spirit combined exercise, and in the process of transfer with the new administration of Kim Yong-sam, the North Korean officially announced in a statement developed by the North Korean delegation for the high-level talks that it has no intention to resume the talks, and that suspended all high-level talks. So for the 4 years, there were various agreements that were put together, but we had to bring all those agreements to the back burner, and these agreements in those 4 years now just remain on paper. So that's the perception of the journey. Now, let me now move on to some assessments on the content of the 2 Korea Basic Agreement. Of course, both sides say that we've been focused on introducing a foundation to resolve distrust and confrontation. And in the case of DPRK, they've also mentioned that it's probably the statement that best reflects the contemporary trends of independence and peace, as well as national consensus for independent and peaceful unification. And particularly for us, we've mentioned and assessed that in terms of the transition from a state of the ceasefire to a state of peace, it was clarified that the parties directly involved are nobody else other than the 2 Koreas, and that the military armistice agreement shall be observed until peace is firmly settled. So whether it be end of war declaration or whether it be a peace agreement, we said that we made it clear that we are also an involved party. And also with regard to the boundary line, it was agreed that the boundaries should be the MDL stipulated in the armistice agreement, as well as the areas under the jurisdiction of each party so far, and that this agreement was made basically by the agreement raised by South Korea, that the boundaries, including the maritime MDL, should be clearly defined to prevent any possible disputes over status changes. And with regard to guaranteeing non-aggression, the South insisted on stipulating specified measures to establish military trust as an independent clause. So this in itself was thought to be meaningful. And for a peaceful Korean Peninsula, there were also an agreement to put together a committee on how we can denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. So then, based on our assessment of the agreement, let me now move on to the significance of this agreement, which can be summarized in four. First, the unification of the Korean Peninsula should not just be a consequence, but be thought as a process. And for that to be possible, it should be understood that unification should suggest the direction of relationship improvement and peaceful coexistence and unification. And the second significance is that the basic agreement is a document adopted through an independent and official consultation between two Koreas without any arbitration or intervention of the third-party countries. And it also indicated the official names of the parties as well as the title of the signatories, making it a critical agreement with full recognition of each party. And the third significance is that the basic agreement and the subsidiary agreements were able to define every aspect of inter-Korean relations in a comprehensive fashion. And particularly for contentious issues, it was noted both directly as well as indirectly. So as long as we implement this agreement, it meant that we would be able to open up a new chapter for inter-Korean relations. And the fourth significance is the subcommittees, the high-level talks, and the joint committee and sectoral committees. In other words, there were a total of 12 consultative bodies that were constituted in the process, meaning that this wasn't an on-off event. It was a institutional framework that were to enable a continued dialogue and interaction. Let me now move on to the assessment on the 30th anniversary of the South-North Basic Agreement. This basic agreement from the July 15th declaration till the September Pyongyang Joint Declaration, it's true that this has served as the basic document that set forth the principles, and ever since the June 15th Joint Declaration, depending on the tendency of our administration, it may be a little bit different, but it's true that the joint declaration of the inter-Koreas actually were based off of this basic agreement. But, of course, I would like to talk about a particular point. For the past 30 years, there may be some reasons why we weren't able to implement on the basic agreements. The first reason had to do with the internationalization of the North Korean nuclear issue. Because it was elevated as an international issue, inter-Korean relations have changed to an auxiliary or a subordinate agenda item. In the first nuclear crisis, the Geneva Agreement, and during the second crisis, the six-party talks, and during the third nuclear crisis, the US DPRK dialogue has basically determined the fate of North Korean issues. And the second reason why it wasn't implemented was because they had a strategic plan to focus on relations with US and put the relationship with Korea as a latter priority. In other words, it seemed like the inter-Korean dialogue was utilized by DPRK to move forward to forge diplomatic relations with the US and Japan. And the third reason is that the South-North Basic Agreement does not have any means to ensure the implementation of the agreement. As mentioned, there were 12 consultative bodies, including subcommittees as well as joint committees. However, this agreement itself is not a treaty, but rather it's like a gentleman's agreement or gentleman's handshake. And that is why no one can pressure its counterpart based on the relevance of international law, even if parties fail to implement on the agreement. And the fourth reason has to do with the changes in the environment, with all, of course, the changes of administration from Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un. You can see that the leadership changed, and for us, from the Notae administration to the Moon Jae-in administration, we had a total of 8 changes in leadership. And particularly when it comes to unification, the basic agreement does focus on a legal and institutional unification. However, starting from the June 15th Joint Declaration, it wasn't not focused on unification per se, but it was more focused on a de facto unification, focused on peace, leading to a weakening of the basic principles of the basic agreement. And let me now move on to the way forward, what the position of DPRK is and what we should do going forward. North Korea attempted to conclude a basic agreement to guarantee non-aggression for Korea, and it focused on not inter-Korean dialogue, but the dialogue with the U.S. Since Kim Il-sung's demise, North Korea only insisted on its relationship with the U.S., and it did not mention the basic agreement at all. And you can see that after signing the June 15th Joint Declaration, North Korea deliberately skipped the basic agreement and directly linked the July 4th Joint Declaration with the June 15th Joint Declaration. During the Lee Myung-bak administration, what it did was announced its abolishment of the agreements related to resolving political military confrontations, as well as clauses related with maritime affairs. And the joint declaration of denuclearization on the Korean Peninsula was also nullified with the first nuclear testing in October 2006. And even after the Kim Jong-un regime, North Korea has never shown any interest in the basic agreement. And particularly during the 8th Party Congress last January, North Korea decided to revise their party rules to focus on not unification, but a two-Korea framework. So the spirit of unification on the basic agreement was also not respected at all. So then what should we do going forward? Let me just briefly talk about that before I end. The South-North Basic Agreement covers all areas of inter-Korean relations, which makes it significant. However, it's true that it was only on the shelf, and to take it out of the shelf and to implement really would not carry much meaning. Rather, it is realistic to implement cooperation tasks in the fields of politics, military, and economic and social fields stipulated in the basic agreement through various sub-agreements and discussions between the two Koreas. We don't have a lot remaining in the Moon Jae-in administration, so the next coming administration should make sure to uphold the spirit of the basic agreement and make reference of the contents of this agreement to maybe put together a binding agreement, another basic agreement, and have that go through the parliamentary ratification process to have it be established as a legally binding agreement and strike some individual agreements by sector. Some say that such a basic agreement may lead to a solidification of the division of these two different permanent status. However, if you look at the case of German's basic treaty, it recognizes the existence of the two treaties but interprets their relationship as a tentative relationship. So considering that experience of Germany, I think that we can recognize that we are currently in a special relationship, and that this agreement that focuses on middle ground, it wouldn't be much of an issue. So all in all, we believe that this agreement and national approval should be separated. I think that's more realistic. So on the outside, this new basic agreement, even if it looks like a treaty or a bilateral treaty, considering that we are still a divided state, I think that we should clarify that this basic inter-Korean agreement is only a tentatively concluded agreement. And to maintain a unique situation, understanding that there is this unique situation between the two Koreas, I think we should agree that it stipulates that mutual national approval will not be practical or announced separately in the form of a declaration. And I believe that a peace regime that focuses on this inter-Korean basic agreement as well as a peace agreement is what we should pursue. I believe that for inter-Korean dialogue and for U.S. DPRK dialogue, we need both pillars. So denuclearization can be forged with the U.S., and through four-party talks, we can go forth for the peace agreement, and the basic agreement can be forged between the two Koreas. So I think that all of this should come into play together. The peace agreement, of course, assumes denuclearization as a prerequisite, so it may take a lot of time. However, peaceful coexistence is the assumption for the inter-Korean basic agreement, so it won't take that much of a time. So I want to say that denuclearization and all of the aspects of this issue with North Korea should be in the order of an inter-Korean agreement, denuclearization, and a peace agreement. And some say that peace agreement and inter-Korean agreement, it should be in this order. However, if you look at DPR, this issue on the Korean Peninsula, it should be led by the two Koreas, and that the DPRK and U.S. relations will be also providing a supplementary role. So we believe that we should first forge an inter-Korean agreement and then move on to a peace agreement. I think I've used up all my time, so let me move on to my conclusion. So even with the best of best agreements, if it's not implemented, it will be of no use. It will be in vain. So if we want the inter-Korean agreement to be implemented, we need the right legal and institutional guarantee. This two-Korea basic agreement, even with the change of administration, the pace, the depth and breadth can be coordinated. However, in terms of the contents, it must be implemented. And with that, let me conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Professor Yang, for your presentation. As you've heard from his presentation, he mentioned about the key aspects of the existing basic agreement, as well as the significance and the changes of the past 30 years. And he went into that history, but he also talked about some plans forward of how we can continue on to uphold the spirit of the existing basic agreement. So thank you very much for that intervention. It was a good learning experience. And you mentioned that it would be difficult to implement the basic agreement as it stands. That should not be realistic. Rather than that, we can actually introduce a new type of two-Korea basic treaty or agreement, which will be another pillar in addition to the peace process. So I believe that this actually connects to the discussions in session 1, and it will also become a key topic when we devise our future for the Korean Peninsula. So let me now move on to the next presentation.
두 번째 발표.
Yes, I am the second presenter. My name is Lee Mu-chul at KINU. I will be discussing the implementation of inter-Korean agreements and institutionalization of inter-Korean relations. To begin with, I would like to follow this order of my proceedings to talk about the resumption and regularization of inter-Korean dialogue, inter-Korean joint military committee ratification and implementation of inter-Korean agreements, and a possible life and safety committee on the Korean Peninsula. These 4 different tasks or challenges, if I may, were parts of the project, a research project that I was commissioned to carry out this year on looking at possible peace and unification scenarios for the Korean Peninsula. And this was the commission research outcome that I ultimately delivered to the clients. And I would like to focus on the findings of this research project. To you early on, Dr. Young talked about the importance of the basic agreement, the evaluation of the document, and some future challenges that remain. It has been 30 years since a basic agreement has been signed, and we've seen a repeated pattern of reconciliation and cooperation, and conflicts and confrontation. And as you know, the DPRK nuclear issue has been an obstacle to inter-Korean relations and peace settlements in the Korean Peninsula for the last 30 years. Of course, hypotheticals don't really matter when we talk about history, but if the two Koreas have faithfully implemented the different provisions of the basic agreement over the past 30 years, then I would venture to suggest that we will be gathered here under a very different theme for celebrating KINU's 30th anniversary. We might be talking about a more future-oriented development between the two Koreas, or maybe we have actually seen a kind of unity between the two countries. Maybe we might even be sitting here with some DPRK colleagues and some of the tables. In any case, there was reconciliation and cooperation, and there were several different opportunities for these, but these opportunities were not completely leveraged. For example, in 2018, very recently, there was this so-called warm breeze of spring on the Korean Peninsula. This was a very crucial transition point, but we were not able to fully leverage that situation. If we take a look back right now, for peace and coexistence on the Korean Peninsula, we need to resume talks. Above all, dialogue is very important. But as you know, at the 8th Workers' Party Congress, the DPRK has been asking for change in attitude. And they said that basically they're going to respond to what Korea does or the US does. They've talked about strategic weapons development and US forces in Korea, and that these different things have to be resolved for DPRK to enter into any kind of dialogue. And when President Moon suggested the end of war declaration, DPRK asked for preconditions, and they were continuously asking for this kind of conditional improvement to relations. And so I think that we have to consider all of these different things, including what DPRK is requesting that they receive, including these different concessions. Because, for example, let's say the US FK in Korea, the US forces in Korea issue is going to be an issue that we have to deal with anyway in the future, so we have to deal with it might as well now, and to try to come up with a fundamental foundation for peace in the Korean Peninsula. And we have come up with these different short-term strategies and key tasks for enhancing inter-Korean relations. As I mentioned before, this is the title of the research project that we undertook, and I would like to tell you a little bit about the findings of this. The short term, in about 2 to 3 years, our strategic goal is to lay the foundation for institutionalizing inter-Korean relations, to try to make regular and consistent talks between the two Koreas, and this could be a foundation for progress of our ties. The policy direction here would be important. At first, I was asked to talk about denuclearization and peace, but I switched the order of this because it was our conclusion, the research team's conclusion, is that we need to have peace and talk about peace leading to denuclearization. This means that we have to pursue a virtuous cycle between the improvements of inter-Korean relations and the resolution of North Korean nuclear issues. And for this, we put forward 4 key tasks: resumption or regularization of inter-Korean dialogue, Inter-Korean Joint Military Committee, and National Assembly ratification and implementation of inter-Korean agreements, and a Life and Safety Committee on the Korean Peninsula. Firstly, on resumption of inter-Korean dialogue, the foremost priority is to have a platform for dialogue, such as with the dialogue channels. The liaison line has been restored following Kim Jong-un's orders this year, but this is not actually leading to a jump start in our improvements of relations. But for peace on the Korean Peninsula, we need to have different channels of communication so that we can literally talk to one another and communicate our concerns with one another. So I think that this needs not be said. And the precondition for this is that we have to maintain a consistent communication channel. When that happens, we can prevent against any accidental collisions or accidents. In fact, that unfortunate death of the South Korean official in the West Sea in September of 2020 could have been prevented if the inter-Korean communication lines were active and were in place. But this kind of regular inter-Korean talks, with these hotlines and communication channels, they may pave the way toward regular inter-Korean talks. To resume these different channels for dialogue and communication hotlines, DPRK is saying that DPRK might ask for other more concessions. In fact, in the basic agreement, there were fundamental issues raised by the DPRK at the time that we would discuss ROC-US joint military exercises and South Korea is bringing in, developing cutting-edge military equipment, and etc. So we can make the proposal to them that we can establish further hotlines and communication channels to discuss the very things that we agreed that we are going to discuss in the basic agreement. What is important right now is the Panmunjom Declaration and all of these subsequent agreements and statements were made, but the issue of OPCON transfer and the mandate to strengthen and reinforce military strength were some of the urgent priorities for South Korea for the last 2 years. And this is what has angered DPRK. This leads to the security dilemma for us here in the Korean Peninsula, but we have to really have a discussion regarding this. In 2018, when there was a security-to-security exchange frame that was the starting point of all the dialogue that we had in 2018, we can go back to that frame again, that framework again, and jumpstart our negotiations once more. And regarding resumption and regularization of inter-Korean dialogue, we can resume the lost inter-Korean liaison office. Or if this seems to be a little bit inconvenient, then perhaps we can go straight, bypass the liaison office and go straight to establishing a permanent representative office in Seoul and Pyongyang. The Joint Military Committee, which I just briefly mentioned before, if the committee can be installed, then this could lead to sectoral meetings and possibly even high-level talks and summit-level talks, and they could be regularized, and this could lead to regular and consistent talks between the two Koreas. Regarding the implementation of inter-Korean military agreements, the implementation of the September 19 inter-Korean military agreement, the inter-Korean basic agreement, and the Panmunjom Declaration, as well as the Pyongyang Joint Declaration, can all be considered together as we implement the inter-Korean military agreements. The joint military exercises between ROC and U.S., the development of large-scale military weapons, we can possibly use this as a kind of negotiating or bargaining tool in trying to engage DPRK to try to implement the inter-Korean military agreements. So maybe we can temporarily halt joint ROK-US forces combined exercises, and if DPRK does not respond in kind, then we can resume the combined exercises to try to pressure North Korea. If we can have the implementation of inter-Korean military agreements, then we can include all of the different comprehensive provisions held in these separate different military agreements. As Dr. Yang has mentioned in his presentation, there are many different agreements, and one of the reasons that the agreements have not been fully implemented is that we have not seen a lack of agreements. It is that we have seen a lack in implementation of these agreements, and this has led to a political and military mistrust and distrust between the two parties. So it's not for lack of agreements, but we have to try to, through the implementation of inter-Korean military agreements, show good faith toward each other. And the third thing is the National Assembly ratification. By building a foundation through ratification, we can have a sustainable inter-Korean relations because we would be institutionalizing this agreement by ratifying at the National Assembly level the inter-Korean agreements, and this would it would demonstrate South Korea's commitment at home and abroad. Right now, however, we are nearing the election season, and so the Panmunjom Declaration, the motion to ratify it has not even been submitted to the National Assembly. I think that it would be desirable for the ratification to be approved during the Moon administration, regardless of the results of the election. But if this does not come to pass, then perhaps at the next administration, they should push forward with the motion to ratify the Panmunjom Declaration at the National Assembly so that we can demonstrate our resolve. Another idea is to try to set up an inter-Korean monitoring team to monitor the implementation of inter-Korean agreements. So perhaps maybe a vice minister level would be the head of this inter-Korean monitoring team. And this monitoring team will propose to one another to monitor the implementation of the inter-Korean agreements. Right now, the different meetings are being done in a non-regular manner, so it's very difficult to have these different meetings. But through an inter-Korean monitoring team kind of mechanism, there can be consistent working level meetings. And this monitoring team could also help out in terms of domestic implementation here in Korea. And within Korea, there could be a local task force team that would be installed to support the efforts of the monitoring team here on the Korean side. This could be able to, the monitoring team should readily communicate with party representatives, the National Assembly, as well as the presidential office. And this would really enhance the legitimacy of our North Korea policy and our national consensus regarding North Korea policy. The last proposal that I wanted to make is the possible installation of a sustainable life and safety community on the Korean Peninsula. Right now, I think we all understand the need and the urgency for sustainable cooperation on life and safety on the Korean Peninsula. We talk about different issues such as COVID-19 and carbon neutrality, disasters, natural disasters, and this is not something that one country can solve on its own. So for these transnational crises, we have to effectively respond to these challenges. And in that regard, on the Korean Peninsula, the two Koreas can work together hand in hand. We can talk about health and medicine, quarantine and disease control. There are many different proposals and suggestions that have been made thus far, including climate and disaster prevention. Though perhaps at a higher level, there could be a high-level consultative mechanism. We can do a sectoral approach, but a sectoral approach that could be advantageous in the fact that we can have very detailed expert-level meetings with more expertise, but ultimately, when it comes to matters related with North Korea, much of it is political. So perhaps if we can have a high-level kind of a consultative mechanism that will look at all of these different aspects, like health, climate, disaster prevention, with separate sectoral level mechanisms underneath it would be very helpful. We can have an agreement on life and safety community, and maybe enter into an agreement regarding this community to look at health, quarantine, climate, disaster prevention, and etc. And all of the relevant ministries in Korea will participate and report directly to the president. And this is the proposal that I would like to make. Look at, again, health, quarantine, climate, disaster prevention. So 3 or 4 different sectors. If we have something like this working, then perhaps in Korea we can have a governance system regarding a whole of government approach and private and public sector participation, including experts and scholars, and that would be helpful. I know that MOFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is right now working on the Northeast Asia health community, and perhaps we can link this life and safety community for the two Koreas with the health cooperation that is being done at the Northeast Asia level. I know that all of these different things that I've been trying to say might seem unrealistic to you now because we are literally not talking with North Korea right now. In fact, dialogue has not resumed and everything has been derailed. So somehow I also feel that this is not feasible, especially because there are only a few months left in President Moon Jae-in's term. Regardless of who comes in, who is the incoming president, perhaps the next administration would do a good review of North Korea policy and hopefully consider these different proposals that I and my research team have made. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that basically we have to try to solve the security dilemma for the two Koreas, and this is really at the core of the inter-Korean different agreements and their implementation. The military agreement that was signed in September of 2018, I think, was a starting point for us to solve the security dilemma. But right now, if you look at the different actions by both the two Koreas, they're both focusing on reinforcing their own military capabilities. North Korea is doing the same. They're trying to stick to their plan, and South Korea is also trying to stick to our plan. And so this is also making things challenging. There's this conflict and clash because of the security dilemma. And ultimately, this is only serving to reinforce the current existing security dilemma. This issue is arising because ultimately we don't have enough levels of trust between each other and for each other. And so the different military beef up and the buildup of our sides are leading to hostile tensions. And basically, instead of implementation of the military agreements, this is leading to a basic arms race between the two. And if we cannot fundamentally resolve the situation, we're going to go back to the existing mold of that pattern of going from reconciliation and cooperation to conflict and crisis. So we need to have a change in perception, a kind of paradigm shift for both Koreas. In terms of the application of the security to security trade-off model, we have to give this more thoughts. And what I would like to emphasize more is that we have to have a more peaceful means for peace building. This is to say, if we try to pursue a balance of fear by force, this will inevitably increase the risk of war on the Korean Peninsula. So instead of focusing only on arms race, their capability buildup, we have to think about other things, peaceful means to try to have peace building for our sides. And for that, strategic thinking is necessary. For that, we have to have dialogue and restore trust between the two parties, above all. For the two Koreas to have a more stable and sustainable peace, the two Koreas should find ways to strengthen peaceful means for peace building rather than strengthening security for peace building. And in that regard, we both have to engage in creative thinking to that end. This is the argument that I've been making, but right now if we look at DPRK or even in the ROK, some of the actions that we have engaged in, we're still in that paradigm where we're looking at peace, but peace through security. At the 8th Workers' Party Congress, DPRK said that it's the state first, or national state 제일주의, or that doctrine was announced by Kim Jong-un at the Congress. And so DPRK obviously wants to engage with ROK as a state, as a nation. We can take that to mean from the doctrine that the Kim Jong-un era, this new 21st century era, is going to be a state-first or state-centric era. So that is also making things a little bit worrisome if we were to see it within internal domestic politics in DPRK. We can take that to interpret that North Korea wants to be seen as a normal state, but in any case, this is still a little bit worrisome. To have institutionalization and regular talks between the two Koreas would be very necessary because we are implementing existing agreements that we have already signed. And by doing so, we can closely and slowly but surely resolve the different challenges that lie ahead of us. With that, I complete my presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for your presentation. You talked about restoring the two Korea's ties. We have to go back to the spirit of signing the basic agreement. And to do that, we have to have a resumption of ties, of talks between the two Koreas, and to make the talks regular. We need those efforts. And to that, we should perhaps have different dialogue communication channels to try to also encompass different agenda items that DPRK has always urged to talk about, such as through the Joint Military Committee. And in the 21st century, some of the issues that we've been seeing is perhaps something that could be tackled by the life and safety community. And with these new ideas, perhaps we can break out of this stalemate in the two Korea's ties. And that was the thrust of his presentation.
우리 이 얘기들을 좀 예. 안녕하십니까?
Hello, everyone. I'm also worked for KINU in the past, and I would like to congratulate the 30th anniversary of KINU, and I would also like to extend my gratitude for the invitation. I particularly focus on the internal situation of DPRK, so I would like to provide my comments in the eyes of DPRK. I would like to extend my gratitude for the two wonderful presentations. Professor Yang Moon-jin talked about how we should first start off with the basic agreement and then move on to the peace agreement. And Professor Lee also talked about building trust with based on the spirit of the agreement. And particularly Dr. Lee Mu-chul, who talked about some of the policy alternatives that may be possible. But of course, at the end of the day, if we do not solve the issue of distrust, then it cannot be done. So, in other words, we first have to find a way to lift this mistrust or distrust and then move on to these agreements. So, for the past 70 years of the history of inter-Korean dialogue, I think that that is the lesson that was learned in the process. There were many agreements along the way, and the reason why they failed was because of DPRK's strategic approach to South Korea. I think that that also was one of the reasons why. For instance, in the case of the inter-Korean, the two-Korea basic agreement, there are three aspects where we do believe that there was a strategic intention by DPRK. As Professor Yang, you've mentioned, it was about the non-aggression agreement that they really wanted in the clause. It was probably because they felt a sense of crisis. So that's one. And the second reason why we can say that is because the political and the military issue that DPRK was faced with was that it will be handling this with the US. But you can see that the basic agreement put a halt to that. And we can see that, well, DPRK was at a crisis, so it had to forge this basic agreement at the end of the day. And the third was that there was an agreement on the NLL. So for DPRK, that was a major concession. So considering that, we can imply that DPRK was in a total crisis, and it was a tactical movement on their side to overcome the situation to forge the two Korea Basic Agreement. However, such well tactical approach of DPRK, can that be the only factor to blame? I think that because of the distrust that exists between the two Koreas and with the US, that led to such an approach. And that distrust comes from the hostility, and such hostility has to do with the fact that war is just paused right now, or it's just still a ceasefire. So the end of war declaration at the end of the day will be a critical starting point for denuclearization as well as a peace regime. So I want to call this as a trust building mechanism, a everything should start off with trust, and then we'll move on to denuclearization and a peace regime. So this is a lesson learned that from the past. So with regard to end of war declaration, I'm both optimistic as well as pessimistic. In other words, it's very uncertain. I'm sure that you all do agree. If you look at the past history of inter-Korean relations, there were two changes in the national strategy and five changes in the security strategy of the North Korean regime. For the details, please refer to my paper. And based on the changes in their security strategy, their position towards South Korea also changed. So you can see that their national and security strategy and their policy towards the South all go together. And the driver behind this has to do with the environment and the context of DPRK at the time. It means that in just 10 years' time of the Kim Jong-un regime, the security strategy changed 5 times, meaning that it was very sensitive to the geopolitical circumstances that surrounds that it's surrounded with. So, if we consider the approach of DPRK up till now, when it comes to the end of war declaration, I think it would be too hasty to say that they would reject this notion. And if I may add some more detail to that, if you look at DPRK's South Korean strategy for the past 10 years, they changed their principle and their spirit multiple times. In 2014, it was February, and it was the period of the Iraq US joint exercise. And what was quite interesting was that they decided to have separated families joined. It was during the joint exercise, and there was this reunion of separated families at Kumgangsan. Just before that, DPRK said that if you do engage in any Iraq US joint exercise, they've said that they will not tolerate this at all. But just in a couple of days, they decided to completely change their stance and have the separated families reunited. And in 2015, there was the DMZ incident where there was firing between the two sides. So DPRK said that just like the Yeonpyeong Island incident, they thought that once they fired, that Korea will not counterfire. However, what happened was the opposite. It was something that was unexpected by DPRK, and right the next day, the DPRK decided to change their attitude to pursue a high-level meetings and a 2+2 dialogue. This was a quite of a conciliatory attitude that went against their history, thinking of the practical interest that they can earn. And the third, at the Eighth Party Congress, they've focused on a principle that's based on preconditions. And what happened in just 6 months' time? No, it wasn't 6 months. It was 7 months, where DPRK preemptively decided to suggest the restoring of severed communication lines. But there was nothing that actually changed, or there was nothing that was resolved that could satisfy the principle of conditionality, because ROC US joint exercise took place. We've continued on with our arms build-up. But in just 6 months' time, DPRK decided to change their stance. So if we bring this all together, of course, DPRK had their own prerequisites for an end-of-war declaration, but what I want to say is that their position may change depending on the context, because last June, what they mentioned was that they would be actively involving themselves for a more of a advantageous and a desirable context and environment. So in other words, they're going down that road of practicality. So depending on the situation, they may be withdrawing their preconditions for end-of-war declaration and respond to our suggestion. So with regard to the attitude of DPRK, I don't think that we have to be so pessimistic. But I'm not saying that only optimism exists. There are certain areas that seem quite gloomy and bleak. For instance, the Democracy Coalition led by the US, you can see that China and DPRK decided to group together as a socialist bloc. Last August, China and DPRK decided to forge a friendship treaty and commemorate that relationship. And they've mentioned that the two share the values of socialism, and it was also in the media. This indicates that China and DPRK are coming together to respond to Korea, US, and Japan. So this type of, I think, dynamic will not be beneficial for the end of war declaration, and this type of dynamic may solidify. And the possibility of DPRK taking part in the Beijing Olympics seem to be probable if we think of this, because there may be some diplomatic boycott on the side of the democratic nation. So then DPRK as an ally would want to help out China in this very difficult situation of theirs. So there could be a likelihood where Chairman Kim Jong-un will pay a visit to China. So this seems to increase in probability, but this can lead to a diplomatic dilemma for Korea. The reason why I say that is because if Kim Jong Un visits Beijing, and if President Moon visits Beijing, it may lead to this tripartite relationship of U.S., North, and South. So if Kim Jong Un goes to Beijing, and if President Biden does not come to Beijing, if we think about this, it would be very difficult for the current administration of Korea to make that decision to go to Beijing, because it may make the U.S. uneasy of this three-way relationship. And with regard to a military buildup, it's something that is necessary because of our upcoming transfer. However, we can see that in terms of internal domestic politics and security, this can be a major threat for North Korea. The reason why I say that is because the arms expenditure increase may lead to an arms race, leading to a security dilemma for both two Koreas. So what is Kim Jong-un doing right now? It's currently focused on strengthening their economic development. So right now, their limited resources are now focused on building economic power. However, due to this arms race, inevitably, they will have to transfer some of the resources for a military buildup, meaning that it will hinder their economic development. And that in itself would be a political burden on Kim Jong-un, because up till now, there was no leadership that has announced as an official campaign that they will be focusing on an economic development agenda. So for Kim Jong-un, this is basically his signature commitment. So the current situation is not something that DPRK can just sit on their hands. So I think that right now, rather than the joint exercise, it will probably try to find a way to hinder Korea's increased military expenditure, or the increasing of military expenditure. So as Dr. Lee has mentioned, operating a joint military committee could also be critical, but then again, it's about an arms control of the two Koreas to start off with a commitment to not increase any further military expenditure. So I think that this is something that is necessary, and for DPRK that wants to put this on check, I think that there is a probability of them agreeing to engage in a certain sort of arms control or an increase in military expenditure. Can I spare some 2 more minutes? Would that be okay? So the end of war declaration at the end of the day is about convincing DPRK in the US. However, we do not have to have such a grand picture of things. It's about basing it off on evidence as well as justification, and convince them based on that. the U.S. believes that within the armistice agreement, it indicates that within 3 months, a political consultation should take place to pursue peace on the Korean Peninsula. This is already included in the armistice agreement. It was April 1954 which such consultation took place, and that was the end of it up until now. So, in accordance with the armistice agreement, we can engage in political talks. And if we discuss end of war declaration there, we can say that the U.S. will also perceive this as within the framework of armistice agreement, rather than trying to replace the armistice agreement or to threaten the armistice agreement. So if we use that framework, I think that it can be more convincing for the U.S. that we will not dismantle the armistice agreement. And for DPRK, the point of persuasion would be the following. Dr. Lee has already given us some specifics on this. Is that we have to move towards the Two-Korea military agreement of September 19th. It indicates the military expenditure, about the discussions that are necessary for the joint exercise. But with just that logic, we cannot convince DPRK. We've already sent this message multiple times, officially as well as unofficially, to DPRK, and they don't budge. But it's important to understand their logic. The DPRK says that if the precondition is not met for the end of war declaration, it would be hasty, and that it was just a. It will mention that it will not hold true, and it will just collapse altogether. So with joint exercises and with increased military expenditure, they believe that end of war declaration will make no sense. So that's their logic. So then, in order to make sure that that's not the case, what they're saying is that if we discuss this during the political consultations and meeting, the end of war declaration will not be just a house of cards or a sandcastle. I think that if we take that approach, it will be more convincing for DPRK to involve in these political consultations under the armistice agreement. I do know that Dr. Lee wanted so much to share, so I will have to just skip my summary of his statement in lieu of time, and let us now move on to Dr. Park Jong-chul.
Okay, so I will go straight into my discussion points. Hello, I'm Park Jong-chul. Thank you very much. I think this has been a very meaningful opportunity for me. 30 years ago, in December of 1991, I remember it to be a very cold winter because of global warming. 30 years later, I think now it's rather warm here in Seoul. It's been 30 years since we've adopted the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, and it's also been 30 years since KINU was founded. It's been 30 years since I first became acquainted with KINU. It's been 30 years since I started working on North Korea policy research. What has changed? What has not over the past 30 years? What has changed is that I myself has changed. If I look at my old photographs, I see very clearly how much I have changed. Over the last 30 years, KINU has done so much, and you've gone through many developments, and I believe that you're going to continue to have a lot more roles for you in the future. 30 years ago, we all thought that we would be unified very quickly. And so we actually thought that what's going to happen to KINU? What if it disappears? What if it goes away because we're unified? And what are we going to do then? But both fortunately and unfortunately, KINU remains to this day. Unification seems far away, and I'm still engaged in unification policy research. Right now in front of me, outside, there's a big board that has been set up for all the guests to leave behind a hopeful message for KINU. And I wrote there, congratulations on your past 30 years. And I think somebody wrote also that we look forward to the next 30 years to come for KINU. I don't know if that's necessarily a hopeful message, because that implies that we're not going to see unification for the next 30 years. But in any case, that was a message that I saw on the board outside, which I thought to be interesting. It's been 30 years since we signed the basic agreement, and we have seen changes in the inter-Korean relations. We also have seen some areas that have not changed. Early on, we've heard from Dr. Yang and Dr. Lee in their presentations. They talked about the context of the basic agreements and given this big picture kind of a future prospect for the two Koreas. So I don't think I need to necessarily provide any opposing feedback to what they've said, but I just want to point out that it's been 30 years since we signed the basic agreement, but the climate for unification has changed very much, and although 30 years have gone by, it appears that our approach to unification is still fixated on the old patterns. 30 years ago, when the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement was first adopted, I remember going through all these different provisions line by line to come up with the report on countermeasures for that. And I think that was really the starting point of the research at KINU. The policy directions and the research that came out of that, I think, have largely stayed within the same framework, although we're seeing a new challenging environment come all around us. And there are three things that we have to consider right now in terms of the changing environment around us. The first of which is that DPRK at the time, they were just barely starting out nuclear development, whereas now, as you know, they're basically a de facto nuclear state. This is a huge qualitative change, and this has completely changed the dynamics of what was playing out in the Korean Peninsula. So we cannot think about anything regarding inter-Korean ties without nuclear issue. And at the time, the U.S. was enjoying hegemony at the time. It was post-Cold War. And now, with the U.S.-China rivalry situation, although in the past the U.S. had the upper hand in almost everything, in every aspect, going forward, we have to consider the U.S.-China strategic rivalry and the competition, even in what plays out in the Korean Peninsula. And the third change that we've been witnessing is also something that the other presenters have said, is that the domestic political landscape has changed. In the past, 30 years ago, pretty much everyone in Korea, believed that we should go the road towards unification. In fact, there was almost no opposing voices to that end. But now we see the rise of the MZ generation, and there are these gaps in generational perception of unification. There are some people who are being more pragmatic when it comes to unification discourse. Recently, there was a survey conducted by another organization that is not KINU, and one of the survey questions was, what is your ideal picture of the Korean Peninsula? And there were three options that were given to the survey respondents. The first is two states with free economic exchange and cooperation, such as the European Union. Second option was unified states like East and West Germany. And the third option was good neighbors like the US and Canada. Now, these were the options that the respondents could choose from for their ideal picture of the Korean Peninsula. And there were 34% responded that they want unified state like East and West Germany. And another 34% said that they want two states with free economic exchange and cooperation, such as the EU. But also 28% said that good neighbors like US and Canada would be great for Korean Peninsula as well. This shows us that there are many people out there in Korea who want a simple, pragmatic kind of relationship between the two Koreas that is based on peace and perhaps economic cooperation, not necessarily a unified Korea. And this was also something that we were able to see evident on females, young adults, and even in the liberal sections in certain parts of the country, such as the Jeollado province. So this shows us that there is a huge kind of change in people's perception of unification. And amidst this backdrop, there are four also challenges that are challenging, making things difficult for the inter-Korean relations. And the first is obviously nuclear threats. Through extended deterrence, there is a balance of fear that is playing out on the Korean Peninsula, and the negotiating model is changing. There was the four-party, then six-party, then bilateral, then multilateral, all of these different modes, but we have not seen a resolution of the nuclear issue. So this fear, this balance of fear, there's some people who say that we have to maintain the balance of fear whereas some people say that we have to change around the negotiating modalities. The second challenge is already something that has been mentioned by Dr. Lee Muchal in his presentation, but this has to do with what is often debated in IR, in international relations, which is when a neighboring country has access to nuclear weapons, will this lead to an escalated conventional arms race, or will there be peaceful coexistence on the Korean Peninsula? Because North Korea has nuclear weapons, we have negotiations about and discussions about unification, but we're also seeing an arms race playing out in the Korean Peninsula for the escalation of advanced weaponry, and this is looking like it's going to stay for quite a while on the Korean Peninsula. The third challenge is that there's these sanctions, a very close, tightly knit network of sanctions. And this is making inter-Korean cooperation very much difficult to be had without the mention of sanctions. So this is a completely new kind of situation right now. We can come up with very great proposals or agreements or different suggestions, but we cannot take any step forward because the sanctions regime is very strong. And this is also a new kind of situation for us. And the fourth is the new security crisis, or a global crisis of sorts, such as COVID-19, which we're all suffering through now, climate change, disaster. These are other different kinds of security challenges that go beyond the different dimensions of inter-Korean relations. They're kind of like tsunamis. They're completely wiping out and upturning the thoughts and ideas that we've had in the past. And this is going to be something that happens in the global level. And in this new security threats, how are we going to apply this framework to inter-Korean cooperation and to the future of Northeast Asia? Because this is something that we have to look at, especially in the future. And regarding this, we would have to look at a new model or a new paradigm. Many people say that this is something that we need, and the presenters have alluded to this somewhat in their presentations. And here again, we can think about four things if we look at all the proposals that have been made so far. One is that we can have a fundamental kind of model for new inter-Korean relations. It's kind of an institutional approach. So we can start with military or elsewhere. The second is a kind of step-by-step coexistence model. And I think that this is something what Dr. Yang has mentioned with his legal and institutional approach. So contrary to the maximalist approach, where everything would happen all at once, this legal institutional approach would happen in stages, in a kind of a phased approach. And the second or third is a neo-functionalist approach. And in my presentation, you would say it's plus neo-functionalist approach. I think it's a trend these days to add the plus sign to everything. But in any case, the neo-functionalist approach, we can add this to a plus modality to many different kinds of things, such as humanitarian approach plus a neo-functionalist approach. And we can experimentally try many different things. The fourth model is a community of life in the Korean Peninsula, such as building a community for life and safety. As Professor Park has said, I don't know exactly what the term is, but while you were at Seoul National University, you worked on the complex country model in your research. But in our work to respond to transnational crises, we have to have a soft approach that is issue-oriented. And I think that this is going to be very important in the future. But depending on what we're going to do in the future, we can perhaps mix and match from these four different modalities that I've mentioned. We are entering into the presidential election season here in Korea. And so this means that we're going to once again see very much these fluctuations in North Korea policy in the future. North Korea policy has never been free from discussions at politics. It's almost like a deja vu of sorts, depending on the political party that's in power. We've seen these swings ever since constitutionally presidential term limits have been placed at 5 years, single term. It appears that the presidents have been trying to swing the North Korean policies, and so with the self-fulfilling prophecies and wish fulfillment, the president would try to sway North Korean policy in the manner that he thinks is right, tries to apply that paradigm early on in the term, but then things would change and this would fall through. And we've continuously seen this cycle play out over the years. However, with North Korea policy, with unification policy, there is a counterparty. And there are several counterparties, and the international climate continues to change. And we know that DPRK is very flexible and very strategic in its approach, whereas at the ROK, when there's a new administration, they try to frame their own North Korea policies in their own kind of logic and their own kind of argument. So that's why we lack flexibility in our North Korea policy. We're not responsive, we're very passive. And so this is something that we've seen over the past few years. Next year, when we have a new president, and in the process of leading up to the presidential election, I hope that we can have more of a kind of a coalition or a co-governance, at least when it comes to North Korea policy. But I don't know exactly how that's going to come about, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you very much. Thank you to Dr. Park for that. You've said that you've looked back over the past 30 years, and it's unfortunate that we were not able to see all of the hopes and dreams that we had over the past 30 years come to pass. But in looking at all the trials and tribulations over the past 30 years, you have also worked very hard in your research over the past 30 years, and this has led to deep expertise on your part. So we hope to hear more from you. Thank you very much.
미국에서 또 중
Yes, from the US and China, we have panelists that have been with us. Thank you very much for waiting. So let me now invite Dr. David Kang and Professor Han Xiangdong. First, Dr. Kang, you have the floor.
KINU 30th anniversary.
Excuse me, 소리가.
Dr. Kang, I think that we do have an audio issue right now. We can't hear you well.
We can hear you. Wait for a second. 들리시나요?
Now, how is the audio
Yeah,
now?
yeah, it's okay.
죄송합니다. So let me start over. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm to the 30th anniversary of KINU. I'm really sorry I can't be there in person. Every year my family goes and we spend a month in China, we spend a month in Korea. Every summer we've done it since the children were 5 years old. And we haven't been in 2 years. So we all miss being in Korea. I wish I were there. So thank you for having me. I've listened to these wonderful presentations, and as I think the notes that you've gotten will convey, I think the thing that I can do best is provide a sort of American perspective on the 30 years of the proclamation from 1992. And in many ways, I think it's a tragedy, a missed opportunity, again and again, missed opportunities, again and again. In other words, what successive American presidents have done, and Biden is the same, Republican and Democrat, there is a consensus in the United States about how to behave towards North Korea. And so even though we're on the 30th year of the Inter-Korean Reconciliation Act, I'm going to make 3 basic points. And the first one is, it's a tragedy that we're in the same place. From left and right, Democrat and Republican, the United States focuses exclusively on denuclearization. We also expect North Korea to make the first moves. The Biden administration is a perfect example of that. The Biden administration staff who are doing East Asia are career, mainstream American foreign policy experts. And so what we see is them doing everything that we see every we were just talking about how the Korean administrations do new things. This is American administrations. Every administration says, we're willing to talk. We're not going to offer anything. We have nothing to offer. But we're willing to talk if you, North Korea, are ready to come and surrender. If you're going to do the first move, sure, we'll talk. Right? And so, of course, North Korea says, why would we do that? Secondly, so in other words, we always expect North Korea to make the first move. We're willing to meet you halfway, but you have to go first. The North Koreans, not surprisingly, are like, why don't you go first, America? The favored tool of American foreign policy establishment from both sides is sanctions. We just heard Biden today saying, if Putin attacks Ukraine, sanctions worse than you can imagine. Despite overwhelming scholarly evidence that sanctions don't work. They certainly haven't worked in the case of North Korea. We sanction them up. We lever up sanctions, but we never reduce them. Right? This American approach for 30 years is rhetorically cares about human rights. We love to complain about North Korean human rights, but the reality is we don't really care. If people are dying, if they're getting sick, if they're not having food, that's North Korea's problem. So we don't actually care about the North Korean people. We like to use North Korean human rights as another stick to hit North Korea with. And there certainly is no plan for helping North Korean human rights. One of my colleagues, Sandra Fahey, who wrote a wonderful book about North Korean human rights, says food is a human right. Access to food is a human right. But we don't open up markets. We don't trade with North Korea because we have to sanction North Korea. Right? So we have both sides, left and right, do this. Right? Once North Korea makes the first move, then we will do something as the United States. South Korea is caught in the middle, and we heard all the discussions about this. Yes. Now I am clearly on record again and again as being for engagement. It is clear that pressure does not work. This strategy has failed for 30 years. The idea that if sanctions haven't worked, more sanctions will get North Korea to cave, to me is folly. It is ridiculous. Where we are today is with North Korea a nuclear power now. This strategy over 30 years has demonstrably failed. And I think points 2 and 3 are about at least how the Americans view North Korea. I think part of the reason that we are able to have such a policy towards North Korea without really ever questioning what else we might do is because the United States has two mutually contradictory views of North Korea, and we switch back and forth whenever we need to. In other words, almost no one I know in the United States wants to understand and explain actually what's going on in North Korea. Most of us are focused on scoring points in D.C. And here are two contradictions in North Korean views, American views of North Korea. Right? And the first one is this. North Korea will collapse if we sanction it enough. It will give in. It will be so dangerous and so hurting North Korea that if we sanction North Korea, it might crumble. They will give in. On the other hand, everyone in North Korea, it can't wait to be free. So if we trade with North Korea, if we open it up, they will all rush to the exits. The minute the North Korean government collapses, everyone will leave. Right? Both of these can't be true, right? If we isolate North Korea, it will collapse. If we engage North Korea, it will collapse. We have a theory that North Korea is going to collapse no matter what. And may I point out, in America, we also think China is going to collapse. The number of articles written about the coming collapse of China, I mean, every year, Foreign Affairs, I think there's a rule, they must publish one article about the coming collapse of China, right? So it's not just North Korea. When the reality is, these countries are here, I don't see them collapsing. If we engage them, they'll collapse because they can't stand the openness, right? Information will cause the regime to collapse. Isolation will cause the regime to collapse. Right? So which one is it? That's number one. Number two, and this is even worse, I think. There are two contradictory views of North Korea about the North Korean people. That's a view about the North Korean government. The view about the North Korean people is this. On the one hand, everyone is brainwashed. The propaganda, the lies, they're all standing there. Why do they cry when Kim Jong-il died? They must be brainwashed. They're automatons. They're robots. They're brainwashed. Nobody would believe in that Kim Jong-il guy or Kim Jong-un. They must be brainwashed. Okay? On the other hand, every day, every single North Korean wakes up yearning to breathe the sweet air of freedom and can't wait to escape. Now, I'll tell you, they can't both be brainwashed and yearning to be free. That's not possible. Right? And what happens in the United States is we flip. Whatever we need, we flip between this caricature and that caricature. Sanctions haven't worked. We haven't tried hard enough. Right? Wow, the sanctions seem to be working. Well, they're going to collapse any moment, right? We have a series of caricatures about North Korea that don't actually convey. I could go on and on because there's all this stuff about, the jokes about Kim Jong-il and things like that. And my point is this, we don't take North Korea seriously enough. It is convenient for Americans to keep a set of caricatures or stereotypes. The problem is, this isn't a joke. It's not a movie. It's real life. And we're 30 years from the Inter-Korean reconciliation. And we're basically in the same place. The only difference is North Korea has nuclear weapons now, and they didn't 30 years ago. And I don't think we need to be here. I think one thing I often say is that in Korea, in South Korea, North Korea is a military or security issue. It's a human rights, economic issue. And it's a family, human rights, whatever, social issue. It is a broad issue where everyone knows a lot about North Korea. And in the United States, it's only a security issue. And so these other things don't provide any context for American policy. And as a result, American policy, which as the previous speaker said, often Korea has to worry about what America thinks. If they get too close to China, will America care? If they do too much to North Korea, will America care, right? America is so important to South Korean politics. But America does not have the same values or goals that South Korea has. They have different interests. So I'm going to conclude by saying, people always say to me, all right, well, if you're so smart, how are you going to solve the North Korea problem? And I say to them, you know what? North Korea is not a problem to be solved. There is no combination of carrots and sticks that I can tell you that will make North Korea denuclearize, open up its economy to capitalism, and stop human rights. That's not happening. So rather than saying, how are we going to solve the problem? North Korea is a real country with real people. And we have to live with it. We have to find a way to manage it. We need to manage North Korea. We need to live with North Korea. And it's not going to be good, but it can be better than it is now. And this is particularly hard, like for South Koreans, I think, to understand, right? South Korea is a real country. It has a government and real people and a flag and everything else, right? But one of the reasons North Korea survived this long is it's a real country too. And they think they're the real Koreans. That's the fundamental fight. What is Korea? And so in many ways, I think I don't have a solution. There is no solution. I can't give you one. I'm not smarter than anyone else. But I can say we can do a better job of managing the threat, managing the crisis, managing relations with North Korea than we are doing now. I absolutely think that is the case. And so I will stop there and thank you I'm sorry I have a little cold, but thank you very much for inviting me. And I truly wish I were in Korea. I haven't been there in 2 years and I miss it. Thank you.
예, 데이비드 강 교수.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kang. I truly hope that we can see you back in Korea sometime. Thank you. And as you've mentioned, in terms of an American perspective, rather than perceiving DPRK as a problem, to understand that it is real. And it's true that there are many caricatures and different stereotypical images of DPRK, but that is an issue. So as I was listening to your comments, this wasn't just about the US. We can see that we're also not an exception in Korea. We also see such fallacies from within. So thank you very much for the comments.
We'll now move on to our last and final panelist, who is Professor Han Xiandong of China. Yes, hello. Can you hear me? My name is Han Xiandong at China University of Political Science and Law. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important gathering. I would like to extend my congratulations to everyone at KINU for your 30th birthday. And I know that many of the colleagues there offline are my friends, so I would like to say hello to my old friends once again, taking use of this opportunity here. I would like to look at the inter-Korean relations from the perspective of China. So I would like to lend the Chinese perspective to this discussion. I really enjoy listening to the presentations and the discussions that preceded mine. I learned a lot from your comments. 30 years ago, through high-level meetings, yielded the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement. And since then, there was, prior to the achievement, the only official agreement made by the two sides during the past 45 years was the July 4th Joint Declaration back in 1972. 30 years ago, as I mentioned, there was the Basic Agreement, and what is worth noting was how meaningful the Basic Agreement was compared to the July 4th Joint Declaration in terms of content, the institutional mechanisms built into it, etc., etc. Therefore, considering the situation facing the two Koreas, at the time of signing the Basic Agreement, it can be said today that the agreement holds significant implications for the course of development in inter-Korean relations. Specifically, the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement resulted from the arrangements and interactions between different policies implemented by the two Koreas by reflecting the changes in the international political landscape, such as the end of the Cold War. In particular, if we look at the content of the Basic Agreement, it is quite meaningful. And because it resulted from official independent contacts and negotiations, legally defines inter-Korean relations and includes inter-Korean exchanges in the fields of politics, economy, military, and society. Particularly, it specifies the establishment of inter-Korean organizations such as a liaison office, a joint military committee, an economic exchange or cooperation committee, thereby creating a firm platform to promote the development in inter-Korean relations in a more stable manner. However, ultimately, the basic agreement failed to be materialized. Indeed, for 30 years since the 1990s, the two Koreas have successfully struck various agreements, such as the June 15th Joint Statement, October 4th Joint Statement, the Panmunjom Declaration, the Pyongyang Joint Declaration, all of which have barely been implemented. So there were many accomplishments made, but they have not been followed through. And as a result, inter-Korean relations have also been very unstable. Well, what can we do to stabilize inter-Korean relations? This is continuing to be a very important challenge for ROK, which is why Dr. Lee has said that we need to find ways to institutionalize and develop the inter-Korean relationship, and also think about measures to institutionalize resuming inter-Korean dialogue, and etc. From the Chinese perspective, I think that these ideas are very creative. They're exciting to hear, but the chances of these plans becoming reality are very slim when we consider their feasibility. When we look at how DPRK is very not so active when it comes to the improvement of ties. So I don't think that North Korea even wants to have these discussions because they are primarily focused on relations with the US. So their focus and priority is US DPRK relations. And I think that DPRK is trying to use its relationship with the ROK to leverage itself and negotiate, kind of use that as a bargaining chip against US. No. However, if the inter-Korean relations become too friendly, then they can no longer use inter-Korean relations as a bargaining chip against the US. So that is why I think that the DPRK is very slow when it comes to try to jump at the chance of engaging in better relations with South Korea. And it appears that we have to consider this aspect of North Korea. As Dr. Yang has mentioned in his presentation, we have to look at this paradigm, and this kind of a paradigm of the different counterparties involved can ultimately impact each other. The US-DPRK relations have their own factors. So there are factors related to the US-North Korea and ROK-US relations, and they constitute an environment in which the inter-Korean relationship is built, and thus can significantly affect its development. The US has built a hostile relationship with North Korea, while it has built an alliance with South Korea. And so the two-Korea relationship, the inter-Korean relationship, can be promoted and developed only when South Korea modifies its alliance relationship with the US. So I think that we have to consider the challenge facing South Korea and how to strike a balance between its relationship with the US and North Korea, maintaining and even strengthening the Rock-US relationship while at the same time effectively promoting the military safety and cooperation of inter-Korean relationship would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. I witnessed a situation a few days ago where South Korea announced its decision to build a new operation plan on North Korea through the Security Consultative Meeting, the SCM, with the US. At the same time, it is promoting the idea of the end of war declaration. Oh, it appears that this has exposed the contradictory side of South Korea's North Korea policy. And when we think that, what would North Korea make of this kind of contradictory attitude? How would the DPRK view South Korea's policies on North Korea when the ROK is engaging in such contradictory approaches? This is indicative of the differences in the opinions and directions towards North Korea among different government departments in South Korea, such as the Ministry of Unification, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course, there are differences that also arise in the political landscape when talking about the government's policy towards North Korea. That is why we cannot say that there is a national consensus on North Korea in the ROK. There are inconsistencies between the progressives and the conservatives, and between different government ministries and departments and agencies. And these have cost South Korea stability on North Korea policies and trust from North Korea. So that is what we have effectively lost. That is what South Korea has lost. And I think that the development of inter-Korean relations is not simply limited to the two Koreas alone. It is affected by factors related to the US and South Korea's domestic politics. Therefore, we have to consider all of these different aspects. In China, it is the same thing. There are these different discussions made. There are private sector and public sector, different kinds of discussions done in China regarding the different parties and different government ministries and the agencies when it comes to China's relationship with Taiwan. And so even with this kind of push and pull and all these different corners and all of these different policy suggestions made by different parties in China regarding the Taiwan policy is also something that is similar. What we're seeing playing out in the Korean Peninsula. So South Korea needs to deal with its internal political factors and build a certain level of national consensus and manage factors related to the ROK-US alliance to advance inter-Korean relations stably and institutionally. And only then can we make room for development of inter-Korean relations. I think that that could be a way for us to consider going forward. This concludes my discussion point. Thank you.
전동 교수님 감사합니다. 아마도 우리
Thank you very much. Professor Han Shandong, you've talked about security and inter-Korean cooperation. It appears that we have these two kinds of challenges that we're trying to balance. And from the point of view of an outsider, as has been mentioned by Professor Han, it appears from an outsider's perspective that there does not seem to be a national consensus in Korea. So that is a big challenge for us and a big question that he has raised to us. We are almost close to ending our session.
지금 네 분의
So our four panelists gave their comments. And they didn't actually pose specific questions to our speakers. They covered various grounds. So I do not think our speakers have to necessarily respond to any questions, but still, I would like to give the opportunity for the speakers to speak for approximately 3 minutes each. So if there's anything that you would like to add to your presentation, you can use the time to do so. But there were two questions from our participants from the floor. So I would like to pose these questions for our speakers. So you please respond if possible, simply. So first, uh, Professor Yang talked about the basic agreement. So this question has to do with that. So the Korean Peninsula Peace Agreement and the basic agreement. It's true that up till now, in terms of obligations and responsibilities, how do you think it will be different between the two? So that's the question. Professor Young, could you also respond to this question within the 3 minutes allotted to you? And the second question is for Dr. Lee Mu-char. It doesn't exactly directly connect to your presentation, but if I may ask this question, with regard to, well, national defense, you've mentioned about the significance of national defense. So I think that Dr. Lee, you may be able to answer this question. So DPRK and South Korea, when you're unified, how much of our military budget can be saved in the process? I don't know what your response will be, but we had these two questions from the floor. So once again, I would like to ask our speakers within 3 minutes to respond to the respective questions, as well as any concluding remarks. First, Professor and Dr. Yang Woo-jin. Dr. Lee did not pose a question, but with regard to the end of war declaration, you've mentioned about the principle of conditionality of DPRK. So DPRK, you can see that there were two official statements from Kim Jong-un, and we can say that they do have an interest in the end of war declaration, and their precondition. Is this a strict precondition or is it flexible? I think depending on that, the story will differ. I believe that DPRK has actually attached a flexible precondition. In other words, South Korea and the US, as long as they show good faith to what they've committed, I think it means that DPRK is willing to come back to the table. And the second, Dr. Park Jong-chul, you talked about the changes, the challenges, and the solutions. To your comments, yes, I agree. And considering the very complex situation, if we do not want to go back to all of the wrongdoings, I think that yes, we need to take a very flexible approach. And Dr. David Kong talked about the American perspective, and I could not agree more to what you've said. So I was very grateful for your comments, and particularly, you've mentioned that the majority of the U.S. believe that sanctions can solve it all, and that there is a major issue to that. In other words, with the sanctions, the U.S. Believes that it can solve the nuclear problem, but actually it advances their nuclear capabilities, meaning that the sanctions were ineffective and was a failure. And I truly hope that the U.S. bureaucrats lend a serious ear to Dr. Kang's comments. And Professor Han, the Korean Peninsula issue or the inter-Korean issue is quite complex, but despite the complexity, if we want to solve the pending issues, inter-Korean relationship is important, and we need a driving force here. And it's important that domestic politics also make sure to take this seriously. And I agree to Dr. Han's comments as well. And with regard to the question posed by the audience about the peace agreement and the basic agreement, about the implementation, as I briefly mentioned in my presentation, if you look at the basic agreement, the contents are quite substantial. It consists of also 12 consultative bodies, a framework to run that, but it wasn't implemented. And of course, one of the reasons has to do with distrust. But in addition to that, there is no legal or institutional framework that can push forward to implement this in Korea. At the time, we talked about this as a gentleman's agreement and that we're a special relationship, but at least we should have gotten through the parliamentary ratification. Then I think that the following administrations would have been able to consistently carry out the implementation of the basic agreement. So if we do not want a recurrence of that again, for the basic agreement for the new following basic agreement, because it is a tentative agreement, well, there are many issues that we have to think of whether we will respect the regime or not. But then here as well, we need ratification by the National Assembly, which will help us push forward with the implementation. And with regard to peace agreement, in the armistice agreement, there is already an implementation body within the armistice agreement, and I think that the peace agreement also will have an implementation mechanism. And I think that there wouldn't be much of a challenge in implementing the peace agreement in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. We've had interventions from Dr. Lee, Dr. Park, Dr. Kang, and Dr. Han. Thank you very much for your comments. Before I move on to my response about the discussion, there was a question about our decrease in defense spending by way of unification. I think that would depend on the kind of unification, the methodology, but of course, obviously, we'll see a drastic decrease in military spending. I think that we also have to consider the cost associated with maintaining the division of the Korean Peninsula, because this would entail other costs, not just military spending, but also non-military spending. But if we were to incorporate all that together, they said that unification costs would be cheaper than the costs associated with the current status quo of maintaining the division of the Korean Peninsula. So that is my question. That is my response to your question. Dr. Han provided us with the Chinese perspective, and Dr. David Kang gave us a U.S. perspective. And listening to those two scholars, I thought that right now, the Korean government, whether it be a progressive administration or conservative administration, that there are three dilemmas in pursuing our North Korean policy, regardless of the party. There's a security dilemma of the two Koreas, so that we try to implement the agreement, but there's arms race, and this leads to derailments in the agreement, and this has always been a question. And the second is the Rocky West Alliance, and the fact that Korea doesn't have a lot of autonomy, and especially security policy. It's difficult for us to engage in a very autonomous, very flexible security policy. If we try to be a little bit too liberal in that regard, then the U.S. would put us in check. And that is the other dilemma. And the third dilemma is that Korea's presidency, there's a term limit. It's a single-term presidency, so there's a limit after every 5 years. At the end of the 5 years, there's a lame duck situation, and you kind of lose the impetus for the policy. These are the three dilemmas, I think, that impact North Korea policy. So it's very important for us to wisely overcome these different challenges so that we can have improvements in inter-Korean relations and possible development and even institutionalization of different mechanisms concerning inter-Korean relations. And another thing that I wanted to point out is that we have to understand the strategic intent of the DPRK. And yes, I think that there is consistent analysis being done on that, but right now, there needs to be security cooperation in this regard. I think that many people are a little bit frightened about concessions that we make first. I think that this is also a symbol of South Korea's, the government, and our country's confidence, because we are ahead of DPRK in terms of military strength and capabilities. So from the winning hand, we are more powerful, and we are offering a kind of olive branch to the other party. And I think that this is not necessarily a bad thing, because in fact this is something that is necessary, because we are the stronger party. And so we have to look at this not as something that we're losing face in, but it's something that we should do as a stronger party. And this is also something that Professor David Kong mentioned. So that is also what the mainstream thoughts are in the U.S. could be a little bit problematic, especially given to light the U.S. is such a strong superpower. So with that, I'd like to conclude my thoughts.
This session was on the 30th anniversary of the conclusion of the 92 Basic Agreement, and to see how this agreement for reconciliation has progressed, and the reason why we weren't able to achieve our goals. So how can we relive the spirit of the basic agreement was also a topic that was discussed today. And as we all agree, for the past 30 years, indicates that the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, of course, was insufficient in achieving its goals, which is quite unfortunate and a great pity. But then, on the other hand, it's true that even during the very difficult 30 years, we still respect the spirit. And when we do want to open up a new inter-Korean relationship, it does provide us with the basic principles and the basic spirit. And I think that in the long run, the 30 years helped us increase our thoughts in depth and breadth. And it also, I think, was a cost that we had to pay to lead to these in-depth discussions and in this in-depth ideas and insights. The points that we need to consider about whether institutionalization should come first, or whether confidence building should come first, or whether military issues should take the priority, or should we focus on socioeconomic matters? And should we first focus on the driving force to ignite inter-Korean relations, or should it be that we need an international driving force? I think that all of these questions, in some sense, may be quite contradictory. It may seem all conflicting with one another. However, I think that this is the bare reality of the Korean Peninsula in the 21st century. So what's needed here is of how we can refine our approach and finding that right combination, or striking that right balance. And I think that that will be determined by the democratic capabilities of Korea on how we do that going forward. I believe that today's discussion it has to do with our prospects for the future of the Korean Peninsula. So there are also diplomatic challenges, the challenges that we have for the Korean Peninsula, the two Koreas. So it's something that requires our insights, but it's also about maturing our democracy so that we understand and respect that there are diversity in views, that there may be difference in views, but it can it can live in coexistence, and there could be some way for us to combine that together to find the middle ground. And I think that such a democratic approach will be a critical factor in improving the inter-Korean relations. And with that, we would like to close this session. So for the following 30 years or for 100 years, I hope that KINU will continue on to grow and flourish, to design a better future for the Korean Peninsula. Thank you all for your attention. And once again, thank you to our speakers and panelists, also to our panelists from the US and China. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, and we would now like to conclude session 2. I would like to once again give a big round of applause for our speakers and panelists. Thank you. We'll now have a break. And once again, I would like to inform you that we have a small event for our participants of the conference. First, before the end of the conference, there is an event where For those of you that are watching via YouTube, you can take a picture of the screen that you're watching and then please post that up on the Facebook page of KINU as well as your comments. And also in the chat on the YouTube channel, please also send your message of congratulations to Kino as well as any comments and questions for the speakers. And we will engage in a lucky draw to give a small token of appreciation for those that have participated. We ask for your interest and participation. So we'll now have a break and see you back at 4. Thank you.
이어서 특별 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the special session. The special session is joined by former presidents of KINU to go into the 30 years of unification policy where KINU is headed. I would like to extend my gratitude to our former presidents. We have former President Park Geun-kyu, the 8th president, the 10th president, former President Seo Jae-jin, the 13th president of KINU, Chun Sung-woon, and 16th president Kim Yeon-chul of KINU. Thank you very much for coming to celebrate the 30th anniversary of KINU. And as mentioned, the title is 30 Years of Unification Policy, Where is KINU Headed? And the moderator is President Go Yoo-hwan of KINU. Thank you very much. This session will be joined by the former presidents of KINU as introduced, and we would like to review our past 30 years of footsteps. And I would like to say that not only as presidents, but as researchers, our distinguished participants have been involving in research in terms of inter-Korean relations on North Korean nuclear issues, as well as the array of topics that were covered today. So we would like to talk about that today together. So I think that as you can all see that there are some reference materials on the history of KINU. And there's also the date of when the former presidents were appointed. I am the 18th president of KINU. And for the past 30 years means that we had 18 presidents, meaning that the tenure is 3 years. But if we do the calculation, just a simple calculation, it means that the presidents have performed their roles of approximately a year and a half. I think that, yes, we just think there was an issue with the lighting, probably to congratulate the anniversary maybe. At any rate, I would like to say that there were many presidents, changes in leadership at KINU, and all of the former presidents have put in so much effort in the works of KINU, making it possible for KINU to play its role as it does right now. No, Dr. Park Geun-kyu is the 8th president. We have the 10th president Seo Jae-jin, 13th president Chun Sung-woon, and the 16th president Kim Yeon-chul. So President Chun Se-yeon, who served as a second and third president, was also invited, but I do know that he is going to receive the Gangwon Province DMZ prize, so he could not come due to the award ceremony. And of course, we should have invited all of the previous 18 presidents, but due to some limitations in space, we couldn't do that, which is quite unfortunate. Regarding KINU, well, I want to say that the special session is just like a talk show. It's going to be a free-flowing dialogue amongst the former presidents. We're here to commemorate the 30th anniversary, as mentioned, and our date of foundation was April 9th, but due to COVID, we decided to engage in this anniversary celebration as well as the academic conference on the same day today. So I would like to ask our former presidents to share their thoughts as we commemorate the 30 years, as well as any words of congratulation. So why don't we start off from there? So first, I would like to invite Dr. Park Geun-kyu for your kind words.
들려요?
Yes, can you hear me? I would like to begin by extending my deepest congratulations to all of you on the 30th anniversary of KINU. This is quite an honorable occasion for me, and the fact that I've been invited to come. Such a pleasure to have the opportunity to meet with the former members and the current members of KINU. I'd like to thank President Ko Yu-hwan and all of the family of KINU. It is a great pleasure to meet you all. I hope you've been well. Know how hard you work. You've worked so hard for the last 30 years. Thank you so much for your tireless efforts, and as a former president, I'm deeply indebted to you.
이어서 서재진 원장님.
Moving on, Dr. Seo Jae-jin.
들리시나요? 네. 박영주.
Yes, can you all hear me? Yes, President Park Young-gyu, your comments were very succinct. So for me, I've worked at KINU for 20 years and 5 months and retired. And it's been 10 years and maybe 4 months or so since I retired, meaning that it's been more than 30 years since. So I think that if I go back on my trajectory in my career, it's been quite a long time. In Changchung-dong, we started off and had our inaugural ceremony at a building there. And I recall Dr. Kim Byung-no, Choi Chun-won, and it seems like we're back 30 years back, going back 30 years. I remember that time. So it's a great pleasure to be here. It's quite moving. And all of the members of KINU, it's a great pleasure to join you. So I remember that we had our inaugural ceremony at Changchun-dong in the Korean Freedom Federation building. But once again, despite the COVID situation, it's a great pleasure to join all the members of KINU here today. I would like to, respond to the question of the achievements during my tenure. But there was a research on the Unification Bridge. I don't know whether some of the members of KINU do remember that research project. So this was a research project that I had great affection towards. And as president of KINU at the time, I had the opportunity to speak with many other heads of organizations under this consultative body on unification. But it was quite different because in the case of KDI, their single research project had a funding of 5 billion. However, if you look at KINU, our total budget was 7 billion or 7.7 billion or so. So I thought that it was such an unfair world, because it was only natural that we would compare each other's organizations. So of course KDI is important, but isn't KINU as important? So at the time, it made me think about our funding, our budget, and that there should be some way to increase our budget. And what I thought to myself at the time was, why don't we just give it a try whether it works or not? So there was this research project on unification, and we've requested a budget of 1 billion, and I struggled to get this passed, and we eventually got 0.8 billion and started this project. So it was 2008 when I was appointed, and starting from 2009, we were able to use that budget. And I thought if there's the will and determination, the lesson learned was that it can be done. So it was a 3-year project. It was a long-term project, and the researchers of KINU had a lot to do at that time. And I was a bit sorry for that, but it was a big project with great funding. So I remember that time. And regarding the research findings and outcome, I'm sure that there is both internal and external assessments on that research project. I don't exactly remember what the evaluation was on the research outcome, but at any rate, I remember that time. So still, unification is a critical challenge, a critical task, and depending on our will and determination, and depending on how define unification, and depending on how we structure our research project, the outcome could be very different. So I really wanted to emphasize this. Thank you.
네, 수재진 원장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Next, we'd like to hear from Dr. Chun. Thank you very much, President Ko Yuan, for preparing this very valuable opportunity. And I would also like to thank the employees and the staff at KINU. I went to a military service very late because I received my PhD doctorate after that, and I was discharged in 1992. 2 months ago, KINU was founded. I applied my job application to KINU, and I remember walking down from the steps, and it was located in Namsan at the time. There's a small road to Hyatt Hotel, and it's not a sidewalk, but it's just a small path that you can walk to, and there's like a walled fence, like stone fence on next to it. I thought walking down that path that I really wanted to work at KINU because I've always been very much interested in inter-Korean relations, that maybe I can study and research at KINU and hopefully contribute to peace and unification for the two Koreas. I remember vividly walking down that path and thinking that, and this feels like yesterday. Now, with your help, I was able to work and come to work at KINU. Now it's been 30 years since that day. Feels like those events, passed by as a blur in my mind. Lee Byung-yong is the first president of KINU. He was really scary at the time. He was like a tiger. President Lee Byung-yong, his expertise on unification studies and his leadership really brought KINU so far. Although it was late in being launched as a think tank, it became established very solidly in Korea, and I do believe that it contributed to unification policy in Korea with the basic agreements. KINU was really founded in the events leading up to and after that, but I think you remember very much the contribution that KINU has made. And I think the most important thing is that we were able to nurture and train human resources. Korea did not have a lot of unification studies scholars at the time, but through KINU, we saw the nurturing of various talents, and later they went on to study and teach at different universities. And they went to teach many people, and we also saw many ministers from KINU. We have a minister here. We also had executive chair of NUAC. Some people went on to become politicians, and these different human resources, this human talent, many people who were letting their voices heard on unification studies out there in the world have direct or indirect ties to KINU. So as a person who is affiliated with KINU, I'm very proud of that fact. And I think that you should all be very proud of that as well. Times have really changed. 30 years have passed, in fact. 30 years is equivalent to one generation. When we talk about a generation, it's typically about the life experiences of a person, and you go through a lot of different changes in your life, and not just your own personal life, but the different societal changes and global changes that happen throughout that person's life. And now we are at the crossroads of these changes. With this commemoration of the 30th anniversary, I think that KINU, in looking back over the past 30 years, should feel a huge sense of pride, but also leverage the different wisdom and knowledge that we have and using that to prepare for the next 30 years to come. And I hope that KINU can become a prominent think tank in that regard. Early on, President Seo said that what is going to happen to us with KINU when the two Koreas become unified? We're not going to get a budget. But we said that many people said that once Korea gets unified, then we can go study in the DPRK. We can go and work with the colleagues at DPRK and work there and study unification. After unification, work in the DPRK. And this was something that we even talked about. And this was the kind of plan or a vision that we had in the past. And now that we are at this turning point of 30 years, we can renew the identity of KINU and try to take a far-reaching approach, a very progressive kind of approach for the future, for the next years to come. Thank you.
네, 전소훈 원장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Chun Sung-hoon. Next, I would like to give the floor to President Kim Yan-chul. Many people said that excellent researchers were nurtured at KINU, and I'm pretty sure that President Kim Il-sung was the very first president that became a minister right after his presidency of KINU. I remember President Chung Sung-hwan first was vice minister and then was promoted to minister. But of course, President Kim Il-sung, you're here as former president of KINU, so any words? Yes, as President Go Yuan has mentioned, I myself could not fulfill my full tenure, and I was appointed as minister, which was I was quite sorry that that had to happen. But of course, even as minister, I was very much interested in the development of KINU, and I tried to provide my support to KINU. But I think that there could have been things that I could have done more for KINU. At any rate, I'm sure that it's been not that a long time since I left, so it's a great pleasure to see you again. And as former President Chun Sung-hoon has mentioned, we are all researchers of North Korea and in the Inter-Korea, so we have many occasions where we can meet together, and I think that it will be the same in the future. KINU has significant tasks and challenges that it must respond to, and I'm very much aware of that. So although I am no longer a part of KINU, I think that it's important that everyone joins hands in performing these and responding to the key challenges and tasks. As during my tenure, there were specific areas that I put a focus on, and I think I can give you one example, which has to do with the research on the peace agreement on the Korean Peninsula. Dr. Kim Sang-kim put in a lot of effort into this report. At an institute in Sweden, the researchers of KINU were dispatched, and the head of the North Korea Disarmament Institute, I remember, was also involved. And we took the time to find a way to engage in joint research with North Korea on the peace agreement on the Korean Peninsula. And then we thought maybe we can also have the US and China join, at least on a private sector level. We thought, or the civilian level, we thought that we can probably put together such a consultative body. In the US, the Peace Institute was already researching that very topic. So what we did was pay a visit to the Peace Institute. We had meetings, and I remember that we've also delegated certain research projects to the researchers at the Peace Institute, and we decided to continue on with the discussions. In the case of China, we provided an overall framework and draft, and at the research institutes and government agencies in China, they've reviewed this draft and proposal, and they've given us a very detailed response. We weren't able to encompass all of those responses in the report. What we had to do is put this together and summarize, and I remember we've actually devised a draft. When this report was released, certain members of the media showed much interest. Of course, it wasn't a compliment, but we've seen it being mentioned in many commentaries as well as the opinion editorial. So it was there was a lot of response regarding this report. And if we want to bring about peace, I think that KINU still has a significant role to play. And if time allows, I will be, of course, sharing my thoughts on KINU, but because we're seeing a change in generation and we're seeing a broadening of scope. So I think that what's necessary is to have many disciplines work together, whether it be humanities and other domains. So I hope that in the future it would be better to broaden the horizon when researching unification. And I hope that it can continue on to gain prominence in unification research. Yes, thank you very much, President Kim Yeon-chul.
박영규 원장님 한 말씀.
Yes, President Park. Listening to the other three presidents speak, I thought that maybe I was a little bit too brief. So I'm worried that some people might think that I wasn't being more committed to my position and my role here. So I'm going to add a little bit. It's been 15 years since I left KINU. And because of that, I have to say that my memory fails me in certain aspects, but there are still some things that really stick out in my memory, which is early on in the years of KINU, when it was opened in 1991. I remember that that was when the basic agreement between the two Koreas was adopted. However, we at KINU did not have the research infrastructure in place. We didn't have data or archives to pull from. There wasn't existing research. And it wasn't like we had PCs and computers like we do now. These different conveniences were not available. These different facilities and equipment were not there at our disposal. And so more so, what was really particularly difficult was that at the time, the standard, the criteria for hiring at the time was that we're going to find new people because we are a new organization. We wanted to find fresh faces. And so we hired many PhD graduates who had just completed their degrees. And so because these are young minds, they have expertise and expert knowledge in the relevant fields. But one of the aspects of the work that we had to do in KINU was to try to provide policy briefs to the government. And this was a very important work for us as a government think tank. But these young PhD graduates did not have that kind of knowledge. I think most of them, except for maybe 4 or 5, did not have experience in writing these policy briefs for the government. And so what they would do is, I remember that they would take the analysis they've done with these long sentences, and then later create these rougher outlines, policy briefs to deliver to the government. It was very difficult for them to do so. Because of the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, the Annex, as you know, they are very extensive documents. And KINU was tasked with a research project to analyze the implementation for the Inter-Korean Basic Agreement and the Annex document. So this was a very difficult research challenge for us. We didn't have facilities, we didn't have infrastructure. But I remember we would work through the night to deliver the policy papers. And I remember that many cases our computers, we didn't have sufficient computers, first of all. So when we had research fellows dictate some words, and then the research assistants would try to type that down, and when they wanted to make some edits, they would type that down as well. And it took so long, and it was such an extensive research project. I remember that this took place at the time in 1991, 92, and that the government commissioned us to carry out the implementation plans for the basic agreements. And I think that we played a very important role in the implementation plans, drafting of the plan, because it was such a huge volume research. And KINU was the only one who could be entrusted with carrying out that kind of research, because we were the only think tank on unification studies at the time. So the fact that we were able to do that, I'm very proud. And I still remember vividly the hard work that we went through at the time. Of course, I have other memories that I would like to recollect for you, but I would like to talk them later on. But I just wanted to prove to you that I'm also dedicated to my role here.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Park. I remember that you were at Sejong Institute, and with the establishment of KINU, you came to research here at KINU. So I would like to ask, compared to Sejong Institute, do you believe that KINU has better prospects? And well, at the time, didn't KINU pay better? As far as I know, at the time, probably the wage was quite similar to that of KDI. So maybe that's why you decided to switch from Sejong Institute to KINU? Well, the reason why I ended up at KINU, I think that's your question. Well, at Sejong Institute, I worked with former President Chung Se-yeon. I believe it was mid-December 1990 or so. And Dr. Chung Se-yeon called me up. And he said that a new institute on national unification will be established, and he asked if I would like to work with him. At the time, there were 3 research divisions. One was the policy division, and he asked me if I would like to head the policy division of that new research institute for national unification. And I said, you should be the one to head that. For me, I am an expert on international affairs, and I said that I will be in charge of the international affairs division. But I found out that Dr. Chung was actually appointed as vice president. I did not know, and I was trying to tell him and trying to persuade him to becoming the division head of the policy division. So I'm quite sorry to have done that, but I did not know. But at any rate, when I switched from Sejong Institute to KINU, well, Sejong Institute actually had higher wages than the then RENU, or Research Institute for National Unification. When I first compared my salary, I found out that at Sejong I received about 1 million won more. So once again, it's not because the Research Institute for National Unification was better paying, but rather it was because actually Dr. Chung Se-yeon lied to me. I asked So if I go to Research Institute for National Unification, what would be my salary? And he said, of course, it would be at least comparable to Sejong Institute. But then I found out that there was this big 1 million won discrepancy. And I went back to him and said, what happened? You lied to me. So as once again, Sejong Institute was better paid by about 1 million won. So there were rumors that, well, I do know that earlier for the doctorate researchers, they probably had higher salaries than KDI, but it's true that the overall benefits were not as desirable or favorable than KDI initially for KINU. So Dr. Park Young-woo said that when he was actually a part of the foundation committee of KINU, and he mentioned that the wages initially was comparable to that of KDI, but not anymore. So I'm pretty sure that you're interested on the salaries, but for better research, we need a better working environment for the researchers. And if you think of unification, this is not just a challenge or a task on an individual, it's a major national agenda. And it's important that the government provides more support and also shows more interest. So that's why I wanted to ask that question about what kind of support would be necessary going forward. And before I joined KINU, I was at Changchungdong at Dongguk University in the Department of North Korean Studies. And I remember I was a lecturer and I just got my PhD when KINU was established, and the thought crossed my mind as to whether I should join KINU. So I was conscious of its existence, and you've mentioned that many excellent researchers were nurtured. In 1994, with the Department of North Korean Studies, we actually had two individuals, Professor Choi and Professor Park. They came from KINU to our university. And at Myeongju University and Korea University and Sunmun University and Chosun University, they started to open courses on North Korean studies, and we've seen about 4, 5, 6 universities with such departments. But then, of course, some of the departments disappeared now. But those that researched at KINU did join the academia, and I know that they're playing significant roles. I'm sure that you are all aware of that. So many do say that a national policy institute will have to draft many policy reports. So for those that were focused on academic research, if they come to KINU, what would happen is they are not trained to write up policy reports for the government. And as mentioned, our inaugural president Lee Byung-hun, former President Chung Se-yeon, and Park Young-gyu, for those that have experience with working with the government, I remember that you've actually corrected these reports of these other researchers with a red pen. And I know that this is still a challenge that exists. As mentioned, it's quite different from the academic research, and to have that the research findings into a policy report, you need to make sure to summarize all of the policy implications as in a succinct manner as possible, but it cannot be done overnight. It's a type of skill in devising these reports. So I do remember that the presidents actually played the role of mentor to have and help out the researchers write up their policy reports. So then, maybe former President Chun, with regard to the research outcome, is there anything that you would like to add, Or, well, you worked for KINU and then you joined the Blue House, and you were also involved in policy advice there. So, is there anything that you would like to share?
그 91년
Yes, I would like to talk about two things in particular. In 1991, after the signing of the Basic Agreement, the Ministry of Unification required us to write a lot of policy papers. There was a big demand, and I remember Vice Minister Song Young-dae was at the ministry. I remember when you say that you remember the North Korea representative talking about the Sea of Fire in Seoul. We still have videos about that. But this was a man who directly heard that Seoul is going to turn into a sea of flames. The vice minister heard this directly from his counterparts in the DPRK. And once he asked KINU to come up with a policy proposal, a policy paper for the ministry, and the commission was, although the scenario's likelihood is very low, what if DPRK engages in a nuclear missile test? This is a hypothetical. What if DPRK does it, which may not happen, but if DPRK does that, what should the government do? You have to brainstorm this. This is what the Minister of Unification said. Brainstorm this and use your imagination, run wild with your creativity, and come up with countermeasures and put that in a policy report for us. That was the commissioned. So I think that we came together to write the report and submit that to the government. But what I wanted to say is that 30 years ago, the Vice Minister of Unification, this was the commission report that he gave to us. He said that, this is not going to happen, but let's see what's going to happen. But now, 30 years later, the DPRK is engaged in 6 nuclear tests. So I feel that I say this often, that ROK is a hostage. We have been taken hostage by the DPRK. Oh, we see the inter-Korean relations 30 years ago and the current relations between the two Koreas. I think that this one incident, this anecdote, really illustrates the difference between the two. Early on, I talked about my research fellow who worked together with the former minister at the Ministry of Unification. But we are a research institution. This does not make us an ivory tower. That we also have an input in policy making at the government level. And so we are not completely free from policymaking process. We are very much intervening in that, so we are trained in that regard. And I think this is your common understanding. But as President Lee Kum-sun, who has been with the government since then, I think he understands as well. But if you actually go to the government and you work inside the administration, you have to work with the government officials. I know there are government officials present here today, but you have to deal with the government officials, but their mindset and their philosophy are completely different from a researcher's philosophy. Their backgrounds and their contexts are completely different, so their thought process is very different from our thought process. And when you work in the government, there are these clashes and, different differences in opinion, and sometimes you have to work that out. Let's say I was at the Blue House. In the Blue House, there are many different kinds of divisions: unification, military, intelligence, foreign affairs. All of these diplomatic areas are all there. I'm a civilian researcher who's there, and if there is a difference in opinion with me and somebody at the government level, this is not a one-on-one kind of personal matter. It's a ministry versus ministry or agency versus agency kind of fight. And this makes it difficult because I don't have the backing of a ministry or agency. I don't have allies. This is what we see. Oh, I think that I'm dealing very closely with government officials, but when there's a difference in opinion, the gloves come out. The researchers, we are typically academicians, and we are in the schools and universities and research institutes, so we're very pure at heart. We are typically very pure at heart, but the real world out there is definitely not that pure at heart. So if you have to deal with that in person, it would be very different from the kind of academic arena that you are typically used to, because the experiences are completely different from that. And in many cases, it could be very challenging. It could be very difficult. And I think that Minister Kim also has that experience when he became a minister within that kind of bureaucracy. I think he felt that as well. Oh, we're in different worlds, and so for the researchers to survive, we have to really maintain our identity as academics. There is a need by the government to create these think tanks, so that's why the government created these think tanks. That means the government has a gap that we must fill. And for us to fill that gap, we have to establish ourselves with a level of expertise. And when we feel that level of expertise, that is when the government would not look down on us, when the administration bureaucrats would respect us. That means that you have to really engage in a lot of thorough research, because the bureaucrats, they're very quick with information. And we don't have access to some of the classified information that the government has. So we have to kind of stay at the periphery, but try to look at this core of the issue. So we have to be very passionate and committed to our research. And only then can we be at equal footing with these bureaucrats in the government. So this is my tip and advice to you.
예, 감사합니다. 서재진 원장님 사회학
As Dr. Seo Jae-jin, you majored in sociology, and you headed a national research and policy institute. And I know that you've engaged in a lot of research analysis, wrote books on the dual system of society at DPRK. So I would like to ask, based on what you've researched and what was in policy, and if we see what's actually happening in North Korea and the North Korean society, could you maybe comment on whether the KINU really played a key role in connecting the two? So scholarly research, and whether such research had a significant impact on reality. Well, it has to do with the time span. Therefore, when we think about the direct relationship, we have to broaden the time span to diagnose that. On April 1991, KINU was established. And if you think about the timing, in 1989, the East Germany, the Eastern Socialist countries collapsed, and we saw the unification of Germany, and there was a lot of turmoil in Soviet Union. You can see that I'm pretty sure you remembered that Gorbachev was impeached. It's a type of word that would be used during the Chosun Dynasty, but at any rate, we've seen the emergence of Yeltsin, where it was full of turmoil. And that was the point in time when we thought now is the time for unification, that we should prepare in advance. And the government decided to establish this research institute on unification. And then in November, December of 1991, we saw a collapse of the Soviet Union. And the following year, there was a book that was released. It was by Francisco Fukuyama, which has to do, it was a book on history.
종점이라는 뜻이에요. 종점.
The end of history. So it means that we've come to the end of history. That was the title of the book. So it means that we're now at our final destination. There is no more to go with history. And when I read that book while I was at KINU, it really did not resonate with me, because the book was about the history of humanity, and it was 500 pages, and it interpret in detail the history about that's the fact that it was about a history of all of the individuals trying to be recognized. So it was basically that. But there wasn't much discourse on this type of theory at KINU. But after my retirement, I decided to, well, switch my realm of career. I started to study leadership coaching, and then I read the book once again. And then all of a sudden, it just was a completely different story. Because if you think of social science and leadership coaching, the paradigm itself is different. It's about understanding humanity, respecting humanity, and recognizing humanity. That's the basis word. And finally, this The End of History, this book by Francis Koyama, I finally came to understand what this author was talking about. You really need to have respect for humanity, and for the regimes that did not have that all collapsed. Soviet Union, the reason why it collapsed was because there was this movement bottom up. And I was able to once again understand that history proves that it's all about humanism. And I analyzed the North Korean society, as President Go has mentioned. And I wrote a book that there's a completely new world in DPRK. And of course, officially they're a socialist country, but if you look at the lives of the residents, it was that they all wanted to uh, not live in hunger and have their children lead some brilliant careers. So what they wanted was to lead a happy, free life, a life of economic abundance, at least have bread on their tables. So that was their aspirations. And once again, I was able to confirm what was written in that book, The End of History. So if you look at the history of humanity, it was about finding a way to have their freedom, have their rights recognized, and all countries have such a history. But if you cannot satisfy that, then um, you'll just go down the steps of demise. So I thought while I was in KINU that DPRK should be aware of this. And if they do not understand that, have that awareness, it will disappear behind the scenes at the end of the day. But in 30 years, we still see the North Korean regime existing. It's still surviving. So I thought, how is this possible? Just recently, well, there are fortunately still schools, universities that ask me to deliver a special lecture, and there was a course on the elites in North Korea, and I was supposed to provide a special lecture, and then all of a sudden a new concept came to my mind. What are the unique characteristics of DPRK? All social countries eventually collapse, but DPRK is still surviving. And I thought that the difference lied in the succession of leadership. Think of Xi Jinping. He's saying that he's going to run for another term. I guess 10 years was not enough, but you can see that it was something that he decided to go for, because under this competition system, there really was no match for him. And then after the death of Stalin, Khrushchev, in this succession, what happened was it was a struggle for power. He eventually won that. And think of Stalin. There was such aggressiveness to wield that power and that gain that power. So based on this competition, we see a change in regime and perestroika. Some of such policies are something that we were able to see emerge. But in the DPRK, there is no competition. There's no competition for leadership. It's just a succession system. It's just handed down from the father to son. The father will be handing down his power to the son, and probably that is why there is no change. So then, it just makes me think of the Joseon Dynasty, the 500 years. There were many rebellions, for instance, which did lead to certain changes, I guess. I guess the case of Yeonsangun, for instance. But then at the end of the day, it's just a suggestion to the eldest son. If the eldest son rejects or objects, then to the second son. So you can see that if anybody does want to try to take the throne, then what would happen is, well, 3 generations of your family would just disappear all of a sudden. So some say, how can a 500-year dynasty be possible when they think of the Joseon dynasty? But it's because leadership is handed down. That's how it's possible. But still, the Joseon dynasty had its end, and the Chung, for instance, also handed down its leadership, but it collapsed. And why was that the case? It's because of national power. If there is a demise in national power, if it weakens, it cannot survive. You can see that the Joseon dynasty, if you look at the Gojong, he could not hand down his leadership to his son because of the emergence of Japan. It was the same case for the Chung dynasty. So DPRK, it's handing down its leadership, but you can see that economic power is about 40, 50 times less than that of Korea. In the past, it's true that North Korea had economic power comparable to China, but now no longer is that the case. And it seems for me that the end of DPRK seems imminent. So Francisco Yama said that the history of humanity is about trying to be recognized. But if you look at DPRK, it's been more than 70 years since the residents were not recognized of their rights, and there's this major difference in national power, economic power. So, of course, history has a time lag, a time span amongst the countries, but at the end of the day, it goes down the same universal path. So I thought that the research at KINU should also understand this historical trajectory. You need to analyze that as well if you want to identify the future direction of DPRK and when DPRK would eventually be bankrupt. So when you do conduct your research on DPRK, I remember recalling President Chung Sung-un that we need to respect our profession as scholars. But I want to suggest that it's important for the scholars to really identify that historical trajectory and base your policy recommendations on that. But rather than doing that, if you just focus on, let's say, a 5-year plan for the administration, then I think that that will not help us usher in unification. We will not be able to resolve the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned the 5-year term limit of the administration, and that this has led to very short-term research projects. I think that this is also a big limitation that challenges government policy think tanks. There are these policy assignments and research that think tanks are asked to do by the government, which we have to do, of course. But I think that agencies like KINU also have to engage in long-term research because we have the infrastructure at our disposal. I think we have to accumulate relevant research. If we look at the research, typically we go through an annual budget plan, annual budget cycle that we go through the budget and then spend the budget and then report on the results, and then this would all change when there's a new president in power. But we also have to look at the accumulated expertise at our institution and use that, turn that into a database as a data platform, so that any scholar who wants access to that information can have that access. KINU has been working very hard on that, and hopefully we can invest more of our budget to try to have a longer term outlook in our research approach. I remember for a year working together with Francis Fukuyama when I was, on my research year and my sabbatical. He was the disciple or worked with Samuel Huntington. He was looking at the history of civilizations and of imperialism, and so I don't know what exactly I can say about his perspective, but I think that we should be thinking about this longer term history, and I think that that is definitely important. For that, we have to take a longer term approach. That, of course, there is that aspect that we have to think about even as we conduct short term commission projects. I talked about 30 years of inter-Korean relations and nuclear issues. I think that we have to slowly move past to different subject matter. We had a panel discussion early on, but I think that regarding these issues, we would like to ask former President Kim, who was working in the ministry, why do you think there is this stop and move kind of situation, the stalemates in inter-Korean relations? Why can't we institutionalize the relations?
예, 뭐 이게 우리 통일연구원
We are commemorating 30 years of KINU, and next Monday will be the 30th anniversary of the Two Korea Basic Agreement, and thus I have some meetings and conferences to attend to. And if we think about the 30-year history, right now there are some divided views on North Korean policies, or as it seems on the outside. If we think about the trend of inter-Korean relationship ever since the Basic Agreement, I think that there are a couple of common denominators that we can identify, as was mentioned by Dr. Park Young-gyu. The Two Korea Basic Agreement and the three subsidiary agreements. If you think of these agreements, there really isn't any other agreement that actually goes over and beyond this agreement, whether it be the June 15th declaration or the 2017 declaration or the military agreements of 2019. You can see that it's just a combination or just certain aspects of the basic agreement that has been utilized to drive these other agreements afterwards. So meaning that the basic agreement carries significance. 30 years back during the Roh Tae-woo administration, if I recall the times, as you all know, Minister Lee Yong-gu put together a unification based on one national community and based on a bipartisan effort. We saw Kim Young-sam and Kim Jong-jae, Kim Dae-jung and Kim Young-sam, where the heads of these parties all agreed to pass this unification plan of one national community. And what I can say is, although we may have some divided views right now, it's really important to form the consensus. And I think that the basic agreement gives us some implications on how important a consensus may be. We did see some progress. There were some improvements. However, if you think about the North Korean nuclear issue, we are seeing a stark contrast between now and 30 years back, because right now they have greatly enhanced their nuclear capabilities. And if we compare the 30 years back then and now, we're now seeing an era of not cooperation between the US and China, but competition. So it's bringing the end to the world that Kissinger stated is valid. And I don't know how long it will continue, but in various sectors, in pace, and in magnitude, we are seeing the rivalry intensify, and many do predict that it's going to be a very long journey. Therefore, the environment, the conditions that surround the inter-Koreas is very different from 30 years back, and it's become much more challenging. That's why, how will we able to overcome these challenges? If we do want to overcome the challenges, it's important to come into agreement or form a consensus. Uh, and only then can we actually have some policies that will have a longer horizon. Yes, thank you very much. So, former President Chun Song-hun, is there anything that you would like to add on the 30 years of inter-Korean relationship? Because your expertise is on the North Korean nuclear issue, so would you like to comment on that, please?
김은초 장관님 말씀하셨듯이
As Minister Kim has said, what I've always been thinking about is when it comes to inter-Korean issues and also North Korean nuclear issues, right now in Korea, everything is very much politicized and it's very much refined. Over the last 30 years, if we take a look at the past, I think that there are more similarities in common than there are differences, because the basic direction and the principles are the same, but with each incoming administration, they have a slight tweaking in the tactics and the strategy. So we talk about what happened right now with inter-Korean relations and North Korean nuclear policy, talk about which administration did a good job and which administration did not. If they all did a good job, they all did it together. If there was a mistake made, they were all responsible. Right now, whether it be you or the government bureaucrats or anyone in Korean society, we think about the reconciliation and cooperation era. We're still thinking in that mindset, which was in the post-Cold War era when President Roh-tae-woo engaged in the Northern policy, and that led to the basic agreements, which is inter-Korean basic agreements on non-aggression, exchange, and cooperation. Now, this basic agreement still underpins the foundational principles of our North Korean policy across 6 different administrations. Of course, there's slight differences, but the basic direction is the same. If you think about it, that's the case. For example, with the North Korean nuclear policy, we talked about denuclearization, the basic agreement, and we're still talking about denuclearization now. The different election candidates, they talk about different things, but if you really look closely into them, they're all the same. Whether it be diplomacy or negotiation or pressure or coercion, they all want to go to denuclearization. The common end goal is the same. You know, whether you are on the one side or the other side, they're all asking for denuclearization. It's the same with North Korea policy. It's the same. I've gone through this numerous times before and talked about people from the ruling side and the opposition side, but they all say the same thing. We're here trying to discuss differences and trying to find accountability, but before we do that, what I think is that right now, where we are today in 2021, December, in terms of Northeast Asian order and the global order, we have to really diagnose where we are right now and use that understanding to find a new direction forward. It's been 30 years, and I don't know if this is a coincidence, but Northern policy and all the Korean Peninsula, that community, that whole work that was done under President Roh Tae-woo, President Roh has passed on, but we see these trends in history. That one nation community was the basis for the election of Kim Young-sam. And Kim Young-sam administration did something very similar to the one nation or one Korea community. They changed maybe one or two words in that. And that is still the foundational principle that we refer to this day with the North Korea policy. And this is not something that can be deniable. So there are slight differences in terms of strategy. Back when we were talking about Northern policy, when Cold War ended and communism failed, and now we were hoping for an era of mutual prosperity, Europe with Russia and here with China, kind of openness and reform of China. So maybe we can help DPRK, and ultimately we will politically see a change and transition. So the world would become one where human rights and market economy and democracy would be the founding principles. This was the basic principles of post-Cold War, but this has all come falling down. In Europe, we see the rise of Putin. Here in Asia, we see the rise of Xi Jinping again. And we feel that, when people start having a higher levels of wealth, they might see some changes, but with that came more hegemony. We see US-China rivalry and US-Russia rivalry, and this is what we're seeing playing out in the world right now. So the framework has slightly shifted. Korea is a middle power, so our unification policy has to be aligned with the international community. 30 years ago, in line with the reconciliation cooperation era, we created KINU, and the government provided a lot of support, and this lasted for the last 30 years. But this reconciliation cooperation policy, the basic preconditions for that was that if we help North Korea economically and socially, then they would start having better quality of life, and maybe they will change. That was one aspect. And the other was that even with the nuclear issues, DPRK is developing nuclear weapons. So why don't we be the first to give up our nuclear weapons? We will, let go of nuclear armament. And we thought that that would appease DPRK to also engage in disarmament. But now, 30 years later, Kim Jong-un is now the strong third-time heir, and they have even more developed accelerated nuclear weapons. So with these preconditions, these prerequisites already, they have completely come falling down, and the global world has changed. So the scholars have to understand these global trends and try to be more proactive in terms of, and preemptive in terms of providing the future direction for the government, because this is a very important, very adequate, appropriate time for us, and we have to use this timing to try to set the direction forward for our policies. We talked earlier about functionalist policy changes, but we have to think about philosophical policy changes. And in terms of policy changes, we have to look at changes in terms of direction and principle. We're not talking about tactical shifts. We're talking about big paradigm shifts, a huge grand strategy change. And this kind of discourse is something that KINU has to give to the government so that we can lead the way forward in this era of change. The world has changed so much, and right now, basically it's like you're in summer one day and the next day you're in winter. Let's say you go to sleep wearing short sleeves, but you can't go out in the winter with wearing short sleeves. The policies that are valid in the post-Cold War era are not valid anymore when it comes to North Korea policy, nuclear policy, and internationally. So everything has to be changed completely. This isn't about party lines either, because this is the kind of national agenda. As I mentioned before, we have to come up with a new identity for KINU so that we can go a step forward. This could be an opportunity for us. But if you lag behind or are lazy in these trends, then you would fall behind and you would completely fall out. And this is a very critical point for all of you.
예, 전환적 시기에 냉전적 패러다임으로
Yes, in this transitional phase, we need a change in philosophy. We need a paradigm shift, change in approach. and he's mentioned his support on the role KINU can play in this paradigm shift. So, President Park Hyung-gyu, how do you assess the past 30 years? And I would like to ask, maybe there was a specific point in time that you think had significance, or maybe you can assess the full 30 years of KINU. So, Dr. Park, any comments on the 30 years of KINU, please? It's very difficult to hear because everybody's wearing a mask, but at any rate, thank you very much for the opportunity. The two former presidents have given us some very good interventions, but I want to share with you an episode and to pose a fundamental question by doing that. Ever since the establishment of KINU, I've worked for KINU for 16 years since. And I've experienced both the conservative as well as the progressive administrations. And it was when I was vice president. At the time, the Conservative Party took power, and there was an academic conference at KINU. And at the seminar, there were presentations on the papers and literature. But there was a paper by a progressive scholar, and that was in the booklet. But I will not name the organization, but from many parts of the government called me up. And at the time, we were under a different name, the Research Institute for National Unification. And what they said was, how dare you have the paper published by a progressive scholar in your seminar book? And I said that, well, this is a book of papers and literature of the scholars. And then they asked me and they criticized me for inviting that scholar in the first place. So I was very much threatened. It was from various agencies that would call me up and they pressured me and criticized me for inviting that scholar. And then during the Nomuyan administration, I became the president of KINU, and it was a progressive administration, as you know. And certain research fellows, as they were engaging in some international cooperation, some of them had some very conservative comments they made or portrayed a very conservative position. And then I received so many calls once again criticizing me and my role and responsibility as president to have these researchers comment in a very conservative fashion. The reason why I'm sharing this experience is because the basic unification policy of Korea, I think, was a fundamental failure. And the fundamental reason for that failure, well, I'm very sorry to say that in front of former President Kim Yon-chul, but I think that the fundamental issue or the fundamental cause lies in the following. If you look at the unification policy and our North Korean policy, was either a containment policy or a sunshine policy. We went back and forth in two extremes. And depending on the ideological position of the administration, it's either containment or sunshine. In other words, our policy towards the North is just an extension of domestic politics. I think it's no exaggeration to put it that way. So, as we were moving back and forth between these two extremes, our unification policy and our North Korean policy, if you think of how it's being assessed, both home and abroad, well, it was quite negative. So now no longer do they trust our policies. And I believe that even DPRK is very critical of the reliability of Korea's policies. So, against this backdrop, would we be able to really pursue and achieve unification would that be possible? I think that we do have a fundamental problem. Going forward, I truly hope that the research done at KINU should not be swayed by a change in leadership or administration. I really think that we have to break away from these pressures from the administration. And the government should also be conscious of this and to enable research institutes to perform their role as objective and reasonable and rational institutions, and to enable these research institutes to make practical policy recommendations so that the public can be convinced. And such approach is truly necessary if we do want to solve the complex geopolitical issue, the US China rivalry, the relationship between Korea and Japan, North Korean nuclear issue, as well as the stalemate in inter Korean relations. So I don't know if I was too candid in my remarks, or maybe I went overboard, but I did wanted to mention that if there's no change in the policy stance, it would be very difficult for us to find a resolution to the North Korean issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Park. You are speaking from experience, as we could see. Right now, if we look at the current timing of KINU, we know that this current administration is in the lame duck stage, and there is a transition period that's going to happen soon. And so I think that these insights would be very valuable for us to hear right now. Next, I would like to turn to President Seo and ask you about your thoughts over the past 30 years, inter-Korean relations. The past 30 years of inter-Korean relations, I think that from 1991, when KINU was established, to 2021, there was only one agenda, which was nuclear weapons. So the research fellows, when we would have these different meetings and conferences, so we would always say that we're always talking about weapons, talking only about nukes. I am a sociologist by training. So I studied sociology and wrote papers and wrote books, but there were no readers. I will write about the changes in North Korean society. There has never been a symposium dedicated to North Korean society. In social sciences in Korea, we are only focused on North Korea's nuclear weapons. So I felt very isolated as an academic because, none of my books were selling. And so we tried to look at the future of North Korea from the point of view of the world's regime. And I worked on this global regime order, regime theory. This was the approach that I took. Now, this DPRK, it's one of the 10 poorest countries in the world, but they're fighting against the US, which is a global superpower. So if we think about whether this could even work, I thought that it would be interesting from the point of view of a global systems theory. And so we know that under that this DPRK is going to go into a trap under world system theory. And as it was true 30 years ago, and even now, DPRK thinks that if they hold on to nuclear weapons, that they can have regime guarantee. I think largely this speaks to their fear that North Korean leadership are worried that they're going to become like East Germany, that they're going to see a regime collapse, that they're going to end up like East Germany. And if a policy is founded on fear, that becomes very defensive. Defensive policies can never grow and develop. They think that if they just hold on to nuclear weapons, that their regime would be maintained. They still believe that to this day. Over the last 30 years, you've seen sanctions, economic sanctions, which are getting tighter by the day from the international community to DPRK. What is it called? The 524 measures? I think that they're still right now very strong against DPRK. The DPRK made nuclear weapons, but what are they going to do with the weapons? They are a socialist economy, and their economic structure has completely become broken, and they only have an underground market right now, a black market. It's not an official market, and this is the only market that is functioning in DPRK, and the North Korean elites are kind of, living off of that, leeching off of the merchants who are trying to make some money in this market. So this is definitely not a normal state. So what can we expect from a state like this? Basically, there is no hope for North Korea. But President Trump said that if you give up nuclear weapons, I'm going to give you all the support that you need. So that's how we saw Singapore and Hanoi. So we saw all of those developments. But even so, North Korea could not shake their fear aside, and so they continued to hold on to their nuclear weapons. This kind of fear-oriented policy, where they are really concerned about the regime, only ends up corroding their regime. It's been 30 years, but in the next 10, 20 years, we don't know exactly where it's going to go. It's difficult for me to see a very hopeful, very positive scenario going forward. When I was working in the field, I thought that in this very short time frame, I thought that there might be some changes that we might be able to witness, but because there is no competition for power in DPRK, because what the grandfather is doing, the father did, and the father was doing, the son does, and it's just the DPRK residents who are living miserable lives. And the underpinnings of the regime have floundered, which means their economy has floundered. So if we take a look at this from the grand scheme of things, we don't know when this is going to stop. It's difficult for us to predict that timeline. And because it's hard to predict the timeline, we don't know exactly how we have to approach unification studies, but we have to try to make an attempt to draw that. But this is the insight that we could get from the last 30 years, and based on that, we have to try to predict the next 30 years and come up with a plan for unification.
예, 감사합니다. 처음 시작할 때는
Thank you very much. Initially, I thought how we can actually use up the full hour and 30 minutes. But fortunately, thanks to our former presidents, I think that we've actually productively used our time. So, with regard to the development of KINU and as for our future tasks, are there any additional interventions that you may have? If not, I think I'll have to bring this session to a close. Many of you talked about the basic agreement. I remember at a conference hosted by the Ministry of Unification on the 10th anniversary of the Basic Agreement, the Prime Minister Chung Won-sik at the time has given his opening remarks, and he mentioned it's been 10 years since the Basic Agreement, but I still do not understand why DPRK signed that, because 90% of the agreement was what we've proposed. Any of the agreements afterwards, you can see are contents that actually are already included in the basic agreement. but you can see that at the time of signing the basic agreement, DPRK was going into a regime crisis. They saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, other socialist nations, as well as China. So, because we've also focused on non-aggression in the basic agreement, I think that the rest actually, DPRK decided to just tolerate. So that's how I interpret their position at the time. And ever since the establishment of KINU in 1991, it was when we've seen the nuclear crisis starting to emerge. But the North Korean nuclear issue, even right now, is decorated one of our sessions, meaning that it's still a major challenge, a pending issue. When we look into a certain phenomenon, there is a specific threshold or passage that must be passed in order to explain a certain phenomenon. And in the case of the Korean Peninsula issue, it's true that without thinking of the North Korean nuclear issue, we really cannot say anything about the circumstances on the Korean Peninsula. But still, even though that is the case, we still haven't been able to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue. So just 2 weeks back, when I went to the U.S., there were about 40 Korean Peninsula experts that were invited to, and we held a seminar. And of course, I went in my elaboration, I talked about demonizing the North, and this through strategic patience. Some may try to find a way of collapse for DPRK, and there may be those that are trying to just find a quick fix rather than focusing on the peace regime and just trying to have a quick for crow approach. And I've mentioned about the various demonization of DPRK and so forth. But then everyone there said that, well, DPRK is to blame. It's all because of DPRK. And that actually would just set the tone, and that would be the end of story. But as former President Park Geun-kyu has mentioned, we're seeing two extremes, and we're seeing seeing this issue being all the more politicized. And depending on your position, some may think that we're pro-North. So sometimes it seems like we're talking to a wall, and that has led to the lack of consistency. If at least one side was consistent, that would have been better. However, now we see no consistency whatsoever, and North Korea is proclaiming that they have completed their nuclear power or nuclear force. And as I was appointed to as president of KINU, as you've seen in the video in the beginning of the seminar, what happens is we aspire for unification, and we forged the basic agreement, but now it's been nullified. And every time we put more efforts to solve the nuclear issue, we're seeing an even further sophistication of their capabilities. So I think that we really need to take a different approach, a new approach to the North Korean issue. And I think that there's a lot that we need to improve upon as well. And I think that the most convincing logic would be the following. In 1994, when I first started off as a professor at Dongguk University, we had the Geneva Agreed Framework. And I think that if I wasn't the president at KINU, my tenure would have lasted till August of next year. And you can see that this situation, we haven't been able to resolve this, but we don't even have a clear diagnosis as to what the fundamental reason is with this pending issue. And some of the media did respond. I remember it was on Hanguk-ilbo, Hanguk Daily, and in one of the columns, it indicated that, well, irrespective of all of the theories, all of the principles, what did we do in this full 30 years? Of course, the scholars will have to look back and retrospect. We've been providing advice, we've been on the media, but there really wasn't anything solved in the process. So for me, as was mentioned by Dr. Seo Jae-jin, when I was at Dongguk University, I thought that it's now we need to change our approach. We should not focus on just a denuclearization first strategy. We need to understand the diversity amongst the North Korean residents, the network of actors. I think that we need to analyze that to find the fundamental cause behind this pending issue. And because I'm now president of KINU, I think and I wanted to pursue some further research with that lens. So today, our four former presidents have given their insights, and I can say that we may be in a transitional phase, and I think there's a lot of things that we have to think about. So thank you for the food for thought for KINU right now as well as for the future. I've been working as president for about a year and a half, and it did take me some time to understand the works because it's quite complex, you know. Many of the members have supported me. So in terms of the wage system, we've been able to try to introduce a plan to improve the situation. And the government does understand that we're so poorly paid. So for next year, some of that has been actually earmarked into the budget. So as a policy institute, will try to provide a better environment so that we can perform our role. And I hope that you are also committed in your roles and responsibilities. I hope that it serves as a rewarding career for all of you. So this conference, it has been postponed till today, but many of the members, the staff has actually enabled today's conference with their brilliant ideas. I don't know how you would assess this, but my personal internal assessment is that it was quite a successful conference. And we did not have a book in place to commemorate the 30 years of KINU. And however, we were able to put something together, and the editors have made it quite new and fresh. It was quite novice, and you may think that this book on the 30 years may be a bit different from the previous anniversary books. But I want to say that, well, everything was delegated to that team, to the editorial team. There were no interventions on my side, and it turned out to be a very hip type of book on the 30 years of KINU. So thank you for the efforts, and thank you for making today possible. I hope that we can all come together and reaffirm our commitment to bring about a better 30 years. Thank you so much for your efforts. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to the interpreters, to all of the external staff, technicians. Thank you very much. And with that, we would like to close this special session, joined by our former presidents on the 30 years of unification policy, where KINU is headed. And we also have some additional events, so I would like to ask for your participation till the very end. Thank you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all of our former presidents. So that is all for today. KINU has been hosting this international academic conference commemorating the 30 years to share the experience of its research achievements in response to the actively changing unification environment, and also on the efforts it's making to introduce a new paradigm shift in this new era for the Korean Peninsula. I would like to kindly ask all of the participants, both online and offline, for joining us. And thank you so much for your participation till the very end. So with that, we would like to close the KINU International Academic Conference commemorating 30 years. Thank you for having me as your MC. I'm Jung So-young. Thank you.